They said the empire was built on gold, and now the headlines say the stories unfold. Flashing lights, courtroom rows, silence loud, and the pressure grows. From Harlem streets to the Forbes list, now he's sitting where the storm hits. Cameras on, but who's legit? Truth and lies in the same script. Diddy defense team got 8 on the move. Agnafilo, Jarago, Shapiro, Steele, Donaldson, Westmoreland, Estavo and Driscoll. The feds got him on 5 charges. They say he on that RICO. Media says he is guilty out the gate. 8 male jurors and 4 women hold his fate. No cameras allowed in the court. Content creators screaming more, more, more. Diamonds heavy, but the weight's not cash. Every step watched through the media flash. Friends turn foes and the past don't pass. When receipts get pulled and they come in stacks. Official transcripts will show the full story. Full statements, but the details may be gold. They wanna put me on trial, put my name on file. Want me to hang it up, but that ain't my style. Say I'm back on road, no hand on Bible. We got this game in a chokehold. Yeah, I'm so cold. My whole career they tried to test me and I aced it. When you want something done, you gotta go and get it. Hate to put you on blast, but it's not up for debate. When the odds stacked against me, victims' names not being used to keep from getting approached by the accused. Kanye showing up in white, saying Diddy fight, fight. What's legacy when it's on the line? Is the name you built still gonna shine? Or does silence scream like a warning sign while the world debates guilt or crime? Every empire's got a tale untold. Every mogul's got nights cold. But behind closed doors, who holds control? Truth is a mirror and it never folds. Spotlight shadows can't outrun fate. Every crown's heavy when it's tied to the state. From the charts to the court, it's a razor blade. Walking the edge that the headlines made. Did the feds charge Diddy for his crimes, or just some for some freak off good times? Baby oil galore, but the feds say there is much more. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty. This will be left to the 12 on the jury committee. Is this a RICO, or just a man being major sicko? Was he really the king or just a fling? Did he do what they say? Will NYC jail be where he will stay? Did he bop in the hotels on the top floors? Different bows in different area codes. Some would call them the defense saying evidence is a blur. Some witnesses concur. Will the bad boy for life be serving life, or will he get the win and be in the next jet to Berlin? Spotlight shadows can't outrun fate. Every crown's heavy when it's tied to the state. From the charts to the court, it's a razor blade. Walking the edge that the headlines made. The devil is in the details. While the world debates guilt or crime, is it RICO or freak off?
Diddy says he is love, love, love.
They said the empire was built on gold, and now the headlines say the stories unfold. Flashing lights, courtroom rows, silence loud, and the pressure grows. From Harlem streets to the Forbes list, now he's sitting where the storm hits. Cameras on, but who's legit? Truth and lies in the same script. Diddy defense team got 8 on the move. Agnafilo, Jarago, Shapiro, Steele, Donaldson, Westmoreland, Estavo and Driscoll. The feds got him on 5 charges. They say he on that RICO. Media says he is guilty out the gate. 8 male jurors and 4 women hold his fate. No cameras allowed in the court. Content creators screaming more, more, more. Diamonds heavy, but
Hey guys, I know it's late, but I wanted to talk a little bit about since this is like the eve of the trial, the 2 days, the weekend before the verdict, the jury charge, and all that kind of stuff. I wanted to give you guys a breakdown, a little breakdown. I was watching a couple of videos today of different attorneys and judges, basically giving their thoughts on this case and what they think. Right. I want to give you guys a breakdown of the jurors. Okay. There are one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight male and four female. Right. And out of the female, there's a 30-year-old deli clerk, a 42-year-old nursing aide, a 43-year-old physician's assistant, and a 70-year-old former treatment coordinator. Treatment coordinator, I would think some sort of therapy, right? Wouldn't you think some sort of therapy? And then the male are 31-year-old investment analyst, 39-year-old social worker, 51-year-old scientist, 68-year-old retired finance, 68-year-old telecommunication, 67-year-old logistic analyst, 69-year-old actor slash massage therapist. And then the new one, he's 57-year-old, and I think he's I think analyst, if I'm not mistaken. Someone thought he was in the banking, but no, that's not the banking one. But anyway, I wanted to give you the breakdown of the jurors. That was that, right? But there's one particular old attorney that I think he's retired, and he did a live today, and I wanted to play this live for you guys. I do not own the rights to this video, and this is fair use. I'm doing this as a fair use content, and I want to bring this guy up, and he did an excellent job. And his channel is called, hold on, let me get the channel for y'all just in case. It is Leon. What is this his channel called? Hold on. Lionel Legal, sorry. Lionel Legal. That's his channel. Lionel Legal. He is an old attorney. I don't know if he's retired, but I watch a couple of things. And you watch him before too? Okay. She watched him before. But listen to what he said, right? As if he was doing the closing argument on this case. All right. All right, here we go. It's about 10 minutes, okay?
Let me try to explain to a jury why Diddy must walk, maybe will walk, or maybe will have his case overturned on appeal. Okay? I'm going to do this again for the millionth time. It's not because he's a good guy, or it's not because he treats women like, or doesn't treat them like dirt. It's not because there might be a couple of them in the midst of his fold who became dependent on him, or were demeaned, or maybe some were threatened. But this is not trafficking. This is not racketeering, and it's not a violation of the Mann Act. The overall strategy is simply this, and this is important to understand. It's debauchery. It's not criminal. It's not federal. That's really the bottom line. This case is about moral depravity, the disapproval, the disgust towards this guy and his lousy lifestyle. It's not about proof of federal crimes proved beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. The defense, I hope, convinced the jury that While Diddy may be guilty of excesses and vulgarity and sickness with that stupid attitude and the sick lifestyle, he may have beat the hell out of Cassie, he is not guilty of orchestrating a criminal enterprise or trafficking anyone. Trafficking. Not using, not taking advantage of. Trafficking. Let's look at the RICO conspiracy. This was not an enterprise. And the predicate acts, oh my God. The best argument for me was there was no enterprise. There was no criminal enterprise. This wasn't the mafia. This wasn't a celebrity traffic group. This was an entourage. It was a posse. It wasn't a crime syndicate. What are they talking about? It was Hugh Hefner. It was this ridiculous, well, or not so. It was a bunch of people. It's been around. It's not, do you think the Manson family was trafficking? Do you think they were an enterprise? Maybe. All of a sudden, they're trying. The only reason they're charging them with trafficking is because they got to get it into federal court, and there is no case for a non-trafficking form of addressing this particular activity. The alleged acts, the drugs, the sex, the money, the violence, were isolated incidents. This is what I would argue, not part of a coordinated plan.
You hear that? Isolated incidents, isolated stuff. No, not some orchestrated, like some systematic plan of a big organization. The individual who had isolated situation that he did.
That's the issue here. That's what's critical. Now, this is the most important. Continuity. Continuity is one of the elements of this. I hope they showed, or maybe for Ginny's, to show that the incidents were episodic, chaotic, not abusive, but not organized, not systematic, choreographed. They weren't a part of an organized.
Waffle, I was in the courtroom. I don't have to read the transcript. I have the transcript as well. I was in the courtroom. Trust me, I was in the courtroom, and there were some things the prosecutor did not put in. They removed it. They didn't give you the full picture of the law, which the judge is going to give on Monday. Remember, what the attorneys say is not what the law that the judge is going to give.
The system. There wasn't this pattern, this organized pattern, this continuity. You then have to look at maybe perhaps they undermine the notion of the others. You can say that nobody was employed in a criminal network. In essence, there were friends, and there were girlfriends, there were staff, and there were trollops and fallen women, or whatever you call it. But it was all voluntarily. They were all voluntarily present in the orbit, in his orbit of fame and excess. And let me tell you something. I'll bet you they threatened people. I bet you they treated this woman like shit. I'll bet you if you go back to the days of the 80s with Eileen Ford and you look at what those supermodels went through.
Nikki, what the attorney says is not evidence. Remember, it's not evidence. Yeah, you're right. You forgot the not part. Okay.
Especially those women who came from foreign countries, who didn't know any better, who were made to do cocaine and coffee and couldn't eat. And oh my God, do you really want to go through all this? I'll bet you if you looked at the gymnastics group, remember Bela Karolyi and those folks? I'm not saying they're into trafficking, but if you looked carefully at what they went through, you sure as hell would think they were, if you believe that what Diddy went through was trafficking. This was a party house. This was, Hugh Hefner. It's not a racketeering ring. And then when you look at the whole notion of sex trafficking, remember what we're talking about: force, fraud, or coercion. Force, fraud, or coercion, not inconvenience, not threat. They could have walked out any time they wanted. They never called the police. Nobody called the police. Nobody ever. I don't know about you, but if I'm a part of this thing, I'm going to get out. I'm going to say, hey, listen, you better get over there because they're holding all these women. Nobody. You got to attack the consent and intent part of it. The best argument is that these were adult relationships. They were messy. They were toxic. They were disgusting. They were horrible. Again, perfect maybe for state court, perfect for lawsuits, but they could have left any time. He might have been manipulative. But it's not trafficking. Again, what I'm saying is, it's not that I like this guy. Then there's the agency and participation aspect of it. These are criminal. These are legal aspects. The alleged victims remain in relationships, and they took money, they accepted gifts, they traveled by choice. There was no commercial sex arrangement, no forced or brokered commercial sex contract. It was intimate. It wasn't transactional in a legal sense. And they can undermine the force, fraud, the coercion element of it. You got to ask yourself: did the alleged victim ever call the police? Were there threats or just power imbalances? I mean, threats. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to send you back to your family. Did the prosecution prove intent to exploit? You could argue there was seduction, but there wasn't sex trafficking. It's a different story. What about transportation for prostitution? The Mann Act violation, white slavery? Oh, look at the intent and the definition. The best argument is that no one was trafficked across state lines or for prostitution. This was a private relationship, not a pimping operation. Attack the definition of prostitution. Was sex offered for money? Or was it a part of a consensual, romantic celebrity lifestyle? Do you know this is going on right now? I mean, do you know what Hollywood is? Do you know what if we extended this to other aspects? You can highlight voluntary travel. Did the victims, the putative victims, the alleged victims, did they choose to travel for parties, for events, for relationships? Were they told to perform for pay? What was it? You undermine the intent of this. The prosecution's had to prove, and the jury's got to believe, that Combs intended to have someone cross state lines for illegal sex work. Prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. Prove it. It's tough. I mean, especially in the celebrity context of it. The argument would be that she traveled for love and fame and whatever it is, not for sale. And if you weaponize the spectacle, the defense can argue that this entire prosecution is political. It's about feeding the media machine. It's about the government turning a sordid individual private relationship or gossip column into a federal indictment. Don't let the sex circus part undermine somebody's freedom. Go after the witnesses. Go after the money motive, the publicity, the lawsuits. You could highlight selective prosecution. Why now? Why after several suits? How do you think Cassie or whatever her name is, you think she hasn't been made whole by this? Come on. You would putting him in prison? Again, he's a dirtbag. The feds are turning Hollywood excess into organized crime. That's not justice. That's overkill. And the closing message had to have been this. I hope it was. I wasn't there. You may hate the parties. You may hate the drugs. You may hate the fame. You may hate him and hate everybody about him. But that's not your job. Your job is to decide whether the government proved its case beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, beyond the moral certainty. And on that, ladies and gentlemen, they failed. They failed. They failed. And if you're really one of these, MAGA types, or if you're one of these, constitutional types, you better think and you better agree once and for all, that if this Constitution, if this thing means anything, this stupid son of a bitch that everybody hates, and I hate him too. I know I can't stand him. But that this guy, Diddy, he's not guilty. He's not guilty of this. The same way he wouldn't be guilty of murder without proving a death, or arson without proving anything was burned. You got what I'm saying? Good. I'd appreciate it if you like this video. We need your likes. Likes put us on the map.
Y'all heard him, right? Did y'all hear what he just said, guys? Did you guys hear what he just said? Did y'all hear? Did y'all understand? Did you comprehend what he just said? And I've been hearing a lot of people. I even heard folks giving their I'm talking about a sound neutral minded individual, not those who wants the man in jail for the rest of his life. Yeah, I do too, Crystal. He's pretty good. Yep. Waffles Biscuit. You're new in this channel, huh? Never seen you before. Who's Brittany? Who's free? Who's Brittany? Free Brittany. Who's that? Hastings. Who's Brittany? You said free. I know who Wendy is, but who's Brittany? Britney Spears? Oh, okay. What's going on with her? She in jail? You said free Britney. What happened with her? I haven't heard about her in years. It's really good to see individual of finding Lionel Roulard. I've been listening to him for a while. I've been listening to him for a while, Elijah. I just don't normally play his stuff here. She's abducted? For real, Amber? I gotta read up on that. I didn't know that. Wow. I didn't know that. For real. All right, I'm gonna drop the link. Maybe you guys want to talk for a minute. I don't plan on staying on long, but I just want to talk for a minute. Yeah, I don't know. The Me Too movement needs some paragraph around it. It's loose and create opportunists and take away from real victims. Crystal, I agree with you on that one. I agree with you. I agree with you that they're very selective, very much opportunists. And they don't even have anything out there for to help real victims. They don't even have some sort of program to help them. I am doing fine. I am up late because I was up with my family doing family stuff. Hey Dom, what's going on, dude? How are you? How are you, Dom? What's going on, my dear? I'm good. I'm good. I guess I got mostly the California West Side folks. West Side? Miss you too. I got the West Side folks. Well, y'all, it's the end. I can't believe it. I stayed for the whole trial, y'all. I stayed here for I did more than 7 weeks. Wow. Corey, have to stop watching Main Street News to them. Diddy has no chance. But we know that's a lie. A month long trial. It's more than a month. It's over a month. I'm glad I got to see you again. Me too, Khadijah. It was beautiful seeing you again. Um, it was, man, and I'm ready to go home, y'all. I am so ready to go home. I go home on the 12th, but I'm so ready. I miss Dallas. I miss Kobe. I miss Georgia. I miss home. I think the only thing they'll convict if they do is the prostitution. They're gonna got time served on that. But you know what? You know, Dom, I agree with you. There is absolutely no RICO. They really did stretch it out. They stretched it out so much they made people so scared. You know, like I did you listen to my live earlier, Dom, when I talked about how they have it where distribution, even if you pass a joint to somebody, you can be put in a RICO. You said you've been arguing with Diddy haters and they worship Comey. It's like a cult. Yeah, Sylvia, did you hear the latest news on the internet about the juror that was out sick told his wife about the case and she told her friends about it? No, I didn't know about that. Nikki! What's up? Nikki, I'll be up there with you soon, right?
Yeah. Can you
Can
hear
you
me,
hear? Yes,
Sylvia?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. You know I don't know how to use this that good. I know, I know.
You got to turn off your
Okay.
YouTube in the background.
Okay, let me mute my TV. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to use this. Okay, I got it, I think.
Okay, you got
Okay.
it.
Yeah, I got it. Hey, I was telling you about Britney Spears because she had a few protesters out there. They had like banners and stuff. Eh,
Where?
At the courthouse down there where you at. They
For
came out there. Yeah, they came out for Britney Spears and they came out for one other person and I cannot think of who was on that I think it was Wendy Williams, but I could be wrong.
uh-huh.
But your boy did not he was actually live when they were out there, and your girl, what's her name, Candy Kane,
Mhm.
she harassed them people and made them leave.
Lord have mercy.
It was just two people. It was a male and a female. And they weren't bothering anybody. She told them this is not the time or place for Britney Spears. This is about Diddy. So you can go on about your business.
Oh my Lord.
Yes. And they were and the female was kind of like going toe to toe with her, but the guy, he was like, okay, she's scaring me. I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna leave, because she was like threatening them. But the not he was already live when all this was going on. So so it is on one of his lives that he did.
Okay. I
Yeah.
thought he was going home. He said he was leaving. He's staying till Monday.
Oh, I don't know, because this happened yesterday.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, this happened yesterday. I can't even remember what time of the day it was, but pretty much a lot of people were must have been in a courthouse at this time, because it wasn't that many people out on the court side. So
Mhm.
this all went down on the court side, not the side where the mainstream media is.
Okay.
Yeah, but she was going in on them. I mean, just going in. Hmm. Yeah,
Wow. Oh, candy, candy, candy. Lord have mercy.
I know. She be off the hook. Mm,
Mm-mm-mm.
yeah. So you ready to come to the D? You ready to come to 313?
Yes, I'm ready. I'm ready. That's October, right? October 6th.
Uh-huh. I
I
was
got
going.
so many trials to go to now.
I know you be getting it in. I was
But I
going.
tell you one thing. I'll tell you one thing. If I hear a whole bunch of bloggers going to a case, I'm not going.
Mm-hmm.
You know why?
Why?
Because YouTube have a thing with the algorithm. The big bloggers got, was getting all the views and everything. I didn't get anything. So I said, you know what, I'm not doing this. When big bloggers go someplace, I'm gonna turn the other way.
But I saw some of your views and they was high. Like you, like probably when you get out there, it's probably low. But like sometimes I don't catch your stuff, and I might catch it the next day, and I say, "Oh wow, she had a like." You was like 20. I saw you had some high numbers. It
Look,
wasn't no
I
sin.
had, let me tell you, I had the high numbers, right? But
Mm-hmm.
the money that they giving it to the bigger bloggers, because my
Oh
per rate was only 65 cents per thousand.
wow.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna show you.
Okay.
I would not lie to y'all about it. So I say from now on, I will never go out with a whole bunch of bloggers. I'm gonna stay
Wow.
my butt home. I ain't gonna deal with it because it's not fair how YouTube do this thing, because it's not cool at all.
Wow.
Not
You
cool.
know, I'm learning a lot. I got my channel. It's really ready. The only thing I don't have is my watermark at this point, but it's really ready. So I want to cover this trial that's here. Well, it's going to take place here, but the prelim was all week, and it was about a neurosurgeon that was from a local hospital here that was murdered. He was in a like, well, I guess he paid for sex with a lover, and he killed him. And so anyway, his prelim was this past week, but they didn't let any cameras in there. They even distorted the voices.
Wow.
Yeah, and
Let me show y'all this one. Hold on. Let me show y'all this thing. Let me show you how dirty YouTube is. Let me show you
mhm.
how dirty they are. Let me show y'all this. Okay, you see
Oh,
this video right here? I
it
had
went
over.
back. It went back on.
You
Mm.
see it? You see it?
I had to. Let me see. Oh, wait a minute. I need to not pause it. Okay. Hmm.
Okay, y'all look at this. Let me show y'all. This is it right here, right? And you see, I had 22,000 views, right? 22,000 views, right? Y'all see that, right? And guess what? How much money it is? Can
Um,
everybody guess?
$100.
I wish it was $100. Look how much it is. $6.07.
Wow.
You
You
see how
discourage. You
you see how
discouraging
dirty
me.
they are on that one? That's because the other people are getting higher rates.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you telling the truth. You keeping it 100. You and Sean G, y'all keep it 100. And them other, that's be some bunch of lies. I can't even listen to that
But
kind of crap.
they have an agenda. They're not letting and let me show you what I did when I was doing YSL by myself. Hold on, let me just show y'all something.
Okay.
Let me show y'all. I would not lie to y'all. Hold on. When I was doing YSL by myself, I'm gonna show you my little YSL. Hold on. Let's see. Let me stop this for a second. Let me go get my YSL clip. On one video YSL, I made $500. See the difference? I made $6.07 off of this. And YSL, when I was doing it by myself, I was making my killing. That's why I'm gonna do stuff by myself. I'm not going with the other content creators. Wherever they go, I'm not going. I'm gonna be by myself.
Mm-hmm. I wonder how many people plan to show up, because it's still a madhouse down here. Well, it's actually not us in Detroit, but it's other people that's in other states. They just won't let this case.
You just went out. You went out. Did she disappear on us? You went out.
Sylvia,
Yeah, you keep going out.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, my phone goes black and then it kicks me out. But yeah, they won't let this case just let it do what it need to do at trial. You know what I'm saying? They keep trying to go off the prelim stuff, and it's
Yeah.
kind of not making sense to people, and they trying to make sense of something that's not gonna make sense, until you hear the evidence at trial.
Hmm.
So they won't let it die, and it's like,
Yeah, I surely was eating Dom when I was doing YSL. YSL was my thing. Man, I made a killing off of YSL because I was the one in the courtroom. Here, please.
you could have covered that cash out trial.
This was a waste of my time.
Wow. I wish you could have covered that cash out because
Oh,
after the
I'm going
first.
back. It's not finished. It's not finished. I'm going home to cover the rest of it because I talked to the attorney that's covering it. They said it's
Uh-huh.
still going to be there for a while. So I'm getting ready to put in my Rule 22 and I'm going to go and do a cash out by
Cool.
myself. So
I'm
I
so
am.
glad you going because they did that dirty. They claim, well, what I heard was that the first day we could see the trial, right? And then we couldn't see it no more. They claimed that the jury panned, the media panned the jury. I mean, it happened in so many trials. I mean, by era. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they still the camera guy is still in there. It's
Mm-hmm.
just that they can't do live streaming no more. So when I get there, when I go every day, I'll bring the video and then I'll play it in the evening after I get from court.
Oh, good, good, good. That'll be so good. I was devastated because I wanted to watch that trial.
Oh yeah, well they getting it. Mango, Martin Mango and all those people are getting those views. They're getting it. That's why somebody like me not
Mm-hmm.
getting anything. They throw
Mm,
little pennies to me, and so I said from now on, if I see big bloggers going to a trial, I will not be going.
mm,
Who's Martin Mango? Martin Mango is that Asian group of women
I never heard of them.
have 5 point something million followers.
Wow.
Yeah,
Mm,
well, I'll be going back for cash out for you guys. I will definitely go back for a cash out. I will be there for y'all.
okay. That sounds like a plan.
Yeah, I will stick with trials that where all these people are not going to, because I will not cover stuff like this again. Nope. If I hear a whole bunch of YouTubers going or content creators, I'm not going, y'all. I'm not.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How was it when you didn't you cover the R. Kelly trial?
Yeah, I was good at R. Kelly because they weren't out there doing it like that. Because let me tell you, I before YouTubers, what something just it just blocked one of my videos. Oh, they playing music. Um, I can't follow Tisa Live because I do not like the sensational YouTubers. I want to hear what is being told factual. Yeah, they're using to pay rates to affect the algorithm, the reward the Diddy liars, also the others follow the trend. Yep. Yeah, because they call that a RICO. They have millions of charges to charge.
Mm-mm.
I was reading the two big okay. They are they're the two that be in front of the press. Common minions follow Tisa Tell lies. Y'all,
That's funny. That's funny. I was just reading that.
I liked Tisa at first, but after 3 days, I unsubscribed. I
I
was
know. I feel
too
that person keeping
biased
it real.
and use her feelings rather than the facts. I can't get down with that. She's
Mm-hmm.
good at what she do. Yeah, she's good. She's very good.
Mm-hmm.
She's good at what she do now. She's very entertaining. She's a pretty girl. She's I mean pretty young lady. I'm not gonna say girl because I hate when people call me girl. She has now 600,000, so that tells a lot. I love her.
Okay then.
She's good at telling lies, Latanya says.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
I'm with
just
Latanya.
she can't articulate. Lord, how many y'all just so mean. Y'all stop being mean to people.
Sometimes it's the truth though, Sylvia.
I know, but I don't want to be the one to, because I don't like, I don't like.
Well, I know you probably don't want it on your platform. I understand.
Yeah, I don't like talking bad about people. I really don't.
What talking is it talking bad or is it talking truth?
I'm reading the
The truth
I'm
hurts.
reading.
Like Latanya said,
It's
the truth
true.
hurts. I'm with Latanya.
I agree. She reads super chats too much. Oh my God, y'all too much. I wish I could read super chat too much. Hint, hint.
Trial looking at I've been watching yours and I watch Sean G's because I think y'all keep it
Oh,
100.
I love Sean J. Oh, did you
Yes.
do you watch Jay? Jay is the bomb.
Yeah, Jay Conversations. Yeah,
Yes.
yes. I like him too. I
Oh,
watch
I
him.
love him
Uh-huh.
because he is so smart, y'all.
Uh-huh.
Mom, he
Uh-huh.
kind of remind me of you. He is so smart. Hold on, let me see if I could go bring up his video. He did one yesterday with Sean G, and it was so good. But you see how they try to put Sean G out there, trying to kick him out the courtroom.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, what's name got a permanent spot, and she didn't even have to go get a
I heard that was cheated to get though. I heard that you know, it didn't take much to get that spot. That's mm.
yes, yeah. She got paid. Look, I ain't gonna hate on her having favor. She got favor, y'all.
Is that favor really?
Y'all so
Sylvia,
mean.
Sylvia, you a little bit too you
So mean.
Sylvia, no, you a little bit too humble in that area. Sorry, not sorry.
Y'all, y'all so
Mm-mm.
mean. Look, they already called me messy. They call me messy. And yeah, I'm gonna tell y'all what happened. These people call me messy because okay, I'm gonna tell y'all the whole story. Yeah, I know what's the name told it on his live, but I'm gonna tell y'all on my live what happened. Now they give me a title of messy. I'm like, okay, I'll be messy.
How they giving you a title of messy? People don't even know what messy is.
Because okay, what happened is the young lady from TMZ came to me and she asked me, she says the guy did not get banned from the court. Now she came to me and asked me that. Now, why she didn't go to Denard and ask Denard about whether or not he's banned? You asking the person that don't know anything about whether or not Denard's got banned, right? She
Mm-hmm.
asked me, did he get banned, right? And told her I don't know. So when I saw Denard, I asked Denard, I said, Denard, did you get banned? And then so Denard said, who said that? Who asked you? Who said that? I said, well, the lady from TMZ said you got banned. She was asking me if you got banned. So then when he got upset and went over to her, and that's when he tried to he was going cussing her out and all this kind of stuff. So now
Mm-hmm.
they're calling me messy because I asked Denard whether or not he got banned. Was that messy, y'all? Was that messy, Nikki?
I don't think you meant it in a messy way, but I could see why it would be.
But why is it messy? Okay, it's messy for her to come and ask me because I don't know nothing about it. She breaking up, y'all.
To know about him, ask him. Don't ask me about somebody else.
Exactly. So how am I messy when you asking me something? I'm gonna ask the man that you ask.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
I don't sleep with Denai. I don't live in the same house as Denai. So why would you come and ask me?
Right.
Right,
Right.
y'all? I mean,
Right.
it's not me. It's not
Mm-hmm.
you go ask the man. Why would you come and ask somebody that you
Yeah.
don't see me hanging with Denai? You don't see me with him. You don't see me with him at all. So why would you come to me and ask, hey, did Denai get banned? I heard he got banned. No, he's the wrong one to ask questions like that. Elijah, Elijah. So it's unplugged fridge.
But you know what? It is sad that drama sells. Like the world is so fake to me. I just can't. I can't with it. It's just, you know, like you say, your numbers be low because a lot of people can tell lies and their numbers go high because people like to hear lies and drama.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
don't. Tell me the truth. I want to know the truth.
They sure do like that drama.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, at least you got time to spend with your family, though.
Yeah, that's what I loved about the whole thing. Yeah, I was able to hang out with my sister. Now it's like she don't want me to leave. I tell her I'm leaving. I am not staying here. I am taking my butt home. My child miss me. My grandpup miss me. Uh-uh.
You've been gone for a long time. You
Almost
home?
2 months.
Homesick? Yeah, I would be
Yes.
homesick too.
I miss
Ain't
my bed. I miss my car. I miss my neighborhood. I miss my people out there. And my church. I haven't been to church in weeks. My
mm-hmm,
pastor sent me a message the other day saying, Miss Sylvia, how are you doing? We miss you. I'm like, I gotta get home.
mm-hmm.
Now, anytime Woody calling me and say, hey, I had you in church, you know that's a problem, right, y'all?
Right. And you know he gonna call you out too.
Yeah, he called me out. He talking about, oh my God, Miss Sylvia, you haven't been to church. He said, you have not been in church. So you know that's messed up. Woody gonna call me and ask me where I'm at. Why I ain't come to church.
Yeah, but I can't wait till you come here and yeah.
Well, you tell me if a thousand content creators coming up there. If they are, I'm not coming.
You know what? Them people not coming. They just talking.
I'm not coming. I'm telling you, I'm staying away. If I hear bloggers coming, big bloggers, I'm going the other way, the opposite way.
I
And
highly
Mr.
doubt.
Still told me there's a lot of cases he's doing anyway, so he's going to give me the 411 on the next case he's doing, and I'm gonna be right there with Mr. Steele.
I know
I,
that's right.
I am not going. I'm telling you, Nikki.
Hmm.
If those folks come to where you are, I am going the opposite way. I'm serious.
Don't
It's
leave me hanging, Miss Sylvia. Don't leave me hanging.
No, I'll just have you as my eyes and ears. I will not come up there. Mm-mm. Nope, nope.
I need you as my eyes and ears. I got my neighbor, but she not gonna be able to stay for the whole day because she has an obligation be picking up her grandkids from school at that time. So
Y'all, I am not going. I'm serious. Tell Nikki she's gonna have to stay by herself over there. If all those bloggers, I learned my lesson. I will not. I repeat, I will not go nowhere anywhere with these big bloggers.
they not coming up here because this is not celebrity status.
Oh,
Everybody down there for celebrity status. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, but that's how it's gonna be probably for Little Dirk, because he's gonna be there too, I
Oh,
believe.
I will not go to Little Dirk's. I will.
Mm-hmm. Because I think
That's
he is,
California.
huh? No,
Is
I
it
thought no, I thought it was in the Southern District of New York.
Little Dirk is in Southern? I thought it was in California.
I don't know.
Isn't
I
yeah?
don't know.
Where's
I
Little
could be
Dirk?
wrong. I could be wrong, but I could have swore it was there. And I'm probably wrong, but wherever it's at, it's gonna be like ASAP Rocky. Look how people went there.
Yeah, you see, I ain't go there. You see, I did not go there. I'm not going anywhere with a whole bunch of people.
Right. I don't blame you. But I
Lil
don't
Durk
think
is in Florida. If he's in Florida, I'll go.
Lil Durk is in Florida.
Well, okay.
Oh, somebody said it's Lil Durk is in LA.
Yeah, I'm not going to LA.
Yeah, they say it's so congested down there. The traffic is crazy. Oh, you know who might cover Lil Durk if she interested? I'm not a lawyer, but because she's She lives there.
Yeah, she
She
will.
she
She'll do it.
she went to ASAP Rockies for not the whole trial, but some days. I know she showed up.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, Miss Pooh. That's what they did to me. You have to search for me now. She said I don't usually have to search for you, Sylvia. Instead, you just pop up. But see, they smothered my channel. They shadow banned me.
mm,
Shadow banned me.
wow. I don't have no problem pulling you up. It's just like right there when I.
Yeah, but you see what I made, right? For that
Mhm.
video with 25,000, I made $6.07.
Wow, that's crazy.
I said never. I thank God that I did not have to pay for housing and stuff like that. Because if I did, I would have been in a man.
Miss Sylvia, I think you
Hmm,
I forgot what I was getting ready to say. Lost my train of thought. I was reading that comment on your platform and lost my train of thought. Mm.
okay. What
Oh,
is
I was gonna say you probably should start putting your cash app up there, and
let me see. I thought I do put my cash app. That's
I
under
don't
my
I
face. So
I don't see it like on a banner, like or however you could put it down there
the cash. Let me see.
and keep it down there because that's ridiculous. YouTube paying you $6 and some change. That's
I
craziness.
was so angry. Y'all just don't know. I've just been like
That's a
dog out.
that's a hurtful feeling.
And these people getting numbers and numbers and they were making all that money. I was like, I'm not hating on nobody because what's for them is for them. But I
Right.
was like, what is up with this?
Mhm.
And then the thing is, I was there before everybody. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? They all
Hmm.
came afterwards. I've been there from before trial actually started, but they came, they blew it out. I was like, okay.
Right. Because drama and lies and fakeness wins on the internet. I mean, that's the way the world is right now.
Yeah. My prediction is a hung jury or not guilty. That's my prediction.
Yeah, me too.
A hung jury, not guilty,
Hmm.
or not guilty.
Right. Oh my
Kayla, I just stopped like reporting because it became too much of a burden for me, and I got kind of discouraged, and that's why I was like, you know what, I'm not going through all of this. Even when I was doing the transcript reading, and God bless my people who was willing to do it. What is shadow ban? Shadow ban is when YouTube does not push your stuff out. They keep you covered and not push your things out.
Somebody asking you a question. Is Cassie a victim?
She's a victim of domestic violence.
Exactly. Absolutely. No question about that one.
The math is definitely not mathing, Blue. Definitely not mathing. These people just dogging me out. I'm talking about YouTube. I just like crazy.
Yeah, YouTube ain't right, but that's what sells now in the world. The world is just gone fake. It's just what it is, unfortunately.
Yeah. How can we fix it? I don't even know, Amber. I really don't know how to fix it. Did he got at least four before Mark closing argument? Donut, the Knot lost his YouTube channel with 50. Yep.
Hmm.
They took his 8,000. Yep. They sure did.
That ain't right. I hope he can sue them in some type of way. Get compensated for that because that's terrible.
There's a lot of stuff going on with that.
Mm-mm-mm.
Dom, that's because he was going after the chosen one. He was
Right.
after the
Yep.
chosen one.
Yep.
Anybody that
Mhm.
went after the chosen one got in trouble. Look at Sean G's thing. Hold on, let me show y'all something with Sean G. In the transcript. Hold on a second, because I sent it to him today.
And they accused Sean G of something he didn't even do.
Okay, I'm gonna read this to y'all. Hold on. Hold on, I'm gonna show y'all something on Sean G's thing. Hold on. Okay, look, this is what happened. You guys, y'all see this? Okay. Miss Johnson got up. She says, sorry. Can y'all see this? Can y'all see that?
Mm-mm.
Can y'all see? Hold on. Let me make it bigger. Let me get out the way. So can y'all see it?
I
Can
don't.
y'all see this?
Oh yeah, I can see it,
Can
but
y'all see that?
I can't see what it says, but I can see that you have something up there.
Hold on. Let me make it bigger. Hold on. Hold on. Let me make it bigger so you guys can see it. Can y'all see it now? Can y'all read it now?
Yes. Yeah. It's bigger now.
Can y'all see? Can y'all see? Can y'all see?
Yeah, it's bigger now.
All right. It says, this is Miss Johnson. This is a transcript. It says, sorry, Your Honor. One additional issue we just want to put on the court's radar. The government has become aware of an individual who has broken the court's pseudonym order with respect to Mia. That individual was present in the courtroom yesterday, and the government saw that the individual outside the courtroom at the end of court day, broadcasting her name in the public square right outside the courthouse. We don't see the individual here today, but if we do, we plan to alert the CSO and the court and would ask that she would be excluded. He says she. You see how I put she, right?
Yeah.
Excluded, right? But then listen, they changed it around. The judge asked, in terms of the individual, I take that you don't have a name. You just have seen there's was an observation of this person. And Miss Johnson said, right. We do not have his, she's changed it to his, right? His name. We have his YouTube channel in which he says Mia's true name, and we saw that the same individual is in the courtroom yesterday.
Right.
We saw him on the Foley Square. The only person that goes to the Foley Square, y'all, is
Yeah.
Sean G. After court had let out for the day yesterday, appearing to be broadcasting and stating her true name into his phone. So if we see that individual again today, either in this courtroom or in the courthouse, we would alert the court and the CSO. You see that? You see
Yep.
that?
Yep. And he went live on his page, and that's when he called her out. Like I never said her name. That person said her name.
And you see how they got hush hush after that, right?
Yep.
Say nothing else after that once he
Mhm.
called her out.
Yep.
You
Yep.
see, you see how dirty they are, y'all?
Yeah, that's real dirty. And he had never said nothing about no content creators. But when they came for him, he went there, and I don't blame him. Stand up for yourself. Mm-mm.
But y'all see that person, and I went to the person and I said, you said the person's name, and I said, go to my stamp mark at 4 minutes and 28 seconds. And she was denying. She says, no, I didn't say it. And I said, yes, you did. You even called it out when you was calling the super chat. Because the person that put it in there said that gave the name, and you told everybody to go follow that super chat.
Yep. Hmm. That's
She said,
dirty.
yep,
That-
she did.
That's dirty. That's why Denot can't stand her. He be calling her out. He calling her out for the longest. But that's dirty, dog. And Sean G, he don't get caught up in no drama. He just strictly come out that courtroom and he just start reading his notes.
Exactly.
Huh?
Yep. He just do his work.
Mm-hmm. And he funny. He keep the crowd engaged, and his commentary is clean. It's just that was terrible. What happened?
Road Dog said she got my notes. Road Dog said I got my notes, and but you see, they put it in the document.
Right.
They put
Okay.
it in the document about him. But you see, there's an agenda, y'all. There's an agenda. I'm telling you. As long
Mm-hmm.
as you going against Diddy and you
Mm-hmm.
you
Yep.
a circumstance in it, you're gonna get all the opportunities and accolades and all that. I'm not for that.
Right. Exactly.
I'm
Yeah.
not for that at all.
Mm-mm. No. It's too. You know what it is, Mister? It's too many emotions and feelings in this. You know what I'm saying? With all this behind the, you know, you got to go with facts and evidence in a case. Like, you trying to send a man to prison for life? Mm.
Yeah.
I
Sean
mean,
G.
this is serious. Like, cause in all honesty, it could be either one of us. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's exempt. If the government wants you, I mean, you see how they play dirty. You know, I mean, state government, federal government, they
Yeah.
want you. They want you.
Yeah. You said people Constance Nugent said, um she's making her money, that's why people are jealous. Oh, I gave her a compliment for making her money. I'm not jealous of her at all.
People throw that word out so
I am
freely
no, no,
now.
I'm not jealous of her, but if you're gonna call what's the name out, then you need to call the person that who said it first.
Exactly.
And I
Exactly.
went to her and I told her where she just said it. I showed
Yeah,
her.
you gotta keep it real. Like,
No, I did. She said Tisa platform, keep it real.
okay. Would disagree on that.
And look, yeah, I normally don't put people names in my chat.
Right.
So guys, try not to put people name in the chat.
Wow, she making fun of his children. That is so immature. You hit below the belt when you talk about people's children. That's dirty. I can't rock with that kind of stuff. Mm-mm. Somebody said that in your chat, Miss Sylvia. You see that?
What happened? They said,
Said that she was making fun of Diddy's children.
hmm, wow, wow. Okay, concept. Please do not talk about the kids. Please do not do that. Don't talk about the kids in this chat. Don't go. I don't care what. Please do not do that. Let's not talk about his kids on this. The kids have nothing to do with.
Right. I
Okay,
thought I thought somebody said
and
that.
please don't do that.
I
Please
didn't.
don't keep the kids out of it. Please, please, please. They're dealing with enough already. Got their mom not around, and now
Right.
their father's going through this. So please keep the kids out of there. Please be respectful and keep the kids out of there. Please keep the kids out of it. I'm asking y'all.
Yeah, children have nothing to do with that.
Those children are going through enough in their lives. Enough.
Absolutely.
You're probably being shadow banned because many of the words you use in your titles are not right words to help push the agenda. DJ, you're probably right. You're probably right. I need better words, right? I need better words. Thank you, curly head Bree. I appreciate it. I don't want the children to be brought out because there's enough stuff going on.
Right. Now that's mean, Miss Sylvia. You talking about we was being mean. Now that's mean.
Yeah.
Bar.
Could we get off of the TT? Could we change our topic, please, y'all? Please change the topic because it's gonna get ugly in this chat. And first of all, they're gonna say Sylvia's messy, and I'm trying not to keep that title. I mean, that title don't bother me, but I try not to keep that title. Okay.
Yeah, but you ain't been messy throughout this whole situation. But enough is enough at some point. You know what I'm saying? Like enough is enough. You just gotta speak what's the truth.
Yeah.
Speak what's real, you know?
Yeah. And his kids are so like well mannered and
Mm-hmm.
very respectful. They're always talking to me. They're not snobby. How people with money, kids be snobby. They're not snobby at all. They're very down to earth.
I
They're
saw I saw Diddy do an interview with Breakfast Club years ago when Christian was, I guess he was maybe 12 or 13. He was very respectful on the Breakfast Club. So I can tell that they're, well mannered
They
children.
very well mannered because somebody behind me was sitting behind me when the girls walked by. They were saying how they told the girls how pretty their outfit looked, and they turned around and says, thank you so
Hmm.
much." And they very soft spoken and easygoing.
Yeah. Do you ever watch their it might be their TikTok and they do it together. I like the fact that they're twins and they really embrace being twins, you know?
Yeah,
Like they
and
like
they dress just alike. And you
Mhm.
know what I do? I like Chance the way the relationship with them and
Yeah, they look
it's
they
not seem like they just same mother same father type of sisters.
exactly
And I like the fact that he doesn't treat one kid different from the other. He has them all together.
constant. I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one. The truth is the truth, and that's what real people like the truth. So it is not everything is not a jealousy thing.
Who's jealous? Who's that? She
She
said.
said that people just jealous of that other person because of making a money. No, I'm gonna disagree on that. Don't throw jealousy in everything because jealousy don't have anything to do with everything.
Mm.
Sometimes it's just the truth and the facts about a situation.
Yeah, I think she did raise them well. They just just beautiful kids. And that's
Hmm.
one thing you could give it to them. They're beautiful. They're not brat. They don't act like brats.
Hmm.
I mean, for the 7 weeks I've been around them, especially the boys. I've been around the boys more than I've been around the girls. The boys are very, very respectful. Very.
Miss Pooh Nine, you a Detroit girl. What up though? 313.
Yeah, even though my oldest is 31, I'm giving the same energies they're giving me. Daddy is a good dad. Christian is he's very handsome. I love his eyes.
He's so cool. He too cool for cool.
He is, and he's so because I asked him on the other day because I have because people was asking me, Miss Sylvia, ask him because they'd be like, you ask it, you talk to anybody, and I said sure, I don't mind. So then when he was walking by, because he walks by my aisle, because I sit on the end, right? So and I stop him, I say, hey, Christian, is that your mom on your jacket? He says, yeah, yes, ma'am.
Um,
And so I told it, they're like, oh, okay, thank you, Miss Sylvia. The news people was like, "Thank you, Miss Sylvia," because they was
mhm,
too scared to ask him. I was like, "I ask."
mhm. Somebody saying he wants to be Diddy too much. He needs to find himself. Real talk. He might just look up to his dad.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with him trying to emulate his dad. That's his dad. That's probably his idol.
Imagine how close he had to be to his dad, since his mom wasn't, alive, because he was much older. I mean, not much older than the twins, but he was old enough to understand, because the twins were really young, wasn't they, when she passed away?
Hmm. Yeah.
I love the way Diddy has a relationship, and I love the way that he treats Quincy no
Quincy.
different. I love that. Like, I love that about that. Diddy might be uh, you know who he is with women, but as a father, I can respect him.
But you see how Quincy's been there throughout this whole time,
Absolutely.
except when his birthday came because he went to South Africa for
Oh,
his
did
birthday.
he?
Yeah.
Oh,
You see
okay.
how much I know, right? You see how much I know.
You get the full.
I
You
talked to them.
right. You got the 411.
Yeah, he went to Africa for a week for his birthday. His birthday just passed.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever saw their, I don't know if it's their TikTok they do together, but they when they go on family trips together, have you ever saw those
No,
clips?
no, I haven't
It's
seen.
so nice. They, when they go on different trips. I think one trip they went to Sedona. They went on a lot of nice family trips together.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Right. I'm looking at curly hair Bree. Yes, I'll be sure be so jealous. You ain't never lied.
oh, LJ from BK said, I'm curious on how this case will affect Diddy's music. For example, I was with family today and a Diddy song came up and there was silence in the room. Why?
Right.
I don't understand why. It wasn't no underage children or anything like that. Why? I mean, they not stopping movies that was done by Weinstein. His movies are still out there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What Dom K, you said you don't understand the LB Sure situation.
Yes, that's true, Miss Pooh. Yes, he was there. He was there a couple of times. He surely was. His dad, Kim Porter's dad, was there. Yep, yep, yep.
Yep, they still do Christmas with Diddy and the family. The dad, Kim Porter's dad.
And he still comes down to Georgia, to where she from, and do this event every year.
Somebody said cancel him like Chris Brown. Where Chris Brown canceled? Chris Brown
Not
traveling. He touring right now. He ain't canceled. Worldwide Wolf said Freak Off song would be all on all his platforms next week. Why did Diddy adopt Quincy? Oh, okay.
I don't know.
I don't know, but well, Kim Porter, his mama was deceased, so I can see why he would.
Quincy is his stepson. If you didn't know, it would be able to tell because did he treat him and raised him like his own? Yep, yep,
Mhm,
yep, yep, yep.
mhm. Yeah, because that's Quincy is Kim Porter's first child.
Yep. And all the kids, they act just like full brothers and sisters. They don't act like, oh, this is half my half sister or my half brother. No, they all like hang out together like full brothers and sisters. You know what I mean? They're
Hmm.
raised in the same household.
Yeah, even a baby Love when the twins went to prom.
Mhm.
What was that, last month?
Mhm.
Baby Love was in the pictures, and she was. I mean, they're just a close knit. I love that about them. I don't think it's a show. I think it is actually factually.
Oh, he adopted him before Kim passed? Okay, thank you for that information.
I
Yeah,
never,
I
I, ne-
love it. Huh?
I never knew he adopted Quincy. I never knew that, but it makes sense. Oh, right. LB sure was right, a deadbeat. I remember when this trial first started, LB sure had went on a news station. I can't remember the news station, but it was a male and a female, and he started off trying to talk about, they shut him down. They said, where your proof at? They did not play. I was very impressed by that news outlet. I don't remember what news outlet it was though.
Oh, thank you, Miss Pooh, for the cash app. Thank you.
See, Miss Sylvia, that's why I say keep your cash up up.
That is so sweet. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Just cause YouTube trying to got you twisted.
Yeah, I was so angry, y'all. This month that's coming is less money than I was made last month when I was not doing Diddy Shop. Can y'all believe?
Wow.
Shh, man. Look, I will show y'all. I ain't got no shame to my game. I'll show y'all how much this thing say I'm gonna make. I ain't gonna lie to y'all.
Mm-hmm.
And people say, "Oh, they making money off of Diddy." No, not Sylvia. Other people making it. Sylvia ain't making it. Sylvia ain't got nothing going on.
Hmm.
Sylvia ain't got nothing going on with this Diddy thing. Not a thing.
Well, hopefully, Diddy will be acquitted, and he could spend the 4th of July with his family.
That would be nice, right?
Yes. Yeah, because what he being accused of, I mean, we all saw the video. I mean, there's no getting around it, but that's not what he being charged with.
But she got paid for it. So I mean,
Absolutely.
I'm not trying to be funny, but how many times this man got to pay for this action?
Right.
Dead.
Exactly.
She's not dead.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know how true of this is, but it was supposedly a statement that she supposed made on her IG or somewhere, her TikTok or something, saying that this is not a criminal case. It was a domestic violence or something. I don't know if
She did say it. It was when it first happened. She
Oh,
went on
that was.
the
Oh,
channel
okay.
long time ago.
Mm. I just believe that they were under impression that they just gonna get this civil lawsuit, but not knowing that it was gonna send him through the criminal side too.
Yeah, and it did. It sent him straight to the criminal side.
Hmm. And I don't care what nobody say. I think they all collaborated together in some way, shape, or form to get their stories to try and corroborate each other's story.
Let the church say amen. Amen, amen,
Indeed.
amen.
Somebody said Road Dog is a troll. Why they saying he a troll?
Mm-mm.
I believe you worldwide, Wolf. I believe that Cassie Newman put her. I believe that. I believe that.
Mm. I'm trying to open up my thing so you guys can see my wonderful earnings I'm about to make. Okay, y'all. This is it. This is it. I'm gonna show y'all my wonderful earnings that I'm gonna make since I've been here doing the Diddy's thing. Because somebody came on my chat talking about, oh, these people eating off of Diddy. I was like, I'm not. No, I'm not the one eating off of Diddy. Hold on, let me show y'all.
And even if you was, you down there working, you be down there for 8 hours. That's like a job.
Yeah. Look at this. Last month I made $1,079.59, right? So this month is going to be $832.97. This is Diddy's thing right here. See? Total is going to be $877.39. So, all those that be trying to call me out say, oh, she making so much money off of Diddy. Yeah, it ain't me. I ain't making money off of Diddy, y'all. I ain't
Miss
making
Miss Pooh 9, that's the same thing I said. She says, does Cassie's husband look like he is on rugs too? Yes, I said that from day one.
Yeah. Somebody said bag is a bag. No, Zingo, I was just saying because folks are saying, oh, I'm eating off of Diddy. I ain't eating off of Diddy.
Well, we know who eating off of him though.
I am not eating off of Diddy.
And we know somebody else who been eating on. And once this trial is over, they ain't gonna have no platform either. And I ain't talking about that one that everybody keep talking about. I'm talking about this is a male.
But yeah, at least I'm still doing it because they took the not stuff off. They took his whole channel.
Yeah.
They took his whole channel.
Somebody said he ate off his artist. Oh, okay. Right. Road dog. I say the same thing. It's been a plot from the beginning.
Michelle says we call us fans. She says y'all some weird people. All y'all listening to yourself if you're there for the evidence and not for Diddy because you need to stand behind a black man. You will see he committed crime. I don't understand this.
Right. That's kind of contradictory.
I'm confused.
Right.
You just lost me there.
A lot of stuff that people hear is rumors though. You ain't got no facts.
Listen. What? No, you said he's committed crimes, but
That's
getting away with them.
that's what
Why?
I was talking.
Here's a question: why didn't the government bring those crimes as part of this case? Because if you said
Exactly.
he committed murder, murder is no statute of limitation of murder. So if the government didn't bring the murder part in it, that means it didn't happen. There's no evidence of it happening.
Right. A lot of speculation, a lot of assuming, a lot of rumors. That's all. I hope Diddy sue Jaguar, Cray Cray, and LB sure nothing for them lies they've been telling. I'm on it with you, Crystal, and that other person, that dude. Y'all know who I'm talking about. I don't want to put his name on Sylvia chat because I'm gonna respect it. But y'all know who I'm talking about. Him, he been lying on Diddy for years. I mean, some of what he's saying, I think is some truth to it, but a lot of it is just making it.
Go down. Hey, Dom.
Somebody asked to come up on the chat. Oh,
I just put it up in there. Zingo is right. You have to be able to prove it. If you're saying he did certain things, you have to prove that he did it. Was Comey mad? She was upset. Comey was upset. She lost her cool.
that ain't no good look.
She did lose her cool now.
We saw that happen in the YSL trial, Miss Sylvia, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
And they got drugged. They made that person out to be what was the guy's name in that trial? Ronnie, that represented himself. What was his last name, Sylvia?
Which
The,
one?
the guy that
Talking about the light
took the
skinned dude.
lives of his children, and
Oh,
he
I'm talking about that fool. Yeah,
what's his last name? His first name was Ronnie.
I can't remember his last name.
Yeah, they was dragging her. They said, "Hey, good morning, Ronnie."
They said,
Yeah,
what's dude fee for each interview dude doing? Who's doing?
Oh, you talking
Michelle.
about
Michelle, what crimes has he been getting away with? That's what I want to know.
right.
All of this stuff they've been saying is speculation, so they don't have any actual thing that he
And this
has.
is what people aren't realizing, Sylvia, is that people keep saying that, oh, this Justin Bieber stuff, or he was harming minors and this, that, and the other. Do y'all not know that that would be the forefront of the trial if there was
Right.
any type of minors involved? Not just Justin Bieber. I'm saying any type of kids. That
Mm-hmm.
would have been the forefront of the trial. That would have been bigger than the Cassie stuff because it's
Right.
minors.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So again, like you guys were just saying, it's all speculation. You could say he might have had something to do with Tupac or Biggie or this. Until they prove that in the court of law, it's not fair to put that on somebody. It's
Well,
not.
even if they
And
had the feeling he did, they would have indicted him. We would have
well,
been
they would
like,
have died him exactly. But not only that, you got people going around like not to say this or that, but like people like Gene Deal who have personal issues with Diddy, so they're gonna stir up the stuff by making up more stuff.
Right.
You see
That's
what I'm
who I was
saying?
talking about.
So they could be putting 20 on 10, and he has people that support him, that dislike Diddy or for whatever reason. So they're gonna be like, yeah, they're gonna believe what he's saying, and it could be completely untrue.
Right.
And so my point being is that it's not fair to put, even like when you call somebody a rat, until you see paperwork on it. That's not fair to put that on somebody. And I've never been, I'm not a super fan of Diddy and all this and that. But what I'm not gonna do is try to put somebody in jail for the rest of their life
Right.
for all willing participants, all adults. And it wasn't
Exactly.
like was multiple victims. It was him and his lady, and he liked to watch his lady, have intercourse. That's his thing. That's not my thing, but hey, that's what he likes, and they all agreed to it. The entertainers got paid. Some did, some didn't, whatever. But
but
they're
then
all
that's
willing. They
also there
all
was,
grown.
and Dom, there was a contract done between them about it too. So it
Exactly.
was an agreement.
Exactly.
Right.
So to me, I'm sorry, there's no victims. And in that particular moment on the video, yes, Cassie was a victim in that moment. Domestic violence.
Absolutely.
Has there been domestic violence? That probably wasn't the only time. I agree with that. So Diddy, yes,
But
he's
she
a
got
woman
paid for it
abuser.
too. She got
But she
paid
did, she
for it.
did, she did. But my point being is that I personally feel that if you see how she was talking, threatening to kill people on the phone, all that, she was with the
Shenanigans.
SHIT too. Okay, she wasn't no
Yeah.
church girl and all this. She was with it. I don't care what nobody says. She was with it, and you could tell just the way she was talking. No girl who's a church girl and someone who you want to marry is willing to go F on 10 other dudes.
Yeah.
And then do
Come
it
on
while your
now.
dude is behind, and still cheat on your dude too.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
And then you cheat on him with Kid Cudi, who he puts you in the studio with, and then he hires you a trainer. You cheat on him with the trainer he hired. So it's like you just
And
can't get
doesn't
enough. You just
enjoy
love
the
sex. I mean, damn. Hey, it is what it is. Call a
That's pretty
spade a spade.
prolific.
So to me, I can't put somebody in jail for 30 years for that. I can't put somebody in jail for 20 years for that.
I know that's
I
right.
can't put somebody in jail for 15 years for that. I can't even really 10. That's a stretch right there. The only thing I can see them actually finding guilty on is the prostitution, and I think that judge, he seems pretty fair. I think he would give him probably 5 years,
Yeah.
and then that would or time served.
Hey,
And
well,
then
Riri.
on the other charges,
Hi,
I
Miss
think it's
Sylvia.
either going to be a hung jury or not guilty. But go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Riri.
First of all, hi, Miss Sylvia. How you doing?
Okay.
Yeah, I love your platform, so I always got to, say show love. I don't know what the other woman's name is. But I just want to say hello to you too.
That's Nikki
That's Nikki.
Hello.
How you doing, Nikki? Good evening. How you
Okay.
doing? All
and
right.
Dom.
And my brother Dom, yes, good, very good points, my brother. I definitely agree with your points. Very good points, my brother. I just look at the overarching case and see that you can know this was a targeted case because of the fact of when the case was prosecuted, if you're really going after a whole network, you get the whole network, right? If we're talking about, let's say, cartel or let's say BMF or whatever, you're going for the whole network. You get everybody, you lock up everybody, and then you see who's going to snitch and whatever the case may be. They came for Diddy. They didn't go and lock up the owner of the escort company. They didn't lock up all the escorts
Right.
literally he wouldn't have he doesn't know where these escorts are coming from. They're coming from across state lines. They could literally be in state lines, but the company is the people who sending them. They didn't get caught. They didn't get charged. The security, if you're saying that someone's being held against their will, then there's many security teams, professional security teams that was hired by Diddy for multiple years, and none of them were ever charged as a company for ever engaging in this activity. So if he's running a corporate enterprise, an ongoing racketeering enterprise, and this is all for his, all these crimes were for his volition of his this is what the prosecution is saying, right? It's because this is all for his pleasure. Everything was done in all his companies for his pleasure. Then all these different people and different various people that was paid to make sure that he was able to do these freak offs or f offs, whatever you want to call it. They should be indicted too. So the
Mm-hmm.
mere fact that he's the only person on
What,
there,
hold on. What about the pharmacists that sold the drugs with a fake name? What about them? Like
very much so. Isn't that what NBA YoungBoy got locked up for?
yeah, yeah.
So we're picking and choosing what we want to sit there and prosecute and who we want to prosecute. But the one person that we know is being prosecuted is literally being defamed, literally for a reason. The things that came out in the trial were salacious. Certain things came out in the trial. Certain things didn't come out because it was to prove a factual case to sit there and say, well, this is the line of crimes that was happening. Because there is no lines of crime that's happening. You cannot have crimes within relationships because if I give you a $10,000 apartment to live in, that means you have a key you can open the door and close the door. If you can leave at any given time, you didn't want to leave a lifestyle doesn't prove that you were in prison. It proves that you are greedy. Because
Right.
because guess what? No one's above working for a job. What's stopping any of these women from going getting a 9 to 5? Every single person
Exactly.
on this panel has got a 9 to 5 at one point in their life, right? So why they're so special that they they had to stay in this lifestyle because $10,000 a month is what they needed to make sure that they were living. Wow,
Mm-mm.
mind you, they all have good homes. Her family has a good home in Long Island that she went to, right? Wait, she took Kid Cudi to for Christmas, right? Very good home, right? Come from a very good family, right? When she was first introduced into to the music industry was by Ryan Leslie, and he met her dancing on a table at 19 in a club.
Right. Right.
So we have to we put things in context, then you start seeing a different picture of that. You can't be a victim for years and years and years if you're willingly participating in it, getting jealous about other people being in it. This is something that is based upon greed and regret. I hate to say it, but certain women out there have made choices in their life, men as well, that you can't
True.
take back. And when they
True.
get older, you want to change the image. A lot of people go to church, you know what I'm saying, try to forget, you know what I'm saying, what they were before. But we know who you were before. You stealing out my window before. You was on the corner before. We saw you in the club before. You was an alcoholic. We all know, but we can forgive. But we know. We know. So the mere
Eh,
fact that you go broke and now that you have to move back home with your new
Right.
man, right? So that tells you something as well, because she had no problem going back home with her new man. So she could have went back home any different time because she left Diddy, right, and went back home with her new man. So that tells you she could have went back home the whole entire time, as she did with Kid Cudi for Christmas. But
Exactly.
to further progress is that now you're sitting there broke and and you don't have any money, and they're living the lifestyle, putting all the money he should spend on you all over TV or Miss Miami. Gotta
Mhm,
love it, right?
mhm.
She got a
Bruh.
show out of it. How come I didn't get a show?
She literally had
She
her
made a
own
couple million off
apartment.
of Revolt. How come I didn't get a show for Revolt? You heard the other Jane Doe said that she was jealous of that, right? So it goes to show you the mindset. Jealousy comes from envy, and envy comes from greed. It's all this. It's
Right.
all the same basket. So victims is what you get having cases where you need justice for. If you have victims, then you go and get adjudicate to get justice. But I can't see victims in this because everybody saw a billionaire and try to get at that money in any way they can, from the workers who want to work 50 hours. Hey, no one would make me work a job for 5 days straight. For what? You wanted to be close to the ring. You want to be that I can somehow be Diddy somehow or get close to these millions. Because guess what? I'm quite fine working 40 hours a week and getting mine and paying my mortgage. So I don't want to be a slave. That sounds like slave work. 16 hours a day, 5 days a week. That's kind of slavery. So if you sign up for that, that means you have other ambitions besides just getting a paycheck. You have ambitions of power. And then you feel like if you get closer to the power, standing next to somebody, you'll get that power. So this
She
is a
was
whole
willing to she was willing to sell her soul for the money. That's just the bottom line.
correct. Correct.
That's it.
And ultimately, the court system is not built for revenge. It's built for justice. And
Right.
the federal court system is the standard. Actually, the New York Southern District was the actual standard of huge criminal cases. For them to be involving themselves in this petty matter is ridiculous. How is it that you went in and got search warrants for all these things, these obscene things, but yet everything in Little Rod's lawsuit that you based your search warrants off of was
Go.
not found?
Mm,
Little Rod didn't even testify for the trial.
right.
Now, remember, this is the power of the feds. The feds went through every single bit of information. They went through everything about this man's life. They know this is the feds. There is no limitations of what they're doing to make sure they're getting everything. And this is the best you can do. They came on and trauma bonded the whole TikTok, and there was tunnels, and there was kids, and there was gonna be lists of people, and there was gonna be movies, and everybody's getting blackmailed. He was a new Epstein. It's gonna be crazy. And all we found out is that
Like baby oil and Astro.
Astro grind.
and Cassie kept all the tapes.
Right. That was the thing. She video recorded. She planned this a long time ago. She kept that as collateral. Trust me. She did.
Yeah,
She knew exactly what she was doing.
yes. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Because
Hey,
what woman who feels like that was the worst times of her life, those videos exemplify pain and trauma and keeps that to remind
That's
herself.
what that's what I was telling somebody at
why is her thing keep going out? Nikki, you keep going out.
my phone keeps taking me out. But yeah, that's what I was talking to at some women at the shop today. Like, who, if that was trauma for you, why would you want to even see that again? Like, it's no way that you should want to see anything remotely that traumatized you. It just makes no sense. But she kept that for a reason,
The
to
same
use it at
reason
a
that we
later
all do.
date.
So exactly the reason that we all do. We all have our significant. Well, some of us, I should say, some of us go to church. We all have a significant others that might send us a little video. You know what I'm saying? And we keep that video for our private moments. Correct? Okay. So why is she keeping videos? Explain that. But the bigger picture, the bigger question I love to ask is: at the end of the day, if he gets convicted and like all these
Now he went out.
happening. Is the streets any safer? Did they shut down on some network that now everybody can rest easy because Diddy's in jail?
Right.
Or was this just something that just really distracted us for the
But do
past
you believe this
2
man
months?
did not get a bond because of
Right.
like that. I can't believe it. But then you have the whatever Army Finch guy.
Mm,
He hurt a whole bunch of 14-year allegedly kids, and he gets a bond.
right, right.
Man,
Any charges?
None of the black men that I have recently been locked up have gotten bonds because they're so dangerous. You
yeah.
know?
Queen Tulsa, hey,
I find it very
Hello,
telling.
Miss Cynthia. How are you doing? I was just waiting till it was my turn.
I'm sorry.
go ahead, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me. Hello, panelists.
Hi.
I was just gonna start off by saying, when it comes to relationships and things like that, we can all say what we would have done and what we could have done and how we would have done it. But this wasn't just him just getting violent with her. This was him starting off very nice and then things suddenly changed. But I want to say this because outside of what was done or what was said, I think that a lot of people got grifted by Jaguar Wright. She hyped the people up. Oh, she had victims here and there. And I think that it was, you guys got grifted. But when we talk about the feds, their conviction rate is 90% point five. Their guilty pleas are 89.5. The trials are 1.9%. The acquittal is less than 1% of defendants that were acquitted. Um, I'll say that to say this: when we're talking about the case, we're talking about the enterprise, right? So you got to find the enterprise if it existed. That's easy. Want me to tell you how? Let me tell you how. Because you have to have employees, structures, a corporation. P Diddy was calling the shots, and he was telling everybody what to do. Now, number two, the enterprise was engaged in or has some effect on an interstate commerce. And what that means is crossing state lines. That can be proven. When we go to the defendant was associated with the enterprise, it's clear it's his business. So when we talk about what could have been and what should have been, it's like it's down to the wire right now. It's, is he going to be found guilty or is he not? And I think that's, clearly this is going to set the precedence for rappers, NBA, MLB, just pretty much anybody that has finances and want to include their enterprise, their businesses with their outside fund. I'll yield the floor.
So, so let's just go back to the legal. Actually, what legal enterprise means. The legal enterprise that you have an illegal enterprise. Him having global entities that make money legally for the past 30 years or 3 decades has nothing to do with his personal life. If he makes profit off of his business, how he spends his profit has nothing to do with the actual business. The business of something illegal. Now, when they use that word enterprise, usually it's in the manner of, let's say, a drug enterprise, right? Or an actual mixed trafficking enterprise that involves someone being sold for money. But in this case, there was no actual illegal money coming from his businesses. He was taking his own personal money because he's a billionaire and spending on making live pornography. That was actually what was happening. What people wake up every morning and jump on their phone and do, he was able to pay for to have live in front of him. That's what's happening. There was no criminal enterprise where he was snatching people off of the street and making money off of their trauma or using them in any sexual way. So that would be sexual trafficking. But that did not happen here. All his enterprises were literally made off of entertainment contracts with major companies, Viacom, Diageo. He made $1 billion off of Diageo alone. None of that was involved in a criminal enterprise. So when you say he was the head of a criminal enterprise, the head of the criminal enterprise would be that everything in that enterprise was criminal. Now, he's the head of major corporations and he's a billionaire that has an entourage, that has people who's going to do anything. He has personal assistants that he asks for. You have rich people who have personal assistants that wake them up, literally brush their teeth, and literally put them to bed every single day. None of that is illegal. None of that is literally, you're a rich person. You're asking people to do things. And what someone contractually signs as an adult to do as a job, it's not a criminal enterprise. You're getting paid for. Every single person who came and testified received a legal salary and got taxes taken out of their salary. So you know their job was not illegal because he said, "Hey, I need a personal assistant to do whatever I want. Do you want to do that job? Sure." Just like, for instance, for example, when he said he made the band go walk for cheesecake because they were contractually obligated to do work for him and the show. If you want to do this, you're going to go and do that. Was that a forced labor? Was that? And no, they were doing this because they know they were getting paid in the contract, and they were cameras was watching him, and they were going to make money off of this. Their motivation was to advance their career and money, not to advance his sexual priorities or any of his fantasies. So once again, when people use legal words, they have to put it in certain context, because just because it's an enterprise don't mean every single business enterprise around him was illegal. They're talking about a criminal enterprise. That's why you have a RICO, and usually with a RICO, you have several different entities. It's very rare that you ever have a one-man RICO, because it takes an enterprise, a conspiracy, which means several people joining in the same idea, thought pattern to further, right, the whole entire organization. That's what this is the same thing they use for gangs. This is the same thing they used for the RICO, was originally for the mob, because they couldn't catch people because the mob bosses would sit in the house and the other people would do the work and get caught, and they'd be
I
like,
have a
"Oh, we're not
question
snitching."
whenever
I'm
you
sorry.
let me.
Pardon me. I'm sorry.
How
I
did
do get
he
to go on.
pay for the rugs?
But look, listen to this. Miss Tulsa, did you see the YSL case? The RICO case?
I
YSL?
wanted to focus on the Diddy trial. I didn't want to add
I
any other.
understand, but it still gives you a kind of a standard of
You
a
know,
RICO.
I,
A RICO,
I
regardless
think
of what it is, it's going to show you the whole
the
the out
YSL was
cloud.
the YSL, and this is the Diddy. And
No,
I
but it's a layout. It's a RICO is a RICO. The law is still the same.
okay, so let me ask you this: were the S workers were they paid?
By the company they were employed by.
Were the S workers paid?
By the company they were employed by that was not charged in the suit.
Okay, so let me inform you a little bit, sir. The S workers were paid, and they were paid if they had come to completion. If you could follow me there, right? They were now that was for entertainment, but this is outside of that contract. Their data that site wasn't for sex. It was for entertainment,
Correct.
and he took it up a level and made it into something different. But I wanted to know, did they get paid by him?
Well, to answer your question in full, they came when you
It
hire
was
an
a yes
escort.
or it's just a yes or no. Did he
No,
get
it's not
paid?
actually. It's not a yes or no question. You frame the question to get a certain answer, but you have to put it contextually. When an escort is hired, an escort comes over to your house or whatever the case may be, and they're only coming to for entertainment purposes, right? Now, whatever happens after that, to negotiate is supposed to be between you and that person, and it has nothing to do with that you hired them, because you, right? So when
But
they
you
came
just
over
went out.
there and they
Your phone went
negotiated.
out for a
Oh,
second.
okay.
Your
I'm
phone went
sorry.
out.
Well, that's why those agencies can exist legally, because when they come over there, it's for entertainment purposes. Whatever happens between two consenting adults after that has nothing to do with the company, because that person consensually said, "I will do this and I will do that." So if two consensual adults agree to something, then that's not. I mean, I go to a strip club and throw $100 on a woman. Is that me? I'm sitting there saying something, or is that me consensually throwing money on someone who's consensually dancing for me?
Okay. So I just wanted to help you. Zinga also is in the chat. She said he most definitely paid them. The entertainer said that. I don't know if y'all watch any of the entertainers' interviews, but yeah, they were paid.
I have a question. I have a question.
No,
Then
to,
why isn't Cowboys the company be in charge as well? Because
Who's the
they sell
victim?
prostitution.
Who's the victim? Is the escort the victim, or is Cassie the victim in that case? Because then
who would bring them
Cassie
in
will be
for
is
questioning of
accessory in that
that?
case. So why
So
is
you
Cassie
said
not charged?
Cowboys. Who would bring them in for questioning?
I'm asking you, if that's the case, that would make the escort the victim, and that would make Cassie the his accomplice. So why is Cassie not charged?
Are you aware that that video footage of her running down the hallway, they were in the middle of
Yes.
a freak off? Did you know
No,
that?
No, they were actually. You're just making
They were
something up.
not. They were
Actually, in
not. They were
actuality,
not.
I've seen two crackheads fight before. You know what I'm saying, in the middle of the street in New York City. Two people on drugs
How do
fighting is
you
not.
feel about men putting their hands on women?
Me,
But that's
me, first of all, see, I like no. Let me answer that because I like what they do. This I like what they do this because this is when they try to try implicate you as a person so they can try to deviate and deflect from the actual argument. So me as a person, I have a very successful daughter that is actually going for her doctorate right now. Every woman in my life knows that I'm a protector. If you want to know me personally, but let's get back to the actual subject. What I believe is I saw a video between two people on drugs. Okay, and after that, she not only did not call police, she defended him from police and went back and did another freak off. So I don't understand why you're trying to somehow take that, deflect that domestic violence somehow as that is sexual trafficking, or why how you're trying to deflect
Sir,
and
I
use my
just asked
personal
you, how did you feel
so
about men
on
putting
you.
their
I like
hands
that
on
though.
women? And you started telling me
That was
about your
smooth.
daughter and
Let's
her
keep that.
degree.
Huh? Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I
I didn't hear
said,
you.
I just asked you, how did you feel about men putting their hands on women? And you wanted
Yes,
to tell me
no,
about,
because that's
but
a
sir,
classic. That's a,
but
what
it was,
happened is
we
that's
can't have a
deflection.
conversation because I
No.
think
You're
you're
trying to
listening
get
to
you're
respond.
trying to
I
get
don't
into
think
my
you're really
personal
hearing it.
self.
let-
You're trying to find out my personal ideology so
No, I
that
don't
you
want
can
to,
go once
sir.
again, my
I
finish.
just asked, how do you feel about men
I
putting their hands
know, and
on women?
I'm answering your question
You
because I'm
told me
telling you
about
what
your
you're doing.
daughter
You're
and her
prefacing the
degree.
question to try to get at my personal ideology so you can use it for deflection from the actual facts because you're like, well, this is what he believes, so he can't be valid. No, ma'am, I'm more intelligent than that. That's why I went back to the contextual
Are you a mind
conversation that we're
reader?
having about facts.
I
Once
thought
again,
we were
no, no,
having
no,
a
I'm not a
conversation.
mind reader, but I get paid to analyze people for a living. Can you tell by the way I talk?
No, you could have fooled me.
Oh, I fool among people.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Nikki. Nikki, your phone is going in and out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What did I have a question? What does the video have to do with what he's being charged with? We know it's domestic violence, but he's not being charged with domestic violence in the federal court. So what does the video have to do with what he's being charged with?
They brought the video in for to get the emotions of the people.
I know that, Sylvia. We know that, but I'm asking a question because that keeps being posed. But my question is, what does that video have to do with what he's being charged with? Because he's not being charged with domestic violence. Period. And I'm not against. I'm not for no man putting his hand on no woman. That. So we can clear that up. But my question is, what does that video have to do with what this man is being charged with today, currently?
Absolutely nothing.
Thank you.
Absolutely nothing.
Thank you.
And that is absolutely the truth. And to go back to the point that you made as far as to relationships, people start off as one way. Women start off as one way with men as well. It goes
Thank
both
you.
ways.
Thank
It's
you.
not just one way. I don't like it when women like to say that it's always the man. Women know exactly what they're doing.
Absolutely.
Cassie is not a victim. Maybe she's a victim of domestic violence. I don't know. Maybe she also was creating some domestic violence as well. We
And I
only
never, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
saw a video and we saw what we saw in court of what she gave them. We don't know all the whole entire thing. Now, what she gave them is terrible. It was horrible. What was said on CNN, horrible. All of that's horrible. But she agreed to do all of those things. She liked it. She loved it. She wanted to do it. Because you're not going to sit here and tell me that you are a victim and yet still up until 2021 you still freaking off with this man and you are
Right.
married with children with a child.
Right.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There's just no way that you're going to be able to convince me. I don't care if Cassie.
I don't. Well, this is the thing, man. And see, I wasn't trying to convince any of y'all
I'm not
anything
saying
because
you. I'm saying Cassie.
but hold on, I'm gonna clarify something. Jane Doe actually
Let
started
her
speaking on
finish.
here.
Let her finish.
They've been over talking me the whole time, and Sylvia, it hasn't been structured.
No, yes, it has. You the one been over talking people. Let her finish, and then you can go. Let her finish.
It's no way that anyone that got on that stand, Mia, Cassie, Jane Doe, whomever, and they had every opportunity to walk out of there. Fluffy did not live with not one of those women. Not one
Say
of
that.
them.
Say it.
And every single time, and he said, well, you want to break up? Okay. And what they do? Well, that's not what I'm trying to say. They all wanted a bag. All of them wanted a bag.
Thank you.
And if it were me, I want y'all to judge me exactly for what I was doing. 304.
Thank you.
And judge me for exactly what I was doing, because it's absolutely the truth. And I am a woman. I have nieces. I have a sister. I have friends. But I know for a fact when women see the money, what is that on Players Club? It's money down there.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what it is. And so I was looking at something on Instagram today, and it was this man. I don't know where he might have been from London or wherever, but he said, I will not ever date a broke woman. And to tell you, when they're getting those comments, the women were mad. Why are you mad? Because y'all say the same thing. I don't want to date no broke man.
Yep.
And when he said, I don't want a broke woman because she doesn't know how to manage her money, and because I have money, I want to date a woman who can build and knows how to manage her money that I can build with. I don't want to have to worry about her going out there buying a Birkin bag that ain't worth but $200 on the real.
And the kids can't eat. Exactly.
And the kids can't eat. That's what he said. So it has to play both ways. We are living in 2025, going into, we got to be real as women.
That's right.
Real as women. We around here, not we as anybody on there. Please don't get me wrong, but some might. I don't know. If you're walking around here trying to get a BBL and all this different stuff, so you can attract all these men, these certain type of men, you're cookie cutter women. You're standing over here at the end at the drafts and everything, and that's what you want to do. So let's just be real about it. If that's your thing, that's your thing. It's
right.
Your thing.
It's gonna come with a cost, though. It's gonna come with a cost.
It's gonna come with a cost. You're absolutely right. But there's no way that I believe that Diddy even thought that he was trafficking anyone.
Absolutely.
And if that's the case, that's where the men's will come in. If you want to start creating stuff around, I don't believe he thought that. I don't believe he specifically told each and every last one of these women early on in the relationship, hey, I like voyeurism. This is what I like.
And he said, I'm single. I ain't got no woman.
I mean, even in the interview with Young Miami, even though it was playful, they said when she asked the question, he said, I'm single. So you take that for what you want, but don't take it and do it and build something that it's not. Cassie knew exactly what she was doing. Exactly what she was doing. And in that tape, they were not. I think the freak off had already happened, because Cassie said on the stand, no. That's it. She admitted that on the stand that she was not dragged back into a freak off. That did not happen like that.
Right.
So I don't know why people get so caught up in that video, which I can see why, because they played it over and over and over and over again. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm like Jay, conversations with Jay. Everything Cassie is past the statute of limitations. Everything Cassie is. They had to have gone to Jane Doe and gave her some kind of threat or something in order to bring it to a RICO to drag in Cassie's stuff. They could never bring into with just Jane Doe because her information is not good enough.
Right.
They needed Cassie's information.
Correct.
But you noticed it's supposed to have been 5 victims. What happened to all 5?
Well, Gina was like, I'm not gonna be doing all of this. I might be mad a little bit, but shoot, I still love me some Diddy. That's what Gina was saying.
He's still a billionaire. He's still paying out.
And Gina knows she can get that paper at a later date. She ain't gonna mess that up.
And then they got the nerve to even say there was kids involved. And what happened? There was no kids involved.
That's the reason why I said that. I hope he sues them, because everybody thought it was kids involved. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I have a friend, and she had mentioned it was a conversation about R. Kelly. That's what it was, and it was about um, the president made pardon Diddy, and she said, "Well, what about R. Kelly?" I said, "I don't think he gonna pardon R. Kelly. I don't think he want that on his on his thing. Like I pardon a person with dealing with children. I don't think that Trump wants that right there." But I said, but I think him and Diddy had some kind of relationship as a friendship or whatever, and because he got convicted with the same New York situation, he's probably going to pardon him because I think he's looking at it and he said, this is not fair, right? And so then my friend said, well, Diddy had children too. I said, what children? I asked her. That's my best friend. I said, what children are you talking about? And she goes, Bieber. I said, Bieber said that wasn't true. Usher said it wasn't true. What are you talking about?
Right.
Well, it's other children. I said, don't you think if it was children, that would be the first format? Forget about all them, the Cassie and the Jane Doe. That would be the actual case.
They would have had a jackpot. They would be like, ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, they wouldn't even care about no Cassie and no Jane Doe. It's them. The children would get them convicted. They don't care about that. It's just that people just have to get out their feelings. I don't know Diddy from a Diddy or a duck.
Right. I know that's right.
But the fact of the matter, I'm always about the law, the legal stuff, the legal ramifications, and let's just put it on the table. I was not interested in knowing this man's personal or private likes or whatever. I cannot call him a freak, and I'm not calling him a monster because you know why? It's a lot of people who have done the same thing. Probably somebody sitting on the jury.
Right.
That then kick the mess out of his wife the night before or something. I ain't lying. I mean, come on.
Call
Listen,
it spade a spade.
I'm going to tell
Right.
you the truth. As a man, I want to speak some truth here. You see what I'm saying? It's the first thing, right? As a man, you see what I'm saying? Diddy was doing what? That's why the president will pardon Diddy, because Diddy was doing what all these dudes do. That's in the boys' club. They have their wife at home and they find a freak on the side. And you notice he didn't treat Kim Porter like that because
Right.
he respected her as the mother of his child, and you see the product that you see the beautiful children that she produced. You see what I'm saying? How well mannered they are. That's because they come from good stock, good breed, right? He treated it accordingly. When he saw that, I'm guaranteed Kim Porter wasn't willing to freak off. Now as a man, you get who you want. Like, oh, I want to do some freaky stuff. You get your side chick because you have the money and the means to afford that. So you're like, listen, I got a girl over here, but I'm single. I'll give you 10 racks a month. You good. As a man, that's what's happening. In Diddy's mind, he's not thinking he's trafficking anybody. He's just thinking, I'm doing what I've seen men do since the beginning of time, right? Since
Yeah.
they've had concubines back in the day, right?
Yeah.
That's what I was saying when you were speaking to that, because that is part of the actual crime too, the actual intent of the actual person. If the person didn't have that intent, then that may not be a crime because if didn't have the intent to commit that crime. But that's kind of a gray area. But that's speaking to what you were saying about mentality, right? And
Mm-hmm.
then to go on, it's one of those things that as a man, I can't respect him for beating her up, but as a man, I can be like, yo, he paid $30 million, and you got caught out there, bro. You got to pay the $30 million. Because when I saw the video, I'm like, just give her what she wants. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because you shouldn't treat nobody's daughter like that. That's fine. Financially, beat him up. I don't care about that. None of my. But you cannot sit there and set legal precedent and laws by his case to lock somebody up based upon their sexual proclivities. That's where the problem comes in, because when you overcharge somebody and you open up the law, it sets space for other people to get charged for the same thing, right? Because
And
it
I
becomes
definitely agree
case
with
law.
that. I
Once you
definitely
be, yes, once it becomes case law, now they can say, well, we did this with Diddy, so it's no problem.
And that's
So
the issue right there. That's the exact
Right.
issue right there. It becomes case law. As far as domestic violence and things like that, I've been a victim of domestic violence myself. And as far as that's concerned, they should have been able to do it. But then also, and I don't know. I'm just that I'm that girl you hit me, I mean, I'm gonna try to fight you back. I mean, but we go. You going to jail? You don't have to go to jail, and you ain't gotta have no money because you just go to jail. Because I mean, I'm gonna try to fight you.
But the statute of limitations was up on the domestic violence, so that's why it couldn't be charged at state
right.
level.
That's
Hence why they need a new victim so they can actually say it's a continual
They
enterprise.
needed a victim, right? And that's why I said that they needed Jane, because everything Cassie, the statute has already run out.
Mm-hmm.
That is the
Correct.
reason. So that's the reason why I said the only reason why they were able to bring the RICO in is because they went out. They didn't have a RICO without. They can't have a RICO without Cassie, because Gina, they could have one with Gina maybe, but it wasn't gonna stick. They needed that. They needed to introduce that video. They could not introduce that video without bringing a RICO. That's how the video got in.
Mm-hmm.
That's
The,
exactly how
the
the video
video
got
predicates the bribery charge, and the video
Mm-hmm.
predicates that. So, for some reason, the prosecution believes that video predicates that he somehow is kidnapping, forcing, and coercing her to do something.
in.
So they keep projecting that video as, see, this is a glimpse of what's going on for this whole 12 to 13-year relationship. But the problem is that it's a 12 to 13-year relationship.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
Yeah,
and
it's
no,
a relationship. And the thing about that video is, and like I said, it's horrible, it's terrible. I mean, it's just bad. But he ran out of there because he needed to get that phone or whatever was in that bag. He needed to get that.
Well, he got that phone, and you see it. You see it in his hand. That was his phone. He wanted his phone.
He wanted his phone. He wanted to get his stuff back.
And
So
women try to go for a man phone. The first thing you're gonna do is try to get out the room and go hide somewhere and look in it.
yeah, I
That's
ain't
what
gonna
her
lie.
plan was.
Men, I've seen men jumping from the cars to get their phone.
oh yeah.
Yeah, a man do not play about that phone.
Right. So it was a lot that wasn't told, and then the defense have to bring in and put in the pieces and things. But I know people have watched that video so much they automatically think, oh, Cassie is this and Cassie is that. No, Cassie was a rug addict. Sorry, Miss Sylvia. Cassie was about that life. She definitely was about that life, and there was no bribery. I mean, he just was trying to get the video to save. He couldn't afford to get that. And then let's think about that: the purchasing of the rugs or what have you. I remember back in the day, I kid you not, I had a friend who the boyfriend sold rugs. Right, one of the clients was Shaka Khan. How did I know that? Is because my friend was in the car with him when they drove up in the thing, and Shaka Khan came to the car to get to purchase. Do you think Diddy want to be purchasing something? Can you imagine he's purchasing that and how this is gonna go?
See, my thing is like this: if I'm purchasing something for my own personal use because I'm an addict, then that's different than me purchasing something for resale or using it for the purposes
Right.
that they're saying. Now, mind you, I've been to the music industry. I haven't been to a studio in the past 20 years that hasn't had some kind of mugs in it.
Oh yeah, I know that for a fact.
It just comes along with the territory.
I've been in there and it has all kinds of stuff in there. But
White, black, Indian, in between. I don't care which.
it don't matter what studio you're going to. It doesn't matter what celebrity party you're going to. It is there for your indulgence. If they don't have no problem sharing. If you
Exactly.
want to take part in it, if you want to, it's like. So I was thinking about that. I said, well, I guess it ain't no more passing pass the joint around no more. I guess you got to,
How many billionaires is pulling up on the corner?
They're not gonna do that. Exactly. They don't want that information out.
They don't
even want the information out that they out there buying baby oil.
Pick any celebrity out there. I don't care if you just lighten up a joint, right? Or whatever. You're gonna send your little guy out there to go get your trees, right? You're not going out there to go to get the trees yourself, even if it's just trees, right? Even if you go, let's say if you're gonna get liquor, which celebrities walk into the liquor store to get liquor? They're gonna send their whoever to get the liquor, right? It's
There's
because
a big celebrity like that will never be in the store buying a tampon or anything. They will never.
exactly, exactly.
They would never.
The stuff I gotta do for my girl, what he would never have to do.
Beyonce won't even be in the store buying that ever.
You know what I mean?
Because the first time she pick up a pack of tampons, people gonna be like, "Oh, she must be on her cycle. I saw her in the store." Come on, they gotta lose some common sense that they're gonna your personal assistant. Keyword personal assistant is gonna do what?
Personally assist you.
There you have it.
And
Here we go.
I look at the bigger picture as, so what is the prosecution really saying? That this man was such a threat to society, or he was a threat to these particular people? Because if that's the case, all these people have moved on with their life, or is still being supported by Diddy. You have a victim who's literally still taking a check by the person who they say is victimized them right now.
Well, I know one thing. I will be telling my lawyer, can you please get in touch with them and tell them to stop all payments on that house?
Man, listen, eviction.
That would be the 3-day notice or quit. I'm telling you.
Respectfully, you can't testify on me and try to give me life and think you're gonna
And
live, you're gonna get that
I
next
think
check.
this is being sweet to her because she has a child.
And respectfully, if your baby father is worth 300 to $500 million, because that's what 50 Cent is worth on the low, right? Then and he literally paid for literally put the money down for your whole entire childhood experience to 21. That's what he does with all his children. Then
Right.
why are you out here selling yourself for 10K?
Right. Because she
I'm
didn't want to
just saying.
work. She did not want to work. And she should have been able to do her OnlyFans if this was so horrible for her.
What is wrong with being a regular woman nowadays? I just don't understand. Why doesn't that someone take pride? There's so many beautiful regular. When I say regular, I mean non-celebrity women that's doing their thing, got regular jobs, that's living great lives. That people that you actually want to enrich your life with. Why is it that these women feel that they have to attach themselves onto these people and live this fake lifestyle that you didn't work for?
Yeah.
That should be part of the problem. Instead of trauma bonding on TikTok because everybody's been through some kind of domestic situation, which I can understand. But instead of trauma bonding on that, ask the bigger question, like, why are we letting young women be susceptible into these falsehoods instead of working for themselves and establishing themselves so they would never be in these situations? What do I know?
Yeah, that's true. I agree with you on that. It's just,
Don't come and say that you're victim shaming now.
what you say?
I look at this, right? Every time a false victim gets through, 10 real victims don't get a chance to tell their story.
I agree with that. Amen. That is the point I am making, that there needs to be some parameters around this, because it's just anybody who just don't get what they want, they don't get their little bracelet, or they don't get whatever, their little stacks that they want to get, then all of a sudden it turns into a case where, oh, he abused me. Oh, he did this, he did that. And then they have these real victims who really, now they like, okay, well, I guess now my stuff is not going to be proven because of what's being done before. Like, it just, it just gets to be too watered down for real victims.
I guarantee they spent millions of dollars on prosecution of this man, from raiding his houses in multiple situations, the amount of time they put into legal work, interviewing, and the actual trial prep, everything. They've spent millions of dollars on this trial, where there are actual international criminal organizations right now running all types of things in our current country on every street in America. And yet we're not putting our resources into finding that, into stopping that. Every day, black women go missing every day, and nobody talks about that. Every day.
That
That
is
has nothing to do with Diddy.
And I ain't gonna lie, when they went there and raided that house, I was looking close. I was like, they gonna come out here with some bricks. They gonna. I was looking for it. I'm not even gonna lie. And they
I've
opened them boxes of Astro Guide and baby oil.
I've never seen a multi location raid come up with such little evidence in any prosecution. Like no, now the only thing that I actually people keep missing, the only thing that he could get a charge for is like, I think the weaponry is something he get charged for, but it's something that he would get for like time served because he didn't have
Yeah,
any
but he
previous
won't get it
felonies.
because they were not in the his. They were in the security office. And
Oh,
remember, he hired the company. They weren't his security. It was
so
company.
then if
Yeah.
Miss Sylvia, so you say I thought they found it in his closet or something. You said they found it in security up?
Nope.
No, it was in the security.
Okay. See,
They have
that's the first hand
security.
information.
They have that. They have a security. What do you call it? In his house, there's an
Like a
actual.
security house.
Yeah, it's an actual security house.
Yeah, I've been to his house on Star Island before.
Yeah, well, you been there?
Yeah, they had a I went. You first of all, to even get on the
So
island,
you
you have
must
to,
be off,
huh?
huh?
You have to show your ID to even get on the island. No, I'll tell you why I got there because people are gonna be thinking I'm part of the free coast or something. No, in the scope was throwing a party there, and they rented his house. His house is like he has, actually owns like two houses there, and he lives like next to Shaq or whatever. So it is like Oprah has a house on the island, whatever. But in the scope was throwing a party there, and they had like us, all their roster, the whole everybody out there, and I went there as far as. I went there for whatever reason I went there, but when we went there, I came on a bus, and everybody on the bus had to show the ID, and it was just I just was there for a night, so it was yeah. So when you walk in, when you walk in, there's like a house, right? So there's a courtyard. So when you walk in, it's like a courtyard, and so there's a house at the first, and that's a security house, or like by the gate, right? And then you walk in, there's a courtyard, and you actually go into the actual house. So I think it's like I think it was called like a Spanish type villa or something like that. Or I don't know what the kind of style of the house is. But when you walk in, and then I just know they walked in, that they had a bathroom on the side, and the bathroom was like better than my house. It was like everything. It was just ridiculous. And
Wow.
then you walk through. They had like a like walkway that walked kind of through the house, but you couldn't be in the house, and walked out to the backyard.
That's
And
like a
that's
lobby type of thing,
exactly.
a
And then it's
hotel
like
lobby.
yeah, and so then you had open access to the backyard, and they had like a whole line of chefs. Whatever you wanted, they cooked for you on the spot. It was like yeah, and it was amazing. That was the first time I've ever been to that type of event. And yeah, and then celebrities just walking around, so like you can just name a celebrity that's just walking around, just drinking, having fun, doing whatever they do. Like so, yeah. So when I say like it did it's kind of crazy when I heard these parties. Like everybody was dying to get into a Diddy party or get into one of these parties because, but when you go there, nobody's doing any of that type of stuff that you would think that's going on there. People's really negotiating, trying to influence, try to get close to somebody because everybody's there. It's like a career thing. When you go there, you're going there for business purposes more than partying because you want to be in that end scene. Because when the partying's over the next day, you're like, hey, what's up? Can we do this track together? Or hey, I got this new artist, or hey, I'm trying to break this through marketing. It's all a game. Nobody's going there to necessarily go to have their enjoyments or whatever. Everybody has their own clique that they go home and party with. When you go to a Diddy party, you're going there for influence and negotiation. Just like when you go to a Rock Nation party.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've been to Diddy's white party in Houston before, and you're absolutely correct. It's more so like if you're in the music industry or you're in the music business or whatever, like I have producers and a singer, and it's more so for negotiations. So when people were like, "Oh, those white parties," I'm like, I ain't never seen nothing like that at the party. I've never seen it. So
I heard his parties are the funnest of the fun.
they
Like
are. They
he had one here in Detroit, and they said nobody was sitting down. Everybody was just up dancing. It was just
Mhm.
that fun. Like,
There's a
yeah.
lot of celebrities that be there and everything, and it's really a good time. So I've never seen anything like that. I've been to the one in Houston, um, Texas, and it was very nice.
Well, I
And
plan on going to one of those parties soon.
Let's go, Miss Sylvia. Let's go. Let's
Miss
roll out.
Sylvia?
Yes.
I'm gonna tell you something. I know Diddy's a serial entrepreneur. He will come out and go to Las Vegas, open a club, and throw professional freak off parties and make another $1 billion.
I'm not doing the freak off now.
Yeah, I want to do the freak off party, but I'm
I
going
do
for
the
the
regular party.
right, the regular party. I'll do
No,
the white party, Miss Sylvia.
Yeah, but
I'm gonna tell you the truth.
the forced labor part is the interesting part of me, because I was thinking to myself, like, okay, you can work this many hours and you feeling like he was forced to do that. I don't know,
And
because
then you ask for your job back though. Get out of here. And
regular
then how you get kidnapped and you go home every day? That's the craziest crap I ever heard.
how you get kidnapped and you're afraid of the mountain lions. You're on the phone for the mountain lions, but why you just ain't on the phone calling the police? Say, hey,
Police.
such
Yeah.
person was kidnapped, because you know obviously he ain't in the car with you.
Right.
Not in the car with you. So why couldn't you just call 911 and say, hey, I just been kidnapped by Puffy, and he up in this man's house, and I'm in the car. He had kidnapped me with wait, first of all, I'm out the car and I'm hiding. And I'm like, can I get
Mm-hmm.
somebody to come and pick me up? And please get here immediately, because he's in this house and he has a gun. A GUN. And come on, the whole thing just sounds crazy to me.
Yeah, that sounded like a New Jack City movie. I ain't gonna lie. That sounded so crazy.
I was like, this is ridiculous. What are they talking about? And then
Mm-hmm.
the other thing, like the forced labor, like I worked so many hours and then I didn't get paid and things. But then you filed a lawsuit,
Yep.
uh, and you only got, how much did he get? $80,000 or $100,000? I don't know what she got, but it 30,000 and the lawyer got 15, and she got either way she got half. She didn't even get $1 million. So let's put it that way. But those sound like work. You need to call the work laws.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is a man who had several companies that had human resources
Yeah,
at every one of his
yeah.
companies. You could call human resources or file, especially
Right.
in New York. You could
Like
have filed
regular
something with an
people do.
EOE.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
regular people.
you could have
Cause I
filed a
know
complaint with an EOE and
I
got
didn't
paid.
call labor relations on my job. Sure
Exactly. You
did.
talking about labor. You call the labor department and
Mm-hmm.
file a report, because like, so this is, I'm hoping these people on the jury start thinking about these things. Like, why are you talking
When
about?
you read the background of some of those jurors though, you gotta know, like, because I was listening to Takapina, ASAP Rocky, and how he said that he had an actual rocket scientist. So you have really analytical people on the jury that think outside of the box. So it's some of the same type of, because I saw
I,
when I read a scientist is on this juror. So they don't, you know what I'm
I
saying?
read it in the beginning. I read it in the beginning. I'll
Mhm.
read it again, all of them again.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
I'm gonna be honest with you. The fact that this trial is in New York is the reason why I know he's probably gonna end up being found not guilty or hung jury. Because if I'm a born New Yorker, as a born New Yorker, you're born with cynicism from your born. You don't believe anything or anybody. So when somebody say they're a victim in New York, you be like, yeah, word, prove it. So when they hear the Cassie story, the average New Yorker right now is like, nah, nah, come on, son. Come on, son. That's what they're saying in the colloquialism. But in fact, in reality, that's just in New York is a cynicism place. Like but they understand what greed is. They understand motivation. They understand what people jacking for power, because that's what this. When you have 2 million people in a small area, that's what's actually happening. That's why New Yorkers seem like they're not nice. They're walking past you because they're all trying to handle their business because they're trying to get to that almighty dollar. And Puff is an icon there. They know Puff for they're like, yeah, we know Puff a freaky boy, but Puff ain't doing all that. That's in the back of all white, black, or in between. This is New York. That's the one thing about New York. It's a melting pot. You might see that white guy sitting in a jury, be like, oh, he's a white guy. He's never gonna go for Diddy. No, he sat there, listened to all of Diddy's songs, and be like, yeah, I got my side chick too, and I don't want to be charged for this. So yeah, he's not going down for this.
Mm.
I mean, you have to think about it. I mean, the jurors are just like regular people, and even though they got them instructions, they don't have to go by them instructions. They can be like, I don't believe none of this stuff, or
Right.
They don't have to go by them instructions. And yeah, they should come up with everybody has the same verdict and stuff like that. But I don't think they're gonna be able to do that. And I don't believe they're gonna be able to convince a New York juror
You know
to
what?
jump on their side. I don't believe they're gonna be able to do that.
Miss Sylvia did the best job of telling you the actual expressions of each juror, and I think that's what actually sets the tonality of the case. Because when Miss Sylvia was sitting there telling you they weren't interested, or at certain points that she saw that they were, the one thing that she said that stuck in my mind, that one of the jurors did a hand gesture at one point when the defense hit a point, right? At
Yeah.
Miss Sylvia, right?
What was the
Remember?
hand gesture, Miss Sylvia?
You want me to repeat again and got people
I'm saying,
listening?
but is that's correct information, right, Miss Sylvia?
Yeah, it's correct information.
So
You
in
want
that
me?
mind,
You want
what did I
me?
say to you, Miss Sylvia?
Yes, please repeat, Miss Sylvia.
I wasn't around for that
Yeah,
segment.
that means you need to go back to my video and give me a view.
Okay. All right. All right. All right.
I heard there was this one lady. Um, they said that she really wasn't.
Okay, I'll repeat that one. Okay, I'll go ahead and repeat it. There is one individual who does not do any kind of movement. She just sit there and just like, okay, that type of like, okay, this is boring type of attitude, right? But when Agafino said something yesterday, I said the man's name wrong, but she smiled. It was the first time I've ever seen that woman do any kind of facial expression. Never have I ever seen her. She's one of those type of people who seem like a hard knot to a hard nut to crack.
Yeah, I heard that, and then I also, I'm sure everybody heard it, but the
He is,
overflow.
somebody said that he's legally guilty. No, he's morally guilty, but not legally. I don't believe he.
Exactly,
It's not
exactly.
legally, it's morally, it's gross. It grosses us out. I mean, he's guilty of domestic violence, but he is not on trial for domestic violence. And people would not take their mind off of that. They just fixated on it. But that was the government, that's coercion from the government. They want the public to be inflamed off of that video.
Yeah,
And so they can get a conviction. But
yeah,
that's not what he's on trial for. I'm over saying that about this case. I'm just over it. But I hate, like, he's guilty. No, he's morally guilty. Yes, we can all agree with that.
what I mean, then on and I agree with that, but also, like, what you consider morally as far as if somebody's bedroom.
No, I was talking about the physical aspect
That
of
part
Yeah,
definitely,
yeah,
that
definitely.
yeah.
part. Not what that man do in his bedroom. Because I feel like the government should not be in nobody's bedroom.
Mhm.
It ain't nobody business what another man or a woman do in their bedroom or who they do it with. All
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
No,
I-
but
I'm talking about the physical aspect
yeah,
of it.
yes,
That's what
yes.
I'm talking about.
he
Now,
had he had way too much power. He could have canceled her just by just walking away. He had way too much power to sit there, actually have to put his physical hands on her, right?
exactly.
See what I'm saying? That part. That's why I don't mind that he had to give her 30 million. Like, yeah, give her 30 million, because you
Mhm.
were in a power situation where you literally could be like, tell your security, "Yo, just get out the room. I don't want to talk
Do
to her.
you
Cancel
know
her."
how many women that Diddy could afford? Do you think he was really caught up on just them women? I mean, like, think about that. Like, logically, like, they had every opportunity. It wasn't gonna matter to him because he could get any woman he felt like he wanted. But
Yeah,
th-
that's the crazy part, because it's like we're leaving out the aspect of that he's a billionaire. So it's like,
right,
does he really have to capture women when there's women lined up?
right. That's what I'm saying.
But
Mhm.
once again, it's what's proven in court, and what the prosecutor has presented, and what they first stated they're going to prove in this case. They have not proved, and their closing argument just proved that this is a punitive morality character assassination. They don't want you to like him and say, you know what, I don't like him, so I'm going to make him guilty, and we're going to prosecute him on that fact. When this is supposed to be about the law, the fact that he broke certain laws, then we should prosecute him on that fact.
That's my
So
point. If he broke the certain laws, then let's prosecute him on that. But I don't see that he broke any of those laws. Diddy been making his money since the beginning of time, with all his clothing, the alcohol, the records, the movies, all of that. He's been doing it on his own. He can say that that was an enterprise. Enterprise where? Give me a break. That is ridiculous.
Let me
And
give you the jury's background. Hold on a second. You got a 31-year-old male investment analyst, a 39-year-old male social worker. You have a 41 year old prison communication worker. You got a 51, well, that one's gone. I'm sorry. The 41-year-old's gone. You got a 51-year-old scientist. You have a 68-year-old finance retired individual. You have a 68-year-old telecommunication individual male. You have a 67-year-old man logistic analyst. You got a 69-year-old. Now, this one's going to be a good one. 69-year-old actor and massage therapist.
oh,
You got a 30-year-old female deli clerk. You got a 42-year-old nurse's aide. You got a 43-year-old physician assistant. And you have a 74-year-old former treatment coordinator. You know what a treatment coordinator is, right?
Probably for
DRE.
for rugs or
drugs.
something. For
Yep.
rugs.
Yep. So that person have an understanding of an addict.
And the behaviors of addicts
Yes.
and
That's on jury.
alcoholics, you know.
That's on jury. Okay, you got somebody who grew up in the Diddy era. You have somebody who literally has to look at stuff, look at things by the contextual information, by facts, not by how they feel. You
And you
have
got one in the entertainment that's an actor.
over. So you have too many people who understand the nuances of what's going on, and then you have the 72-year. I always tell you, old people. I love older people, man. Old people, they know what's going on. You
They're
people just
gonna say you should have never took your tail over there.
yeah. You see them, the old people be like, "Girl, we know what we. I know the fast girls from back then till now. Nothing don't change."
What you take your tail over there for? You shouldn't have went
What
back.
you take your fast tail over there for?
Yeah,
Wait,
I'm
he
telling
gave you money and you came back? I know when I see a.
Mhm.
you, yeah. But I know like a lot of reports have been saying that the overflow room they were clapping and cheering when Aggie, I call him Aggie, Miss Sylvia.
That's
Mr.
what I was going to call him because I couldn't say his name.
Yeah, Mr. Aggie, when he finished, and they said they were cheering, and some of them had tears in their eyes and everything. Or maybe that was inside the courtroom because I think one of the kids or something had tears in their eyes or whatever, and it made other people kind of teary or whatever. And then somebody gets on there talking about this is not funny.
People be so butthurt, don't they? Oh my
This is
god.
not funny. It's like
Miss Sylvia, let me ask you a
thought
question,
it
Miss
was
Sylvia.
funny. They just was waiting on the defense to come back and say exactly what they were actually thinking in their mind.
Miss Sylvia, I want to ask you a question. It's going to sound like an odd question, but when you understand the content, the motivation behind the question, it might not be that odd. I want to know the men on the jury, right?
Uh-huh.
Are they good looking men, average looking men? What kind of men, as a woman, would you rate these men?
Ugly,
Is it-
all of them.
okay.
Shut up, Miss Sylvia.
I'm telling you too.
No, there's a reason why I'm asking this because there's a psychology behind this. Because men who attractive men who've been in this situation, attractive men, they might have just like, okay, you know what? You know what I'm saying? I feel for her. You know what I'm saying? But ugly men who's been used by women, who have actually paid money out their pocket to entertain women,
Oh yeah, I didn't think about it that way.
There's a
they're
couple.
gonna
That's a
look at
good
Cassie a little bit
point.
different.
That's a good
There's a couple
point.
of goobers on there for real. Goobers.
You
Because
understand
I
what I'm
was
saying,
gonna be
right?
thinking like this. I was gonna be thinking that they would be jealous of how Diddy looked. That's what I would in my mind. But you a man, so I get what you're saying.
Hey,
Yeah.
look, they 4 bald-headed black white men.
They
Oh.
they know about paying. No disrespect, but they know about paying out. You understand what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
they're gonna feel like, oh, she's just taking advantage. Respectfully, some of them already paid for pum pum in their life. You know what I'm saying? So they're thinking to themselves like, oh, she's going outrageous. Don't underestimate the scumbagginess of men. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Men are very savage animals.
Well,
So
I want to tell y'all something. This is, and I'm telling you the God honest truth, y'all. This is the God honest. I have not revealed it, but now that it's over with, I can reveal it. Okay. They, after they was watching the video, one of them got up when we got ready to take a break. They had a heart on.
Oh.
no, Miss Sylvia, slow down. Miss
Oh,
Sylvia, slow
they
I
got
am
down.
not
aroused too.
lying to you. I promise you, God is my witness.
I know you're a Christian
Wow.
woman and wouldn't lie about these things, Miss Sylvia,
I
but
would not
slow
lie to
down.
you. As I said, I was, remember, I said I was going to have a members only and I was going to tell y'all what I saw. And I said, no, I'm not going to say. But one of them bald headed white men had a heart on.
I know he did.
Oh,
He
you know they all the way live, freaky deaky.
So that just, ma'am, that just
Because
told you everything you need
when
to
he
know.
did, he was stretching, like his arm went up, right? And
Hmm.
I was like, oh my God.
So
yeah.
that tells you he didn't see abuse.
He
Mm.
saw a good time.
But
Okay?
remember the video they were watching. There
Miss
was
Pooh Nine. She died laughing. Ah.
I was thinking, I was wondering how many people, probably was, maybe some of the women was feeling a
no,
little.
that older lady did not look at it at all. She closed her eyes, and the older man in the front did not look. After the first time, they stopped looking at it. They kept playing it, showing it to them. They got
I was
tired of
able
it.
to do that to them people. That
But
was
that's
horrible.
that's the that's the prosecution. They so dirty. Oh my goodness.
Like,
They
what was the purpose of that? That was
Mhm.
horrible.
And I just don't understand how that Cassie could be seen in a good light in that situation unless you just seen her totally getting abused. Because at some point you're gonna see her somehow having consensual fun.
But they
If
said what they were saying. Most of them were saying that. I mean, according to the attorney, when he was saying, if you look at the video, you see that they were consensual adults having a sexual pleasure thing, and it wasn't something that was forced. It's stuff that they were doing. It's something that they were enjoying.
And the
Yeah.
the men, the entertainment men, the one that they called that they thought was gonna go their way, but it didn't go their way. I can't think of his charade.
Punisher. Punisher. Hmm.
They thought it was gonna
Punisher.
go their way. They probably was thinking to themselves, I probably should have never put him on there because I didn't know he was gonna say that.
But he kept it real though,
He did. But I don't think they thought that. I think because of the way he looks or whatever, they probably thought, oh, he's good. We'll interview him. Have him be a witness. But then that other one also pretty much co-signed what the Punisher said that Cassie was into them.
But you notice they didn't put all of them on, and they had a whole bunch of them pictures out there. They could have got every single one of them to come in.
We're gonna do that because then
Exactly.
they were going to say the same thing that the mother Punisher said. No, she didn't look. No, it was no force at all. And then the fact when about the pen, and they asked him, did she ask him like two times, like, and he said that she was the one who asked to do that.
She asked the one to be peed on. Remember, she
And
Now,
listen,
be peed on. But then when Cassie got up there, Cassie said no, she didn't. Sean asked for her to be peed on.
let's be real. I'm saying if this has happened to you one time, yes. Multiple times, come on, son.
yeah,
Mhm.
because he said that Cassie was giving instructions, so we know she knew how to do it because how she wanted it done. So she been having.
She thought in her twisted mind, in her hurt little girl mind, that she can do all this freak stuff for Diddy and he was gonna want to be with her. No, 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 no. That's
Mm-mm,
not how men pick a wife. They just
mm-mm.
don't. They just don't.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said,
Mm-hmm.
a man to have a freak, and that's what he gonna treat her as, a freak. And he told Cassie, "You are my ride or die. Women gotta listen to keywords men say. Men are simple. They say exactly what they mean. He said Kim Porter was his soul mate.
Yeah.
Soulmate, ride or die, two different
Mm-hmm.
things.
Yeah.
And a woman will think, the more time I'll spend with him, he'll change his mind. No, you cannot change a man's mind. If he come in the front and he say, I'm a single man, I see other women, you better take him for what he is and what he told you he is.
That
Because
woman is
you
cooking.
can't change his mind.
If
Nothing
you
you
be
do is
placed,
gonna change his mind.
if you be placed in the homie lover friend, that's what you are.
You,
Yep.
Homie,
ma'am, you are
that's what
cooking.
you
You just
are.
cooked a
That's what
whole
you
meal
are.
for
It's
them.
not gonna be
You just cooked a
anything.
whole
Yeah.
meal.
Look, I done been through therapy. I done been in a domestic violence survivor. So I'm not speaking because I'm speaking from experience. I'm gonna say that when I was young, you be young and dumb. You just don't know. You have the typical girl got daddy issues, so it is what it is. Just like men have mama issues. So they don't have what it is because they got mama issues. So they treat women bad. It's the same thing. It's just it is what it is. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna call a spade a spade. That's what I'm gonna
yeah.
do.
I think they wasn't gonna call them other men up there because that was too risky to call them up there because they wasn't gonna get up there and say. And then there's also something that the feds they did not they didn't call it when those men were testifying.
Yeah, Miss
They
Pooh.
didn't call them prostitutions.
Mm, right.
They
Does
referred
that tell
to
you
them as
something?
prostitutions.
Because
They
if they
call them as
did,
escorts.
that means they would have to go up that whole tree of prosecution and prosecute them, the person who sent them, the person who the person who drove them over there. There's a whole line of prosecution they could have went down if they had to name that person an
I think
actual
if they would,
prostitution.
I think if they would have referred them to them, they would have said, "That's I'm not that." And they didn't want like if they would have called them that on, while they were on the stand, that person on the stand probably would say, "Oh no, I'm not an prostitute."
I mean, respectfully, every weekend. Okay, so I'm just gonna say I'm in Atlanta, right? So in Atlanta, they have a club called Trapeze, right? It's a
Oh,
swingers
you
club.
in Atlanta too?
Yeah, yeah, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. I'm in Atlanta. I'm on the east side. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm from down there too.
Oh yeah, yeah, yes, yeah, of course. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's yeah. Yeah, I'm known around here. But anyway, the whole point is what I'm saying is that they have a club like down on Fulton Industrial. If everybody want to go, named Trapeze, right? It's a swingers club. Everything that they're talking about in these freak offs is happening in Trapeze. Besides, I mean, the actual private, the private exclusivity of it. You go to an actual club. You're paying to actually do this in the actual club. So everything they're charging Diddy with, you can go see in this club. This a members club every weekend.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm. And the other race of people, they've been swingers for many years.
Oh yeah.
Now it's an issue when you know. mm, mm. Y'all know what I'm saying.
Well,
I know exactly what you're saying because how many rock stars and celebrities have done,
Thank you.
and now Diddy. Respectfully, out of all the rappers that did stuff, Diddy probably should have. Diddy. There's a lot of other rappers that if they went down the list, that it'd be really crazy. I'm
Right.
not.
He
I
not
don't
by
want to talk people's
himself. Right.
business. No,
Right.
that if you go down, they're the ones you actually should prosecute. Don't get twist. Diddy's like Diddy is a product of the industry, so people don't like him because of his deal structures. Because he literally goes for the standard industry deal structure where the artist is not going to win. So that's what Diddy's known for, and his little perversion in life. But there's other artists out there that's really have a perversion for young women and have a perversion for doing other things that don't get speaked about or don't get prosecuted. And it's not my business to talk about, but they way worse than Diddy.
Mm.
well, as far as Diddy's personality in the business, I can see why he has to be a shrewd person, and he may be just an outright nice person if you were to meet him or what have you. But in the business format, maybe he's very shrewd because he doesn't want to be taken advantage of.
He was taught by sharks how to be a shark.
Right,
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
so
So
he doesn't know
on a
anything.
personal level, maybe he's a nice person to people. I mean, apparently he likes to. I mean, he's not cheap with his money when with his friends or what have you. But I don't know. But I don't know. I
Can
mean,
you imagine the betrayal that he got to be feeling though?
ooh, yeah.
That's
He made people
man.
millionaires.
Yes, that's what I'm
That's what I said. He made
saying.
people millionaires. You know.
Yeah, like that's the ultimate betrayal. Is like, whew, that's a trigger for me.
And he has work ethics that a lot of people are not able to
Right,
do.
right.
A lot and a lot of people want to be in that business, but they don't understand the work ethics behind the whole
Mhm.
situation. I mean, we people will talk about Beyonce all the time, and but she has great work ethics. I mean,
Like
Out of the
Michael
world
Jackson,
work
Michael
ethic.
Jackson
Yeah,
also Prince.
exactly.
you
Like
know.
Michael Jackson. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Work
You
ethic that people have, that these entertainers have to be where they are. It's not, going out to the club or going to family functions and stuff. This is their life 24/7 to be where they are.
Do you
Mm-hmm.
And
know
that's
how
what
hard
it
it
is.
is for Beyonce to produce that level of production at her age and still be doing this for decades? Do you know how rare and how hard people just look at it because it's norm now because she made it the norm, but she has to put effort behind that.
It's
You
a
mentioned there's
lot.
like 40 people in her production, and she has a whole bunch of things going on. For all that to synchronously happen at one time to perform a show night after night after night, that people
Mhm.
don't understand how much effort it takes behind the scenes to make that happen.
And if
Right.
you look at her documentary from her the concert that um that's on Netflix, for not this concert, the previous one. It You can see that she is in every part of the planning thing. So it's not like she leave the planning up to other people. She's in every single part of the planning. Um, and she, like I said, she sleeps and breathes that, and people who do music, and like I've been in the music business for years, and then even producers, I mean, they live in those studios.
Facts.
They
Producers are the
live
worst.
in those studios. They might go out for a minute just to get a breath of fresh air, but they are back in there. And half of them
Facts.
don't have wives or girlfriends or whatever. And if they do have wives or girlfriends, these are wives and girlfriends that understand what they're in there doing.
Look what they said about Young Thug. They said he never went home. He slept at the studio.
Yeah. Because these are careers, these type of careers are the kind of careers that you have to work to get it off the ground yourself. You can't depend on just a label to do it. And then, like, let's talk about them 10 albums that Cassie says she got. Well, first of all, you couldn't even perform the first album. Before you can get to the second album, you have to create the first album, and once it's created, you got to get out there and perform it.
And
And
Puff told her she was Puff told her she wasn't that good, though.
she failed at performing the first album on live TV.
Let's be clear. How'd she
Yeah.
get a deal? So you have to always go to the origin of things. How did she get a deal to come in the industry with Ryan Leslie? Literally, Tommy Mottola saw her walking up to
Right.
pick a CD up from him because he made a song for her mother for her birthday, and she's picking up a CD from him so she can send that to her mother. And when Tommy Mottola saw her, he was like, "Oh my God, she's beautiful." He's like, "Yeah, she sings too." He's like, "Word, let me listen." Tommy Mottola instantly became her manager and told Ryan Leslie to shop her to get a deal. So she wasn't based upon her talent. He looked at her and was like, "Oh, she's a package."
She was what back in those days. Remember, they was adding
Light
sound.
skin to win.
They was putting you on, and then they whatever that application to make you sound good. But I'll be sure it used to be that same way. He couldn't sing in live, so he didn't sound the same in
There's a lot of
live.
them.
It
There's a lot
sounded
of them in that industry.
They wanted that ambiguity as a Negro. So when they look at you, they be like, "Well, they're not too black. They look like they could pass
right.
for this, pass for that." So
Mhm.
they'll touch multi different ethnicities and touch different demographics. This is how marketing teams literally talk about these artists.
Yeah, that, and I remember back in those days because Albie Shook had that album. I mean, it was a great album. I'm not gonna lie, but then when it came to going to the concert, he sounded horrible.
Yeah, and he didn't have any rhythm with dancing.
Didn't have none of that stuff. He sounded horrible. He could not.
When he came out, I was in high school. We loved him.
he was winning off the light skin factor. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
Right.
they built back then. They built your career off about how you looked.
Right,
How they,
right.
that's how they was still able to sell those records. But the thing about it is, you could, a lot of those people couldn't even sing. Now, Tommy
True.
Mottola was a creep in the first place, but let's be real
Whew.
about that. But his biggest was Mariah Carey,
Exactly.
you know.
The
So
only difference is Mariah just had talent.
she had talent, right?
Exactly.
And but as far as Cassie is concerned, she could not sing at all. And Puff tried it, but she couldn't even perform. And even didn't she somebody testified or something like that, saying that you
Wasn't
know,
that Capricorn Clark?
yeah.
That's mm-hmm.
You like talent, okay, you know,
I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist after you've seen her perform that she doesn't have that star factor. It's just it just the average fan didn't support her because it's so crazy. Before this domestic violence situation, no one was streaming her music. These fans wasn't like, "Oh, we love Cassie" at all.
Right,
yeah,
right.
you couldn't even name a Cassie song.
Exactly.
I'm being honest with you. So,
Yeah.
you know, and then the tape, the tape or recording that came out about the money for the that the mother, you know, the father paid
Oh,
out was crazy. I don't understand that,
oh, I
but
can explain that to you. It's very simple. Puff paid Kid
no,
Cudi. He
I
paid.
understand that.
Oh,
No, I know what you're trying to say. I know. I'm saying for them to pay the money is crazy. I would have never paid it, but the apparently Puff paid for uh Cassie's now husband, the trainer, and he found out that Cassie was sleeping with him, and he was like, "I want my money back. You guys owe
no,
Right.
me."
no. That was with Kid Cudi because
No,
no,
this
no,
is the trainer. Oh,
no,
you mean
no.
the
No. They say he extorted the parents for $20,000. That was the Kid Cudi situation, right? And what really happened is that he was mad because he spent money to go for he was paying Kid Cudi to go and actually make a song for her. So he's like, I paid this man to make a beat and to actually produce you.
Oh.
So give me my money back because you out here fucking niggas. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You out here doing your
Well,
thing.
that's not the same thing he said on on that recording. Also, in regards to the trainer, and
Oh,
Mm.
she said,
yeah,
and she
because
was like, "Yes, okay, we're going to get you your money back." She admitted that, and then she got mad, said, "I ain't giving you nothing."
yeah, but exactly, those are two different separate. But when they got the money from the moms, and when because remember, Kid Cudi came over for Christmas and all that, and
Oh
that's when
yeah,
yeah. So that was about because he was that's why he returned the money because he didn't even tell Cass he wasn't telling the parents he was telling Cassie, yo, I need my money.
Right.
You go out here smash it, and the parents like be honest with you. I have a daughter. If anybody comes and tell my daughter they owe money, they gonna have to deal with me, and I would pay whatever money you know what I'm saying to make sure my daughter's okay. So if it's 20,000, 100,000, 200,000, 2 million, it's my daughter. It doesn't matter. Whatever it takes to make sure she's safe is what I would pay. So I would understand because you don't understand the music industry. He's mad. You're there in a relationship, and your parents are just jumping in like, oh, let me get you away from this man. We think Kid Cudi's a nice guy. Kid Cudi just wants to smash.
Right, but cat like Miss Pooh Nine, Diddy never contacted the mother. Cassie called her own mama and say he
Hmm.
wants his money. So of course, like you just said, as a parent, you gonna be like, hey, let me try to get. You gonna do whatever you can for your child.
And your baby girl? Come on, your baby girl? I don't know
Hmm.
if you know understand as a man, you know what I'm saying? Your baby, respectfully, don't take this wrong, women, but your wife can burn is a house on fire. The man gonna grab his baby girl before the wife. I'm gonna tell you, I'm sorry. There's that daddy girl bond is different. I'm
so
respectfully, no disrespect.
basically, Diddy is the one. I mean, Cassie. What I understood, Cassie is the one who told her mother that information,
Yes,
not.
yes.
Yeah.
She
So
sent her mother an email.
yeah, so sound like to me, Cassie been Cassie. I'm a Mr. Aggie's word. Cassie was gangster.
Yeah,
Hmm.
you heard her telling people that we murder you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
He was gangster in a lot of this because these recordings that are coming out now, you like,
Hmm.
oh no, this not Miss Cassie, is it? Yes.
Hmm.
Listen, if you cheating with Michael B. Jordan, you cheating with Kid Cudi, there you got some gangster in you.
And then she said, "Who else I'm gonna get with? Jay-Z. He already married. You don't want to go after no Jay-Z, baby. Beyonce will be on your head with Solange."
You notice that Diddy's an abuser, but Solange's a victim. Jay
Mm,
Z got beat up in the. Everybody saw Jay Z get beat up, but nobody say nothing about Solange. They be like, she's going through things.
right, right.
I
Solange
love it.
be on your head.
I love it.
Mhm.
So I don't know. Just I hope. What my hope is that he get his butt somewhere and sit down now,
Me too. Me
and,
too.
and just do his thing.
They're breaking up.
I
I
think
think I
Who
think that he
breaking up,
made.
Miss
I
Sylvia?
think I'll be honest with you. I think that he. What happened is he exposed something, and that people don't really realize what he exposed, and that led to all of this. He had to deal with Diageo to push Ciroc. When he actually went to go push De Leon, he's like, okay, we're gonna do my own tequila company, and I'm gonna own that. Before he was getting paid, he got paid $1 billion to market their actual product. He took a product that wasn't moving, and he made it into literally the most popular product and up their percentage by like 2-3,000%, like ridiculous sales numbers. Like so when he said let's do our own tequila. Now this ties into a lot of things. People, you got to pay attention, because this is not some conspiracy theory. When he said, listen, I want to do De Leon, and they said, yeah. He sued Diageo because when he went down to Mexico, he realized if you don't know what it takes to make tequila, you need agave, right? He realized they wasn't growing the fields to make the actual real tequila, right? So he was like, "Oh, so you've been telling me you've been doing this, and you haven't been doing this, and I'm in contractual. I'm literally pushing Deleon, and you literally don't have the supplies for me to actually supply the stores with the Deleon. So you're setting me up to fail. That's why they paid him $1 billion. But pause there. Now, if you go back to Diageo, Diageo is a $5 billion liquor company, that global liquor company, right? Now, they're being sued right now for pushing out fake tequila, because all that tequila that you've been drinking in the club you thought was real tequila has been fake tequila. For the
Mm.
same reason why
what's the
Puff
name of it?
sued them for De Leon.
What's the name of the tequila that's being in?
Don Julio, Casamigo.
Oh, I
Look at
heard that. I
Go
heard
to
that.
Diageo. Just Google Diageo, who is the one of the biggest liquor distributors in the world. Hennessy, just you name the couple brands that you love, they probably push it. So if you look at why they're being sued for fake tequila right now, and then
Mm,
you look at and then you forward back, excuse me, rewind back to why the Diddy's initial lawsuit caused such a disruption with them, why they paid him $1 billion in the first place. Because as soon as they paid him that money, he didn't even get a chance to spend that money. That's when the feds came in and started raiding him for. And how did Cassie was able? If Cassie was broke, living at her parents' house, how was Cassie able to afford the same lawyers that Weinstein had?
Right.
so they paid him the money, and then they came in. So he got his money though, right?
Of course, he got his money.
So
One thing about Diddy, he always gets the money.
you get the money. Yeah. So that okay. So that's interesting about the Casamigos, because you can go to Specs and I think it's like
Mhm.
$150 or 100, and they ain't past 200. But if you go to Mexico, it's way more than that.
So it's like me selling you a product and tell you the ingredients are one thing, and then you
Hmm.
come to find that the ingredients are something else.
Mm.
Automatically, I have a suit because you sold me a product and you deceived me in the marketing of the product.
Yeah.
Somebody in the chat asked, "Is Cassie's law firm the same law firm for Diageo?" Somebody was asking that. Is that true? They was asking, "Is
It
that true?"
might be. I know for Weinstein, but it might be. But you have to understand, Diageo is $1 billion company. So as $1 billion company, you retain multiple different law firms, and any law firm out there is going to always favor you because they want the business. That's how law firms work. The mother of my child, she's a lawyer. So when you're in a law firm, there's a corporate law that when you're so what they deal with. So as with them, they're dealing with corporate law, intellectual property law. They're not dealing with criminal law. That's a different realm of money altogether. We're talking millions and millions and millions of dollars. It's a different realm of lawyering altogether. So so any law firm is going to always want to favor Diageo, because if you get that contract, you're set for life.
Yeah. But like I said, when I went to Cabo and they were selling Casa Amigos, and it was the same bottle that was in, like I said, in Specs, and they were selling it for like $400.
Yeah. If you
And
want,
when
yeah, if you
I said $400, and I said this to them, I said, God, you can get that in specs for like $150, and they just looked at me
yeah.
all puzzled. They're like, what?
As soon as you leave the country and you start like, if you want to go somewhere and see like, if you want to see what champagne is, go to France, right? If you want
Mhm.
to see what tequila is, go to Mexico. It's just
Right.
that's just
Mexico has some good tequila. I can tell you that. And I'm always in
yeah,
Mexico.
for cheap for $5-10.
You can get some good ones from $5-10 and
Yeah.
agave, all of that. You can get it, but something is weird. I agree with you. I heard something about that lawsuit. I just wasn't very informed about all what was going on with it. But I know Ciroc, he definitely brought that out. Everybody was drinking, Ciroc.
Is it true that Diddy's insurance paid Cassie, or did Puff pay her?
I be honest with you, I think that her her lawsuit triggered insurance to pay because he's had certain brand deals that would automatically pay if he sells out certain things. So it's possible, but of course none of us actually saw the paperwork, so we don't know. But
Right.
I would think that he would have certain things because his money's in trust, so they can never get his money. He's gonna be rich forever, right?
Yeah, I
So
would
he
think it's his insurance that paid out because
yes.
it's probably a clause in there. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So, but of course, none of us know for sure, But just by based upon, all of us have some kind of, some resource of information that we can draw from, and just drawing from that information on the regularity of situations, we would think, yeah, he would have that covered. Because come on, this is Puffy. He
Yeah.
has trust. He just put up his properties for bail. And that was like a couple hundred. He didn't go even his cash. We are talking about he put up his properties. He didn't put up cash,
Hmm.
right? So and he has cash. Don't get it right. This is Puff,
Right.
And
right?
what's interesting also, well, not interesting. You'd have to like Eric Bono. What? Why does she think she deserved $10 million?
Who?
Bono.
Who?
Oh, that crazy girl that lied on the
She
stand.
deserved $10 million, and then did Mia say she had a lawsuit or she was bringing
She
one?
was the one that was supplying Cassie with all the rugs.
No, that
Bonna.
was Bono, right?
Yeah, that's what Bonna.
But
Yeah.
That's
what
why.
about Mia? Did Mia have a lawsuit?
It is crazy to me how people can file these lawsuits.
It did because for pay. Remember her pay?
Ain't
Oh,
that
Oh
it's
yeah, yeah.
crazy? Lawsuits is
Already,
the new
so
come
she
up,
sued for
huh?
her payment, right? For that she did that. Okay, so but she didn't. Is she
Road
trying to
Dog
do a
said
civil?
400K.
Is she trying to do a civil though?
See, isn't it amazing to y'all? Everybody wants a civil case, but no one ever wants to actually get a legal case. Doesn't that?
Well, see, that's what I'm saying because I think she's trying to do a civil case. I think she will, or she hasn't, because she wanted to bring in. They brought in the great part, and then
Oh,
and knowing it was consensual, and then she was trying to hit on and be Cassie best friend, but she was with Cassie man.
oh
And
yeah,
when
and
it
then
comes out in court, when Diddy said, "Well, I'll just tell Cassie what's going on," because she probably threatened him. He's like, "Well, I'll just tell her what's going on," and she's like, "Wait a minute, hold on, we can talk about this again."
Hold this little check right now.
Yeah. So then that's Mia. Then that's who else? Bonner wanted $10 million, and somebody else. Oh, Jane. She says she don't have no lawsuit, but after she get her eviction, she gonna have one.
Just respectfully, I know broke people in the hood who have these same problems, but they don't have any lawsuits against them, don't have any charges against them, but have the same exact problems.
Yeah.
right, exactly.
If it was a regular, if this was John, it wouldn't even be a
Exactly. And
situation.
dang on well, it's a bunch of ditties. You know what I'm saying? They got down on a bunch of women, however they wanted to get down on, because that's the way the women presented themselves. A
Yeah.
man can't do what you don't allow him, and that's just the bottom line. It's just the
Res-
truth.
I'm just letting you
Respectfully,
know, if this was John, then she would have went back and told her brothers and everybody in the neighborhood, and they
Mm-hmm.
would have been on John head. It wouldn't even be a loss.
exactly, exactly. See,
Mm-hmm.
I respectfully, I've been in situations where I've seen women compromise their morals for no apparent reason, just
Mm-hmm.
because they want to get closer to celebrity. Like
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
When you out on the other side of the velvet rope and you just sitting there and it's like you see women dying, they just standing up there lining up in front of security like pick me to so I can just get closer to stand next to little baby or get standing closer to little
Mm-hmm.
Dirk. Or it's just insane. Don't get twisted. Dudes are even worse. Dudes do the same thing. Dudes are even worse. The male groupies
Mm-hmm.
ignore. I don't even understand male groupies, but women, they're willing to do the thing, and they're willing to do anything for the night just because that's celebrity. And
Mm-hmm.
you will have regrets about tomorrow when you actually come to your moral compass and you realize, oh, I was just caught up because, yeah. But at the time, you wanted to do that. You got dressed, came to the club looking for the celebrity. The celebrity didn't get dressed like, yo, I'm coming to your block. I'm picking you up from your house.
What
You
I can
came to
tell
Right.
look for that celebrity. It's
I can
so
tell you now, and that's probably gonna come to a stop because they're gonna have to go on and be effing for free now because they're gonna be at the celebrity little hotel or whatever. You're gonna be like, okay, your phone got to stay outside the door.
Right.
And is she gonna be looking for a little coin? He's like, I ain't gonna be able to give you nothing because then next thing you know, you're gonna be like, you know, I
Mhm.
paid.
Mm-hmm.
No, no. So this is what it is. Now you have one night, one good night,
It's
Mm-hmm.
crazy
one
because
good 15 minutes, and I'm good night. See you later. Pick up your phone out when you get out the door.
it's
Right.
it's crazy because I hate to say it, but if most grown women agree to something, they won't have regrets about it because they agreed to it. But little
Right.
girls might agree to something and have regrets to it because they didn't have the maturity, the emotional maturity to understand what they were agreeing to. Right. So I understand the regret factor, but you also have to the accountability factor is there too. There is women that was your age that chose the right choice that didn't want to be in freak offs. Right. Matter of
Right.
fact, the majority of the women your age chose not to do that, but you chose the easy route to do that. So if you're choosing the easy route to do something, then you can't sit there and act like you were a victim because you chose the easy route.
Mm-hmm.
I,
That's
you
true.
know, I've been around celebrities, at a very young age in my adulthood. I just did not. I just I couldn't see myself doing any of those things. I mean, if I really wanted to do it the smart way, I guess I would just have me a bunch of babies by celebrities. But I didn't want that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want none of that.
I never like I was never a groupie type of person.
Me either.
I wasn't starstruck or nothing. I'm just like, shoot, they don't know me, I don't know them. If they ain't approaching me, I ain't looking at them. Like I just wasn't, yeah.
I enjoy the music and I keep it moving. I mean,
Yes,
I'm
yes.
not about to be doing no foolish, stupid stuff. I'm just not. You're not about to. And even if I met a regular dude and he starts telling me about his fantasies or whatever, and that's fine. That's his fantasies. I'm gonna make my choice right then and there.
Right.
Yeah. Well, maybe let me try it. Then if I don't like it, that was cool and all, but this first and last time, this is it. It didn't.
Right? As a grown up, right?
I'm not about to be
Right.
the
We
tallest.
making grown up choices.
Yeah, and this is like I said early on in my 20s. 20, 21 years old. No, I'm just not doing it. I have a lot more respect for myself, and then everybody have dreams to do something creative. I think, well, most people. But if I can't make it because I don't want to do certain things, then you know what? I don't mind. I'll go be an administrative assistant, put myself through college, and become a lawyer, or I'm IT, and IT, go to put myself through college and get my degree, which is in IT, and I do have one in criminal justice as well. But that's just something I'm going to do. I'm not going to let somebody blackball me out what I truly want
Yeah.
to do, and not feel like I can't go do anything else.
Right. You just not I'm not willing to sell my soul. I'm just not.
Mm,
Mm-mm.
So and
I have morals and values and call it whatever you want to, but hey, I'm gonna stand on that.
yeah,
now,
and
Yeah, I think if Will Chamberlain was alive, he would be going through some of this because
oh, you
yes,
said a word right there, Miss Sylvia. Will Chamberlain.
yes,
remember
yes. Now
he had sex with a whole bunch of
He wrote
over
women.
a
ten
book.
thousand.
He wrote
Yes,
a book.
So and this is what I'm saying, right? You have prolific what let's call them playboys and American historical icon iconic, right? Like so you got the Playboy Mansion. You got Hugh Hefner, right? You got
Oh.
you have different people who's projected like this is the pinnacle of masculinity because they have women all around them, and you projected this for years upon years upon years, and now you turn it back around and say, well, these men were taking advantage of these women when these women were also coming around these men for advantage. Not to say that these men weren't taking advantage of some of these women because of their power and their celebrity. I always want to always put that in there because it's a two-sided sword. Both parties know they're dealing with the devil, right? One side of the party know that you have a certain power and influence. Like I'm a grown man, right? So I have, of course, I have money. You know what I'm saying, pay my bills, right? If I meet like a little 21-year-old woman, you know what I'm saying, she doesn't have money to pay her bills. I can influence her by paying her bills and sitting there telling her I'm going to promise her the world, right? Now I'm being manipulative. Am I trafficking her? No, I'm
No.
being manipulative. I'm being a
Right.
disgusting human being. You see what I'm saying?
Your behavior is wrong, but
Exactly.
that's it. Yeah, right.
You
Mhm.
understand what I'm saying? So we all have to be accountable for our choices. But I understand. Not that I don't. Now I'm not. That's why I say I understand why Cassie might feel regrets about her situation. But at the same time, I don't think you have the right to sit there and change the situation like you were being held against your will when you were there with the shit.
So,
Right. Right.
do you think that Cassie actually have regrets? And when did she have the regret? Because I
She
thought
regrets that
she
she's
had
poor.
regrets, but then when it comes out that she had two more encounters with him in 2021, where's the regret?
Right.
She
Because she
regretted
was
that she
with
was
her
poor.
husband.
She
She
was
was with
actually married with her husband then. Where is her regret? Is her regret is I wish I'd never been with my husband and I just would have stayed with these freak offs because that's where I wanted to be.
You ever listen to side chick soliloquies? Okay, every side chick is going to sit there and tell you why I should be the maid. He said I was going to be the main one. I was never the maid. He never left his wife. Oh my gosh, he promised me we were going to have kids and families, and he stayed with his wife. I don't understand it. I was with him for 10 years. Yeah, ma'am. Join the rest of the women that believe the lie. Men are liars. Okay, so yeah, unfortunately, you got manipulated by a man with money and then lied. But you got 30 million at the end of it. So other women don't. So at the end of it, you can't sit there and say that you didn't do this, try to get favor with him because you knew he had other women and you were competing with these other women, thinking that if I gratify him on a certain level, then that
right.
will trap him and he won't go anywhere else. But unfortunately, those kind of women don't understand, men don't choose wives based upon their sexual gratification. They choose wives
Mhm.
based upon how well you can entertain growing a family, how well you can entertain growing an enterprise as far as the empire that they created. Men want wives to be responsible. They want that woman to
They
reflect
want
their
mom.
mother.
They
And
want
and
the
and
mother.
and to keep it simple, men don't typically like yes women, not for their
And there
wives.
you go. That's a fact.
A man want a woman who's
That's a fact.
like nigga, you tripping, like boop
That's
boop.
a fact. That is a big fact. That's a
So
if I could just run over you,
Women
what
get
is that?
more respect when you tell a guy, look here, this what we gonna do now. And then nope, I ain't with that. Mm-mm.
As a man,
then the thing is, if Diddy is telling you that he's single and whether he's telling you that or not, and he asked her to marry her,
Right.
then she's not even she just they just boyfriend and girlfriend. So
if
they
that,
If
they
that,
that's all they are. So
he gave
you're not
her a
a side
title, his ride or die. He told her what she was.
you're not a side chick because he never
isn't that the
asked you to
bottom
marry
basement?
him, or he wasn't married and he never asked you to marry him. So he can't cheat on you because he's a single person. He can see whoever he wants to. He has no real commitment to you if he doesn't want one, and vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
Vice versa, So and also, uh, we don't talk about it, but there's a lot of women who hire entertainers. Yeah,
Heck
and
yeah, sure. You have a bachelorette party.
you meet them at a hotel or wherever, their house or whatever, and they
Yeah.
do a little something something, and they give them money.
Well, I mean, women do that with dudes living on their couch. So I mean, it's the same thing.
But I'm talking about
right. You ain't never
about
lied.
them
You ain't never lied. They give their whole income tax check to the man.
I'm talking about men that women hire men entertainers
Right.
True. No,
to come to their bedrooms
you are 100% true.
and they pay them money for their entertainments.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever happens within that, then and you know who exposed that as far as women doing that? Y'all gonna hate it, Tyler Perry.
I believe a lot. Tyler Perry exposed a lot of shit.
Tyler Perry. He definitely has. And people are mad, but it's the truth. It happens.
Yeah, the truth hurts, don't it?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Like, I mean, and then what about the women who, you know, you go to the man that got some money, and then you tell him about your money problems, and then you say, "Oh, okay," and then you
The sugar daddy, you mean?
you need you go
Right,
you
Miss
tell them
Silver.
about all the bills, and you're about to be evicted, and
Sugar daddy.
and then next thing he say, oh, "Okay, yeah, I can help you out." Then next thing you know, your head is in his lap.
Listen, I
You
hate to
know,
admit it. A lot of young women when they were younger had that one little dude that would do anything, and you call on him because you know you could call on him. You didn't like him.
but
You
my
didn't.
question to that was this: is that manipulation from her?
Yes, of course.
Absolutely.
If you're lying to somebody about, if you know somebody has feelings for you and you're lying to them so that you can get what you want out of them because of those feelings, then it's manipulation.
So, I don't know. I mean, remember those set it off and he's like, "I need this money."
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "Well, if you want this money."
But you know what? As adults, though, that's choices that you make. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
my
And it's
point.
and
It's
and
choices.
and and you got to take accountability for it. Women can't just be putting all that stuff on a guy. Oh, he treated me so bad, but why did you allow him to? Why do you keep? What is it about yourself that you would keep attracting that? So you need to heal whatever that is, whatever that thing is within you, and stop. And so you are healed, and you know bullshit when you see it. When it comes, like, oh, that's a radar. I can see that
Mm-hmm.
a mile away.
Facts.
Like, you can't
Facts.
get down on me like that. No. Mm-mm.
Facts. Mm-hmm.
That's
And
true, unless everybody is in bed with everybody.
I, I just want to say that as an adult, you know what I'm saying? If you not lying to nobody, doing your thing, then I'm not looking at you as like a bad person if you're not lying to nobody. When you start lying and manipulating, that's when I start looking like, okay, morally you're doing shit wrong. But as far as if let's say I'm a man of influence or affluence, I'm sorry,
Mm-hmm.
and I can have multiple women as a single man if I'm dating, right? If I'm doing that and I'm honest with all these women, then all those women have the choice to deal with me or not deal with me. Then I'm not looking at that man crazy. I'm looking at that man like he's exploring his options. He can do what he wants to do, and all these women know what he's doing. So he's not being manipulative to these women. Now,
Well, you
some of
know
these
what they said on the stand that he said that he told them, like, "I see other women."
Right. He told all of
how
them
straight up
that.
can you not? That's isn't that straight up as a woman ask? You say you want the truth, right? Isn't that as straight up as you can get, right?
He said, "I see other women."
Mm-hmm.
Now, if your man,
They
respectfully,
said it
ladies, if
themselves.
your man tells you, that if that's supposed to be your man, he tells you that, how you gonna take that?
And I'm gonna be like, "Yeah, and I see other men.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
We good
Mm-hmm.
then."
I'm right. I don't know if a
Or if
woman
I
dating
ain't
gonna say the
down with
same
that,
thing.
I'm gonna say deuces.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Every woman's gonna be like, "Oh, you doing you? I'm doing me then." What Cardi B say? I'm outside.
Look, Road Dog got a good. He says, so if a man pays all the bills at home and the baby mother stays at home and does nothing, does that mean that she should? I don't know what that should be charged because the woman can't leave because she has no finance. Right, right, exactly. That ain't what that means. That
Mhm.
means she just choose that lifestyle.
Yeah.
I'll be a stay-at-home mama,
Which
and my man pay the bills.
Yeah. She
But
can do what she
I'm not
wants
being
to.
held against my will.
Right. He don't have her locked in the garage and chained
Mm-hmm.
up in the garage and feeding her through with with a doggy bowl through a hole. I mean, he's not doing that. There's people who have been um in that type of situation. So no, each of these people were able to leave. Each of these people were able to leave. If you listen to the evidence, you would hear
Right.
if
Right.
you saying that they were kidnapped. Kidnapped where?
Who
You went home every day. How
who
were
said
you kidnapped?
somebody said, how do y'all ignore the actual evidence? What evidence are we ignoring? Because we speaking facts. So I'm a little confused at that question.
Yeah, if I'm listening to what is being presented, other than the DV, which I can't
Right.
include anyway because it's not a DV. They didn't charge him for that.
Right.
You can put that up on the film on the screen 11 times, but that's not what he's being charged for. So I can't ignore that. Okay,
Exactly.
but as far as kidnapping, no, the arson they never even approved it was him. It was a female
Exact
DNA.
DNA on that.
And then the
Exactly.
other glove they failed to test it. So no, I can't tie him into that. Okay. Forced labor. What do you mean forced labor? If it's forced labor and you feel like I made you stay over hours or whatever, well, you could have easily just quit the job.
Absolutely.
There
But
was
Capricorn
nothing
Clark, she asked for her job back.
there was
Make it make
absolutely
sense. The
nothing, right.
math ain't mathing.
There was absolutely nothing that kept you from not returning to that job.
Right. And like Miss Pooh9 said, she said they couldn't leave, but they never lived with Diddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They couldn't leave. They never
Miss
left.
Sylvia Britt.
They left. They stayed until they stayed with him until they felt like they couldn't. They wasn't gonna be able to get him to marry him or whatever. They could leave.
Right.
She could leave.
Miss Sylvia, you still woke? Because Britt Brat want to get in. Oh, she put her StreamYard up there.
She left when
I was looking at my phone. I didn't see the message. I was listening to you looking at my phone.
She left when he said at Kim's Porter's funeral that Kim was the soulmate. That was her last straw. That's
right. Right.
That is when she left. So that means she could leave. And let's be real. She left in between times too, because she was with Kid Cudi.
Exactly.
She left when she wanted to leave.
She did. She was free to go because remember, Diddy was doing his own thing. That man had businesses. He couldn't lock nobody down. Ain't no way he could lock you down.
Yeah,
it's just impossible
to leave. And that's just the sure fact. And Jane the same person. Jane didn't want to leave. Jane wanted to stay in that $10,000 house.
Cause she knew Puffy wasn't paying her no $10,000 a month.
Right. That's what she wanted to do. These women stayed because they wanted to stay. And they thought that Puffy was gonna be gonna make them their main girl. But
they also thought that Puffy was a sucker, and he told her in that text message, "You got me messed up."
Yeah, I ain't about to be calling you out. And the thing about it is they got mad when what's her name got mad about Kim and Gina. She was always mad about Kim and Gina. That was Cassie. Now Jane got mad when he said about when she saw Young Miami shopping. Well, Jane, you didn't do nothing. You didn't have nothing to offer Puffy. You didn't sing. You wasn't in the entertainment. You couldn't do nothing. Young Miami had her own money. She was melanated. Right. And Jane was looking at it like, look at me, look how I look, and she's looking at this other woman like looks nothing like her. Mm-hmm. And she got jealous of Young Miami,
Hey, do y'all watch Sean G? He is so funny. He was like, he be like, don't say Young Miami. Get the GUN out. Pew pew. That'd be so funny when he do that skit. Like don't say Young Miami.
Yeah.
You better get the ducking. You better Jane. She ain't having it.
Yeah, Jane was she was very that's her whole thing, but she still stuck with him though, even though she still stuck with him.
Cause she loved that lifestyle.
She
She
loved the life. As a
loved.
matter of fact, she was going to meet him the day that he got arrested.
She thought she was gonna cry and whine, and he ended up taking her to Turks and Caicos, but he said she didn't treat he didn't buy me no flowers bigger than her flowers. Girl, if you don't have, listen, how old are you? You acting like a kid right now.
Yeah, Young Miami right now did work for he got Young Miami the Revolt TV gig
Yeah.
the cast. He did. Yeah.
And Jane was mad at he said, Road Dogg said, but Jane backstabber her friend to get with Puff. Right.
She did.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
did.
Women just gotta take accountability. You gotta heal that little hurt little girl inside of you, so you could pick the right type of guy for you. Be real with yourself.
Yeah.
None of them was being real with themselves. That's number one right there. You knew you didn't like no man that was gonna be with a bunch of women. Then be real with yourself. That's not the man for you. But they liked his money.
There you go.
They wanted the money, and like I said, I mean, when I first saw the video, I was like, "Oh my gosh, that's horrible," you know. Then as the trial go on, I still don't, very much about Cassie or anything, or even about the freak offs, other than what people are rumored to be from the girl with the car name. But as far as that's concerned, once she got on that stand and they started opening up the books and everything, I was like, "Oh my Lord." Cassie,
That's
please,
why they say you gotta wait. That's why
yeah,
they say you gotta wait to the trial, because you can't go off of public opinion, because they'll
yeah.
have you so thrown off.
Yeah, I was like, oh my goodness, Cassie, please tell me you ain't writing no text messages like that. Please tell me you ain't doing this. And here she is doing it. And then when it came back, I still had just a glimmer of hope. And then when it came back with the last freak off she was doing, I said, not 2021.
Right. And and on the stand, she said she missed they pass. I mean, if it was so bad, why you missing that? Because I don't miss nothing about my abuser. Nothing. Nothing at all.
Okay, so y'all ever met a toxic woman that do toxic things that's one of your friends and you be like, I gotta stop hanging out with her?
Yes, absolutely.
So why can't Cassie be one of them women? That's all
Yeah.
I'm saying. A lot of women like to project their morality or their life experience into the person and like, oh, I can see as a victim, but you gotta be able to sit there and say, well, that person hasn't been victimized. I've been victimized. That person hasn't been victimized. They were taking advantage. And don't get twisted. She was domestically victimized because no woman deserves to be hit on. We
Right.
already know. But
Right.
you, from the first time a man hits on you, then
Mm-hmm.
you have the especially when you get $500,000 or $250,000 a month, you have the option to take that money and go.
Yeah.
Some women out here don't got no real friends though. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't
Talk about
tell them, girl, you tripping. You better love yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, you tripping. I
Yep.
want them type of people around me. I like real people. Keep it real, even if it's gonna hurt me. Keep it real. But we can't be going off these feelings and emotions, because this ain't that.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm a boy mom. I have 4 sons. And I don't hold nothing back. They be like, Mom, you supposed to be on my side. Like, that's wrong or whatever. But even the females, the young ladies that will talk to me or whatever, and I'll be like, he can't do no more to you than what you will allow him to do.
Absolutely.
And then when I find out everything, I'm like, now, why are you going through his phone? You looking for something. Stop going through his phone.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Leave his phone alone. Don't touch his stuff. Now you get mad. Now you want to go in there and cut up all his clothes and everything. Then he get mad. And then what happens next?
You're gonna hit.
This is the thing that women have to take accountability, right? The fact that that these women are competing with other women on a high level, so she
Right.
feels like she's, me by me doing this, I'm gonna get it closer to him that other women can't. So
Yep.
it's a control factor for her, so
Mm-hmm.
she can solidify her position, so she can get the bag.
Yeah,
So
because
in other words, she
I'm
mentioned
on these runways with him. I'm on this red carpet with him. I'm at all the BET award. So I'm in her mind, she was trying to convince herself that she was number one.
so in other words, she misunderstood of what men really want out of a wife.
Exactly.
There you go.
Exactly.
There you go.
So she did all them pony dog and pony tricks, thinking that that's going to get the
And
husband.
he treated you just like you act. Just like you act. Just because that's what you showed him.
Yeah,
You
come on
didn't
now.
show him, you did not show him that you were wife material. You did not show him that you could be a good mother to his children. You did not show him that if he get down, you can uplift him. You did not show him none of that.
You know,
So
it's so funny because I met my husband. My husband is a producer, and I met him in a music studio. And it's interesting because when you go to studios, you wear comfortable clothes, correct? If anybody's ever been to a
Yeah,
music studio, you wear a lot of
because
comfortable
you're gonna be
clothes.
there for a while.
So I would go to the studio, and there were a lot of female women in there. I'm not going to say female because some people don't like that word, but anyway, I'm old school, so I'm sorry if that offends anybody. And there would be a lot of women in there that like tight clothes on or barely clothes on or what have
Mhm.
you, anything kind of like what they wear today. And it was so funny because I was like, okay, I'm bringing my artists in here, and we're probably gonna be overnight and things like that. And so I had like the baggiest clothes on, like the baggiest jeans on, a big old sweat shirt, and everything. I kid you not. And when I met my husband, he's my husband now. I met him at the studio. For the longest, he said, I didn't know if you was a big girl or not because you had like the the baggiest clothes on. And in my mind, I was like, well, why you didn't go with one of them other girls there? He's like, it ain't about them clothes. It
that's
was about
right.
what's in your heart and how you talk and what you
Mhm.
got going.
And to be honest, men like natural women because I've
Talk
heard a
about
lot of
it.
men
I had,
say a woman change her face and features and it scared the crap out of him. And
yeah,
he's
and
like, damn, who is you?
I
You
didn't
know?
What my
even have
baby's gonna look like. You
I
know what I
didn't have
Mm-hmm.
a
mean?
weave in my hair. I didn't even have makeup on or anything. And just to let you know, I also had 4 sons from my previous marriage.
Listen, if a man like you when you wake up, he like you.
And we've been married 23 years.
There you go. Listen,
Mm-hmm.
the man that only like you when you put your clothes on, he don't like you. He likes the projection that you're trying to present. The man that sits there and sees you when you wake up, when you go brush your teeth, you know what I'm saying, before you take a shower, and he like
Mm-hmm.
you, want to kiss you before you even brush your teeth, that's the man that like you.
Right, right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what women got to do. That you got to. I listen to men. I don't listen to other women telling me something about a man because you are not a man. You cannot tell me
There
what
you
a
go.
man is thinking. So
And I
I
can't
don't.
tell you what a woman's thinking. I can only tell you what
Right.
a man's thinking. There
I
you
mean,
go.
I've done it in my younger days, but I've grown so far past that. You know what I'm saying? But because women be like, girl, leave him alone. Leave him this. Oh, somebody trying to get in to speak. I guess we keep going with our conversation because we vibe very well.
Yeah.
I like y'all too. I don't know y'all name, but hey,
Yeah, y'all make sense. I like people who make sense.
yeah.
Look,
I ain't always been at
y'all
this
make sure
level.
y'all make sure y'all come back on the panel when the verdict comes out because I got to hear y'all views
Oh
on it.
yeah, for sure. You
Yeah,
know
Yeah.
I
yeah.
I
will
mean,
be.
if I had to vote, I would be voting not guilty. I would. I'll be honest with you because I don't see um they haven't connected the dots for me on what he's being charged for if I had to
Hmm.
vote. um I'm hoping that he gets a not guilty, but I won't be surprised if he gets something guilty on something. I would not be surprised at all,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I'm pretty sure that he will appeal it, and
Right.
and it'll be reversed. I'm pretty sure he will appeal
Now
it.
Judge Mathis was on Vlad TV and he said if he get convicted of something, he feels like the only thing it could be is the prostitute,
The Mann Act.
The man act. That was
Man,
built
the
for black.
cross
man,
Built,
state lines.
they man.
But I don't think that Judge Mathis seen the whole trial where that was concerned though, because I mean where that part was brought up, because wasn't some of that being paid through the company, not straight from Diddy? Because Diddy would get like tips from, I mean, the dancer would get tips from Diddy, right?
Yeah.
So see,
Judge Mathis is pretty much. I saw what you saw too, but initially when Judge Mathis made what he would do, he would say he said he felt like he was guilty on all counts. That was his initial. And then as he started, I guess, looking in more into the case, then he was like, okay, yeah, this RICO is in trafficking, no, but the Mann Act,
mm-hmm.
I can see that one. He would get guilty, but also Judge Mathis didn't even realize that the DV video was back in 2016.
2016
He didn't
statute of
realize he thought it
limitation.
was like at present. Yeah.
That's why I said he hasn't watched, he
But
hasn't got the transcript. He doesn't know the
but
full.
now he does have it. He's now caught up, and then
Okay.
so he still kind of feels like the Mann Act. If they're gonna prove anything, it'll probably be the Mann Act. But he did say that he thinks it would probably be a hung juror, and quite naturally, also a lot of other judges and Judge Joe Brown said that he doesn't feel like he's guilty as well.
Now you know Joe Brown, he come with the smoke.
Yeah,
He don't care. He gives zero. You know what?
yeah. So he said that, but a lot of other lawyers have also said that they don't see the racketeering or anything, the RICO or nothing like that. They don't see that. But then there's some that says the Mann Act, that type of situation, which they said that act was put on the books in the 1940s for Joe Jack.
for Jack Johnson, it was because he had a white wife.
Yeah, and it should have that should be taken off the thing. But like I said, I don't believe. I mean, if I'll come back on the panel, not an issue at all. But the fact is, I mean, we're not the jurors, so I think they'll have a hard time with this whole situation to get everybody to agree. I mean, I just feel that. I mean,
I
they got
think the only thing that's going to save Diddy is because with the Mann Act is that the people might look at the time that he might get and think that's unfair based upon the money that he's already paid out.
But the jury never knows how much time.
Well, no, see, no. Well, the jury knows that he can get a certain amount of time. So,
Right. I see
so,
what you're saying.
so
Right.
the average jury is gonna be sitting there like, I know he might be guilty of like that what they say the Mann Act, but do we want to really give this man 5 years because he had bad relationships and he's a scumbag?
Right.
So
Right.
I'm thinking that the ambiguity, because that's the only thing I see they can get him on is that, and that has to come down with, do we really want to sit there and give this man 5 years for something that we think that was just a bunch of women, I'm saying, that felt that they were upset with the situation? Because if it was about being compensated, well, all the women that were damaged got compensated in different ways, whether it was
Right.
the 30 million that Cassie got or the $10,000 that the next one is still getting to this very day to pay her rent. Which is
And
crazy.
let's just keep it real. We know these jurors, they all over these vlogs and all these mainstream media because they ain't sequestered. So you know they done saw something. Ain't no way they ain't saw nothing about this trial. Why they I don't believe that. They done saw some stuff.
Yeah, I don't. They don't sequester jurors anymore. So and
Well,
what
they do. They sequester in Idaho. I know that because I watched the trial that happened in Idaho. That jury, they was sequestered for like 2 months, like 3 months.
what was the trial on that one?
That was Daybell,
Oh,
Chad Daybell, Lori Daybell.
yeah.
Yeah, they sequestered his jury because he was convicted of the D penalty. Hmm.
Oh, okay. Now
Yeah.
I know they sequestered that OJ trial. Ooh.
How can you? It's hard to sit there and sequester a jury when you could go to a gas station at the gas pump and you see literally a news popping up and it's talking about Diddy.
Right.
Mhm.
Yep. Those. Yeah. Hmm.
Well, the thing about it also, it's on everybody's Instagram feed and all kind of
That's what I'm saying.
TikTok feed. It's there. So, Twitter, Twitch, it's there. So there's just no way they're going to be able to not see those things. And I'm pretty sure they seeing it, and it's going to help them with their decision. So if anybody thinks that it's not, I mean, I know they're not going to come out and say anything, but
Right.
they and then
Mhm.
what the person that you said that somebody said in the chat that
Uh,
um
uh,
the juror that was sick or something, supposedly, allegedly, or what have you, was talking to the
Excuse me, pardon me for a second. This HR. Do you want to say something? Because I see Britt Brat is saying that you're not allowing people to speak on the panel. So are you speaking about true that you're now feeling like you're allowed to speak on the panel?
I'm here and I can't say anything.
Oh, yeah, you can.
You definitely can. I
Okay,
mean,
it's
Oh,
all.
I'm sorry. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can
yes, we
hear
can
you.
hear you
Oh,
now.
okay,
Yes.
perfect, perfect. I just want to say a couple of things, and please just hear me out because I get everybody's side, but I really think that there's a lot of miscommunication going on, and to me, it seems like it's planted in our community because when you go on other platforms, you're not hearing it the way that we are hearing it. So first, what I want to do is first let's just draw our attention, remove your thoughts about Cassie, and let's look at the facts of this case. You see his beautiful daughters that's walking in and out of that courtroom. They're the same exact age that Cassie was when her father met them. Now, if these little girls were the one coming out in replace of Cassie, will we still be talking about them in the same manner? I'm not talking about Jane. Don't know Jane. We would get to that first. But the thing the concern that I have in our community as Black women is to hear so many men, their way of thinking about us is troubling. No is no. I don't give if I'm in the middle of the act. No is no. I don't want to do it no more. That is it. And if you have Black sons, this is the conversation that we need to be teaching them. Because the thing about it is, Diddy can get away with it. Your son not. Because if you don't got the money he got, your son going down. It is unfair. I get it. The conversation that needs to be had in our community is why do these women feel like they have to deal with people like that? Why do they feel like they have to get beat the hell out of them and go back? Because back in the day, because when a man used to beat on a woman, they considered that as a token of honor. When a woman used to call 911 with a busted face and bruised lip, she would still say no. I'm okay. But why domestic violence is being charged now? It's because those same women will turn up dead later.
But it's not
See, no,
domestic
I'm not. No, no, no.
violence
I'm
Hold
almost
on.
done because I'm gonna tie
Nothing.
it all in. I'm
Domestic
gonna tie it
violence
all.
has
Give me
been
one second.
charged.
I'm gonna tie it all in. It's not about domestic violence, but we're missing the point. See, the problem is, as a Black community, those laws are not created for. I mean, they're created to take us out. And the problem is in Black and white everything, if we read the indictment that the federal government put out, not what TMZ put out, if we read the indictment, you will see everything line by line. That's what that prosecution charged. Whether we like these laws or not, that's the problem. We don't like the laws. The way we fix these laws is we educate people and get out here and damn vote. You don't just vote. Y'all, we sitting here watching Diddy, but the president just took our damn taking our constitution away as we speak. We are caught up in the wrong thing. Diddy's not going to do nothing for this community if he gets out. And the problem is the stuff that he got away with. And no, but my thing is, people want these jurors to be fair and look at the blogs and kind of see and based off feelings. What have you got? What have you got somebody that he already done got away with? That he done did. He's not no clean. He has been using this business for years. Let me just speak to this because we got a lot of Black entrepreneurs in the world right now. You cannot use your business to handle personal affairs. It's called commingling funds. And just because you didn't ignorance is not a defense. It's not. You cannot say, well, I didn't know. Okay? You cannot say you didn't know. We need to know. Pull up RICO. Pull up the word and define coercion.
I
People
want
can't
to
even
ask you a
spell the
question
word.
right quick.
You was
So
a
you, I
passionate
want to
speaker, but
ask
you're
you a
not saying anything.
right. I want to ask you a question. I have a serious question right now. I
Go
have a
ahead.
serious question right now.
Go ahead.
Do you believe in your mind that an indictment is concrete evidence? So you saying the government don't just throw stuff on a piece of paper?
I didn't say that. I said if you read the indictment in which a grand jury indicted him on, that's what they proved,
Okay,
and that's
ma'am,
what they. I'm not. You're not listening
ma'am,
to me, and that's the
ma'am. Can I ask
problem.
a couple questions?
We're getting defensive, but the problem is we're
I'm
talking
not.
about the
I'm not getting
law.
defensive. I'm
No,
asking
no,
you a
no.
couple
I'm not
questions.
saying you. It's
Oh,
people.
oh,
It's not just
oh.
y'all. And
Okay.
I appreciate that you guys even allowed somebody on the panel to even give another perspective. But this is not his first rodeo. And no, we cannot bring up all these charges.
Can I
But
ask you a question? So you're saying,
racketeering.
Miss
People keep talking about the racketeering, right? Let's talk about the
Mhm.
racketeering real quick, because everybody
Okay, let's talk about it.
don't see it if you don't want to see it. They're not saying that he created Bad Boy to be a bad boy, no pun intended. But let's be real. That NDA that everybody's been signing has Bad Boys or Comb Enterprise name at the top of that. That's misleading. All they didn't even
What?
see. Something tells me it's something deeper than this, because they didn't the shit that they know they can get him on. They didn't get him on tax evasion. That's an easy hit.
He didn't
That's an
tax evade
easy hit.
tax evasion.
Where
because
that
he didn't
come
tax
from?
evade.
Be all that money that he's funneling.
He's not funneling
That's
any
a
money.
problem right
What
there.
Where
money is he
your
You
funneling? What
evidence
are you
at?
talking about right
take
now? Right now, you
business.
came up
You
here
cannot
talking a
take your
lot of
business
emotion,
money.
but you didn't speak any facts. What money is? If you're not going to come up here and give what we call
Oh, okay. Facts. Here's the
quantitative
fact. Here's the
evidence,
fact.
you have
Here's
to
the
give
facts. Here's the
actual evidence.
facts.
I'm sorry.
Here's the
Pardon me.
facts.
Tell me.
Here's the facts. That video that we're seeing of Cassie, they didn't bring that up for domestic violence. They brought that up for the sex trafficking. Because what they're saying or what they're proving is that while they were in the middle of an act, there was her and two other people in that room, Diddy and some other escort. Okay, what they're saying is that at that moment in time, she got up and left. Whether she left on her own or she was running away, she was done. Just like if I walked in your house and I was
okay,
robbing
so
you, the
hold on,
moment I turned my back, you and I
hold
No,
on.
you
no,
you
no, no.
Wait,
go
Let
wait.
it get
go
it off. Let it get
yeah.
off. Let it get it off because
Okay, yeah.
this
No,
point
no,
is
but
So
I don't
crazy.
want to
with
forget.
their with the video
I
is
don't want to
showing.
forget. Well, hold on. Do you know after that whole episode, she did go back with him and did do this stuff? Did you know that?
Say that one more time.
That same day, after the fight and all that, she did go back out with him to do some more stuff. Did you know that the same day?
Okay. Now let me ask you this.
Uh,
Now we're what part of
You
that?
didn't answer the question. You just said, "Let me
No, no,
ask you
no.
this." I
First of
like that.
all, the truth of the matter is, no, I don't know that she did anything after that other than go to that. They ended up on that red carpet the next day.
Wait,
She
wait, wait,
didn't
wait,
go
wait.
back.
That was
So
testified in
so
court.
same
What you mean you
day.
don't
okay,
know?
okay.
Same
So what
day.
I'm saying is, so you saw him beat her down at the elevator, drag her back in the room, and where Justin? Oh, she went back.
We
Same
didn't see him drag
Yes,
her
Miss
back in the
Sylvia
room.
was in
room.
the
She never went
courtroom.
back in the room.
So
She
he
never went
beat
back
her.
in the room. She never went
He
back in the room.
She never went back to the room. She
And
didn't.
he
No,
never dragged her back to the room either.
he
Uh,
never. He dragged her to the corner and then let her go, and
but
then
any of that right there, where's the grounds of it being okay?
So let me jump in for a minute because I want
Where's the
We're
grounds
not
of that
saying
being
that it's
okay?
okay, but he's not charged with domestic violence. So
let
we're
me
not.
And you're absolutely right. He's not being charged with domestic violence. But what they're saying, do everybody understand what the word coercion means? Do we understand?
The
And
word
I'm not saying maybe
coercion,
y'all.
yes.
ma'am,
Yeah,
the only reason why they came after him is because of that lawsuit. If they didn't have that lawsuit, they've been investigating him for years for different things. And that lawsuit is what helped them to get to this point to try to get him for other things.
you know why? You know
so
why?
so
Are
I'm
you speculating? Do
No,
you
no,
so
no.
have
I'm saying
you
because
have any
She
she.
evidence on what
has
you're
presented
saying?
no factual information. She has
let
talked
me let
about
me can I say
emotions,
something
how we
just for
should
a second?
feel, but she has not presented any factual
The fa-
information and
what
obviously
other
doesn't know anything
what
about the
I'm
law.
saying to you is what they're saying to y'all people in the courtroom. What they're telling the jury is that video wasn't up there to plead domestic violence.
Do you really
It's
think that?
showing you that in the middle of it, this young lady said that while she was in, I can say, well, she said that she went into this freak out, whatever you
Okay,
want
can
to
I ask you a
call it,
question, ma'am?
and she left.
Ma'am, can I ask you a question?
He goes to the
If
he
that,
goes to the elevator
ma'am,
and beat her, and
okay,
y'all justifying that?
okay.
ma'am,
We
ma'am,
not
ma'am,
justifying domestic violence. You have
hold on,
some
let me ask you a
domestic
question,
domestic
simple
violence
question.
survivors on here. So no, we're not.
It's not.
But we're not working with domestic violence right now at
Mhm.
all.
That's a trick bag. Let me ask you a simple question.
Go ahead,
So
sir.
you're trying to encapsulate their whole 10 to 12-year relationship where
No,
she's been
that's what
having.
people are doing,
Can I
not me.
finish speaking? Thank
Let
you.
him
I'm sorry. I
finish.
didn't mean to raise my voice. Pardon me.
But that's the problem. But go ahead.
Ma'am,
Let him
ma'am,
finish.
I'm
ma'am, can
listening.
I finish asking my question before
Yep.
you sit there and try to answer a question that I didn't finish asking yet? Can you encapsulate their whole 12 to 13-year relationship based upon a video that you saw, and she's been having freak offs with literally over 100-something freak offs since they met?
No, I'm not. No, to answer your question directly, no, I'm not trying. And that's the problem that I think everybody else is trying to do. Y'all skip right past the fact that this girl was groomed into this
No,
lifestyle.
she was not groomed.
She was
What are you
not.
She
talking
wasn't
about?
groomed, sir.
You're making up
No, no, no,
TikTok
no. You
knowledge.
know how
She
you know
came.
where
She
that
was with a.
information comes
She was
from?
with a
That
man.
don't come from me.
She was with a man that was 10 years her senior when he met her.
That's right.
Ryan Leslie brought her to Puff. Okay? And Ryan Leslie was
But
much older
okay,
than her, and she was a freak with Ryan Leslie. Let's talk about it.
okay.
Let's
Now,
talk about it.
it's
Since you know Cassie so well, and you're coming on here telling that how
you
we
know
should feel emotionally,
the
let's talk about the facts. When she
the
was
fact that
dancing on the
men are messing
table,
with
no, no,
women
no,
10
no.
years
Let's
they're
talk about the
saying that's
facts, ma'am.
problematic in our community.
Ma'am,
Can I
no,
say
no, no, no. Let's not say no problematic. You're generalizing to try to prove your point. Let's talk about the specific of this case. That's the problem. Once again, you're trying to rage bait and emotionally bait people to trauma bond with you so they can agree with your point. Let's talk
That's
about
not
the
true.
actual facts. This
Okay.
woman was dancing on tables at 19. Where she comes from Long Island. Long Island, you have to have
That's
money to
not
live
where
there.
she's
She comes
from,
from a
but
two.
okay.
Ma'am, may I finish? Because you came up here with a lot of propaganda. So let's talk facts. She comes from a
Okay.
two-parent household. To this day, she can go back to that household. At no time was she groomed and because she didn't know what's going on. She was dancing on tables when Ryan Leslie met her. She made a song for her mother for her birthday, and because of how she looked, she got a record deal. When Ryan Leslie brought her to Puff Daddy, she saw somebody with more money and jumped from Ryan Leslie to Puff, and Ryan Leslie was already her senior. Ryan Leslie literally taught her how to sing and wrote all her hit songs. That's why she has no hit songs beyond that and has no talent beyond that. So once
Mm-hmm.
again, if you come to say somebody's been groomed, who told her to get in the music industry in the first place when she could have worked at Walgreens?
That's not even a valid argument, sir, because
can I say this? And I'm
No, you don't want to face that because
we're
that
still
goes against your
justifying
argument
that
of
either
emotional
Ryan Leslie or
attachment
Sean Combs
because you're
are
pushing
dealing
a
with
narrative
dealing with a
because you've been
child.
through something traumatic.
I
Because you've
want
been through something traumatic, you're projecting your
That's
feelings into Cassie.
no, no, no.
Let it
We're
go.
not projecting, sir. It's just the
Let it go,
facts.
ma'am.
I don't care if he was
Yes,
10 years. The
counselor.
fact that a man a man of that caliber, first of all, a 37-year-old messing with a 19-year-old. Yeah, let's talk about it. It's a
She
problem.
How
wasn't
about a
19.
19-year-old
She
who
was
has
21.
a father
21.
who
That's
said
what
She
he
it's
was
said.
okay?
21. She was messing with
So
Ryan
stop
Leslie at
lying.
19.
You're trying to project the idea of somehow, but at the same time, how about she was trying to take advantage of an old man who likes young women and he
Can
was
I,
a billionaire?
so
How about
just
that?
coming from a woman, just coming from a woman. So you made a statement in your beginning statement. It's like Diddy has girls that's the same age as Cassie was when he met her or whatever. Well, let's talk about it.
Let's talk
Cassie was
about it.
19 years old.
Okay.
She was with Ryan Leslie. She definitely
Okay.
was with Ryan Leslie. She met Diddy. She knew
Mm-hmm.
Diddy was had a whole lot of money then. She knew Diddy had more money than Ryan Leslie had. That is a fact, okay? So if you want to talk about patterns, let's talk about patterns, okay?
You forgot the part where she lied and said it was a party and she made
Yeah,
a
she
fake
lied.
lie.
But before you say that, but who created that fire?
No, she created her own fire.
Okay.
Just because you're
See,
19
forget.
years
Oh,
old does
okay.
not mean that you
My
don't know
thing is,
what's going
even
on.
with
Thirsty
Young
is
Miami,
thirsty.
my thing is the
Thirsty is
salaciousness
thirsty.
of our women
Well,
is
She's not taking
crazy.
responsibility of
It's
what she did.
crazy.
She went
UPS was
after that man.
hiring.
and
It's
then let's just say
crazy.
she was. Then let's just say she went over here to this party or whatever, and she had whatever. Now let's talk about it, okay? Cassie knew exactly what she was doing, and
Okay.
maybe she was taught that from her own mother.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just talk about that because a lot of the women who have young daughters that are pretty like that, the mama pushes them out there like that.
Thank you.
The
Hello.
mama pushes them out there like that.
Mm-hmm. And
And
so what?
so
The mama and the daddy had a lot to gain from Puff too.
and then let's talk about it again, okay? let's talk about it also again. May she rest in peace. Nicole Simpson's parents pushed her out there like that. So let's be honest about us as women, okay?
That's right.
We do things, and no, we don't deserve the domestic violence. Nobody in here said that, but let's be clear. Cassie, everything Cassie was past the statute of limitation. Everything Cassie. The only thing they could they couldn't even introduce that 2016 tape without bringing in Jane's information. They had to threaten Jane because they put a card on her door. They had to have threatened Jane to even come up with this old situation because Jane was trying to be with Diddy the day he was arrested.
Mm-hmm. Right.
That's how they were able to introduce that tape. And they say it's not to say it's domestic violence. They brought the tape in to say it was a pattern to prove the RICO. That's what they're doing. These are tricks.
Thank you, ma'am.
People can't pick up what you don't put down.
And the reason why
intelligent black women run the world.
Thank you,
ma'am.
Don't put down. People can't pick up what you don't put down.
Because of that lawsuit that he just had.
And let's be real here.
Some very high people.
Let's be real here. A lot of young women like older guys. I'm gonna use myself as example. When I was younger, I liked me a guy that was 2 years older than me. I might like me a guy because you in your mind, in your young mind, you think, hey, he the man. I mean, let's be real here. That's so people keep, and then you want to say age ain't nothing but a number. I mean,
I never said that. I think it's a huge problem. It's a huge problem.
And I'm gonna
what
tell
do you
the
mean?
problem.
What's the problem?
That's the problem.
You have a problem with Beyonce and Jay-Z?
The problem, Miss women. Even I have school friends and everything. I'm gonna be honest with you. Even when I was in school, high school.
Yes.
10th grade, and it was friends of mine in school.
Can I ask y'all a question? Let me ask you a question.
Let
me ask you. Okay, we'll move to the next thing because everybody was really talking about the RICO. My thing about the RICO is when you pull it up and look at and define it and actually understand what it's saying, it's all there. So the problem I say to people is just because you don't know you're breaking the law doesn't mean you didn't break the law.
So it's called mensura. You can also be breaking the law, not know you're breaking the law.
But once again,
laws, that's why we have civil rights, because you probably don't even know the law.
That's being stripped away as we speak.
Hold on. You have to understand contextuality of law. Certain laws are based upon intent. So once again, there's a difference if I do something to you and I had an intent to do something with you. So let's just take murder, for instance, right?
Mm-hmm.
So right, they have different levels of murder because based upon manslaughter and first degree. If you had a premeditated, thing to kill somebody, I'm sorry, I didn't yet to lose this language, but we're talking about legal language, so excuse me, YouTube. But if you had a premeditated thought process to do that, that's first degree. Now, if you accidentally killed somebody because you were driving and you did something and it was your mistake, and you are negligent, but at the same time it wasn't your intent, that's manslaughter. So there's a difference based upon intention in the law, and that comes down to the laws that he's being charged with right now. So you can now, the average person, yes, that when it comes to the law, ignorance of the law does not actually take you out of actually being charged for that actual law. That is true. Right. But certain laws come back down to intention, especially when we come back to relationships. Now, if I thought that this person was going along with everything and I didn't know that she didn't like this, in my mind, then I wasn't breaking any laws. And then, because if you're sitting there telling me text messages, I love you, daddy, but inside you're feeling bad, well, I don't know that. I don't know that I'm actually feeling
that part right there is where I challenge you as a man to just reserve. You can speak your piece, but the fact that women go through that, and that's the thing about I tell women, I'm not
generalizing on what women go through. I'm talking about this particular case.
You're not taking down 3 or 4 different size men inside of you because
a woman is responsible for and accountable for what she allowed.
Girl, he got grown men scared of him. Y'all keep talking let's talk about
what grown man scared of Diddy. What grown man scared of Diddy?
Nobody's
me know.
scared of Diddy.
Baby,
What grown man scared of Diddy? He not even
okay.
a gangster. He not a
Please
thug.
let
He
me
not
know
none of that.
which grown man is scared of Diddy. Let me know.
So
Not
all the ones,
nobody.
nobody. Okay.
Who
Nobody's scared of
scared him?
Diddy.
No, you
Please
Okay.
let me
said
know
it.
because
Name
I've
who
actually been
it
in the
is.
room with Diddy. No grown man is scared of Diddy. I've been in the room and he is nowhere physically, nowhere menacing in no way. He's one of those,
He
hey, what's up? How you doing? Nice type of dude. He's a get along type of nigga. So which person that is scared of Diddy? Let me know.
okay.
They wasn't no
So
woman not scared
what's
of
his name?
Diddy.
Roger, Mr.
My name is
Bonds.
Roger
Wolverine.
Bonds?
Roger
He
Bonds.
he ain't scared of Diddy.
Okay, so when I say scared, because again, here we go, because it's the language, right? The word. He was sit in certain positions just because he knew he couldn't go nowhere else. It's the power. We're missing the power factor to this. The
But you don't. He's
blacklisting.
not holding you with a gun and saying you got to stay.
You don't have to, but that's the problem. You don't have to hold me with a gun.
Then you can leave.
Then
Then
that's
That's the
on
part.
you.
That's the part.
That's
That's the
on
definition of
you.
you can
coercion.
leave.
That's the definition of coercion. All you
By
have to do is threat.
leave.
Okay.
By leave. He's not
You
holding a
can
gun to
leave.
Roger
No, you
Bonds'
don't.
head.
But in
Roger Bonds was
kidnapping,
a
kidnapping,
criminal.
you don't have to have a gun to have me to be kidnapping me.
Yes, you do.
No, you
What?
don't.
Yes, you do.
Where you
You
get
gotta
that
be able
from?
to help. You don't have to have no, but you got to be able to lock me in if I can't leave. If you're not even in the car, you're not in the car, you're not even there, and the door's unlocked.
He's not
You
being
go home.
he's
Wait
not
a
being
minute.
charged with kid. He
You
wasn't
go
he
home
no.
every.
So
Listen,
the
you
thing
go
is
home.
you're
I'm
not
gonna bring it to Capricorn Clark or whatever her name is. If you can go home every
Right.
single day,
Right.
with a
every
security
day,
guard outside your home.
you can go home every day. No
With
security
security
guard.
outside your home.
Who said a security guard was
There
outside
was
her
no
home every
security
day?
guard.
Who was taking her to and from the lie detector test?
She
They took her home. They dropped her home.
Who?
There was no,
home.
Who?
they dropped her home.
He said,
Okay.
she said, pick up and
I
drop
think what it
off.
is, people you don't
Have
see
you
what you
been in the
don't want to
courtroom?
see.
Have you been in the courtroom?
Have I been in the no.
Yes. Have you read a transcript?
Yes.
Have you read the transcript thoroughly?
Yes. Some of them, yes. Not all of them, no.
Okay, so basically it's a lot of rumors that you're speaking about. Because this panel is someone that's on this panel that this channel belongs to that has been in the courtroom
Every day.
and has been reporting it the way it is.
And I've been reading the transcript. I've been downloading the transcript.
And so have I. But my thing is, we are
our
okay.
dude,
Just like even with the RICO, everybody's saying they don't see the RICO. How we missing the
I
RICO?
don't see the RICO.
We don't see the RICO. There is no
Okay,
RICO.
why don't you see the RICO?
Because it's not.
It's not.
Every time you got to change the law to fit what it is, it ain't. They
Right.
There was no changing. There was
She
no
did.
changing.
Hold on. She changed, made some. Even if you are not, even if you're not distributing the drug, even if you pass it to somebody, it's considered distribution. When is that?
No. See, now we're missing. We're mixing things.
I'm telling you what she said.
That's not because that ain't even. That's not even what.
Do you have a legal background?
I do.
You do?
I do.
Really?
And what I'm saying to you, those words, what they said was they were removing
Are
the
you
jury
on
instructions
prosecution or
for
defense side?
attempting.
No, I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about the part when she was doing her closing remark. She told the jurors that even if you're not selling, if you just pass it along to somebody, it is considered distribution.
You don't understand that is?
Oh my God!
So you smoke a joint, and I'm sitting with you. So
no. That's the thing. You can see. That's the thing about. That's what I'm saying. See, that's what I want. This is where I want our community.
They were drug addicts, and they was drug addicts together.
And that's the ignorance that we have in our community. We don't understand the law, and just because not y'all, ignorance means to be to is the word is unknown. The things like that is what gets us. Okay, just because they didn't pull up on you, because they didn't pull up.
That's correct. When you calling us ignorant,
I didn't say that. I said people are ignorant to the law.
Is, you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. what gets us is when we allow the law to work against us.
Right.
No. And I agree with
That's
you there.
what gets us when we allow the law to work against us. Well, how we buy into what anybody say.
Right.
It's,
That's what
ma'am,
gets
Jesus. I'm
That's
not
what
buying
gets
into what anyone's saying.
No, when we
what's his name?
allow them clear people to start making laws to
Yep.
put our black butts in jail.
Yep.
I guess you missed the first part of my comment when I called in. Okay, so I said I was gonna explain some things, and then I said what I would like to do with this conversation, because what it is, we're the only community that's tearing each other down because we don't see what the next. It's called communication and comprehension.
So,
And a
so
lot
what
of
you
things,
saying
and
is
maybe
the black
that you
people's tearing down Diddy, because that's what you're saying, right?
That's what
Black
we're
people are
doing.
tearing
Well,
down
I'm
Diddy,
gonna be
right?
honest with you, the people who testified against him,
Thank you.
Mia,
Thank you.
Jane, and Cassie, they not our community.
Thank you.
I
They
didn't
not
say
our
that,
community.
ma'am. I'm not even. I wasn't. That wasn't even a part of what I was saying.
So
And this is, and again, because I go back to the RICO, because that's the thing that everybody, not when I say everybody, I'm general, because again, communication get lost when there's lost in translation and understanding. So when people use words and don't understand the meaning, that's where things get confusing.
I
And
think you think
I'm
that
not
people don't
speaking to you
understand the meaning,
three.
but I will give
When
you
I'm
this.
talking about is even in our community, the general consensus. First of all, let's talk about the oh well, they didn't put on what they said they would. We didn't see no celebrities in the indictment never mentioned a celebrity name, and not at all. Never mentioned TD Jakes and Justin Bieber. Not none of this. That was just stuff that was
So that's
clickbait in
our
the
point.
media.
It's a
That's our
minor
point.
and it's no minor.
That's
It
our
was
point.
it was clickbait. It was clickbait.
That's
No,
our
the,
point.
the indictment mentioned minor and there was no minor.
Okay, I'll pull the indictment back up because I read through it and I never seen the mention of a minor in it. Now he's being charged separately in a civil
And
suit.
also when they made the little news thing that they did, the little broadcast, the little news thing, they want to indicate that the baby oil had
Right. Drugs in it.
lace. Come on now.
Can
What
I
I'm
ask y'all a
saying,
question though? I mean, this is logically speaking. Let's just be real. I mean, seriously, it's a serious question. When you go to the store, unless you got a big family, you buy in bulk, right? I think what we're missing, and again, I'm not, I know, I think we're blurring the lines because they say, oh, they doing this and all. First of all, there was concerns, and like somebody already mentioned it, they've been investigating this man for periods on end. The feds are just not showing their entire hand on everything. Now, what my thing with the baby oil is,
They
I
haven't
have
showed their hand the whole thing.
personal use, but when you're traveling with cases and cases across, it does
So he
become
taking
to
he taking those cases with him, or is he ordering them, just like a lot of people do?
they're traveling with them.
So you mean to
That was
tell me
brought up.
they need cases to go do a freak off for 3-4 days? They need
And I
cases.
think the pattern that they were
I
trying
don't
to
think
show.
that's how it went down. They found those cases inside his home. They didn't
Right.
find it in his travel.
That's not what I'm saying, man. That's not what
You just said that.
yeah, because they take them and put them in bags. When they pack their bags,
It's not
they're
illegal to
Ma'am,
have
you
baby
said
oil,
he's
and
y'all.
no one said
traveling
it.
with
Never mind.
cases.
It's
You
that's
said
It's
he's
not
I think this is
illegal
the
to
traveling
issue
have
with
right
baby
here.
oil.
cases.
No
what,
one said it was illegal.
So then why you pick it up?
Somebody was just alluding to the fact that that the feds were saying that there may be something in it. There's several videos of people from inside his camp that alluded to that as well. I'm not saying that that's what's in there. All I said that was
What
suspicious.
camp? Gene Deal? Gene Deal is not his
No,
camp.
no, no, no.
it
His
does,
former
first of all, it's not illegal. If he wants to buy $2,000,
Right.
2,000 bottles of baby
no,
oil,
and
it's not illegal.
no one
And
said
it
that
should
it was
not even be
illegal.
anybody's concern. If he
No,
wanted to fill his
no,
bathtub
no.
up with all that baby oil and dip his
That's right.
he could do that if he wants to. Nobody when the way
Ma'am, no one said that, and I'm simply speaking on what's been said. Okay, so again, when it comes to the freak offs, if me and my man decide that, first of all, I'm not down with that, but if I decide, yo, I want to please my man, I'm gonna indulge in one of these. That's fine. Just because I indulge in it on Friday night doesn't mean when I fly out to you that on Saturday night or the next night that I'm always going to be down with it. And I think that's where the confusion is coming from.
So
Just because they can.
But I'm sure they had conversation about it before they had one.
So
And do
okay,
you? And we're part of the he don't take no for an answer that we
no.
not
But we
here.
don't know that. Where you know
You
that
don't
from?
know that.
Okay,
Where do
You
you know
don't
that
know that.
from? Where do
let,
you
You
know that
you
from?
you
okay, you
don't
know
know
what?
that.
I'm a agree with her on something, just a little bit of something. Okay, so I'm married, right? And so guess what? I might want to have intercourse with my husband, you know, today, maybe for 3-4 days this week, and then maybe on that 5th day, he like, okay, come on, and I say no, and he still is like, come on now. I still say
Give me
no.
some.
Then he go to the store, and then
Right.
he come back with a LV purse or something, and then he say, hey, he bring me the purse with him. My answer is still no. Then he still bother me, and then I just give in. Did he coerce me?
Right.
By
Did he coerce
definition.
me?
He
By
might have
definition.
he might have
Or did
manipulated
he
you,
just
but he
change
didn't
my mind? Wait,
legally do something to you.
did he coerce me, or did he just change my mind?
Right.
He changed my mind. We
Well,
are in
yeah,
a
that's again. So
relationship.
I
We are
think
in a
you.
relationship. I'm not underage. I'm not just somebody just not wanting to do this. Is a behavior of he and I. It's a pattern that he and I do this. And
Miss Richard said no, he begged you.
you're right, Miss Richard. He begged me. And I said, okay.
You ain't never lied. That was a
He
beg.
begged me. That's just what it is. They were in a relationship for 11 years. And that's what's going to come on now. I want to do this. I want to do this. Come on now. We're not talking about he just met this person off the street or whatever. We're talking about a relationship, something that she wants to do. So, of course, some nights you don't want to do it, or some days you don't want to do it. It ain't going to stop him from asking.
She thought
And I
she
think
could do
that's what
all of that
we
for
keep
him,
trying
and
to
she
project
thought it
what
would
we
make
would
her
do.
wife material, and it didn't. And she bitter about it. Let's be real with
So
it.
I can see where you're going with this and everything, but as a woman, come on. I mean, honestly, I just get so tired of the whole thing where women always gotta feel like, that we are being so manipulated, like we're so weak.
Well,
We
some
don't
people
have a
are, and that's
mind
the
of our
whole thing.
own. We
But
cannot
this
speak
is
up.
why
No.
even when it comes to men, like even when looking at Diddy, the problem that I mean, and me looking from a professional standpoint, from my background, now I'm beyond the act and I'm to the why. Why are you like this? Because
You
The
truth
mean
be
why
woman,
told,
right?
you like that?
excuse me.
The
You mean why
woman. You
you like
asking yourself that, right? Or
First of all, no, no, no,
women?
no, 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 no.
no? Did you say why is Diddy like that? Is that the question you're saying?
Sean Combs.
No.
Sean Combs.
Why is the woman like she is?
I've
That's
already asked that, but y'all skip past that. Y'all said that's their problem. They need to learn to be weak, bit better, and whatever. And
So you
what I
mean the
employ
women?
to other,
I
and
never
what I
said a woman need
employ,
to learn to be
what
better.
I employ, what
Not
I
A
all
say.
woman
women
need to
like
take
that.
accountability for her part she played, because a
Mm,
woman play a part too. A
mm-hmm.
man cannot make a woman do nothing that she don't want to do. Period. You can't
It's
keep
not
putting this off on a man. No,
right.
we don't get to
But
do that.
you are speaking from your perspective, which is all you can really speak for.
No, I'm
And
speaking
And
from a
where you
fact.
and what you're saying, but
No.
there's women right now today. There's women right now as we speak that are in relationships that can't just walk away.
Yes, you
So,
can. If you long
oh,
as you're
okay.
not being held.
Okay.
Or
Okay.
you
Yes,
could call the police if you
call
can't
the
walk
police.
away, baby, because they
So
got way
Uh-huh.
more resources than they did back in the
Uh-huh.
day.
But again,
if you
but
can't walk
y'all
away,
okay, so
you
okay,
can't
okay,
walk
cool.
away
Okay.
and you're being harmed
Mm-hmm.
and you're
Let me
being
tell you,
harmed.
I'm a come with you for real. I
Mm-hmm.
am a victim or a survivor, because I'm not a victim right now. Survivor of domestic violence.
Me
I
too.
chose as a young girl to stay with that because I thought that was love. Because what I
Exactly.
was
And that's all I'm speaking of. So
hold
now
on,
that you're
hold on, hold
past
on.
that, you
I'm
can
not
speak
done.
on it.
I'm
let
not
her
done.
finish.
I'm not done. After a certain point in my life, I said I can no longer accept being treated like that. So I had to do something about myself, because I can't control that man at all. I have no control over him, but I do have control over myself. So I took myself
Mhm.
out of that equation because I want better for myself. I'm more than that.
And when you were in that situation, can I ask this question?
Mm-hmm.
When because you mentioned you said that you thought that was love, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Did you value yourself when you were in that
No,
situation?
No, I got to be real
Many
with
of these women
myself.
don't.
I didn't respect myself. I didn't value myself. I had low self-esteem. I was being emotionally, I was being physically, and I was being mentally abused. And if you know anything about abuse, emotional and verbally abuse,
It's the worst.
that's almost
That's
worse
worse.
than physical.
And I know all about it. And that's why I can speak from it and give grace to people that don't and recognize those that don't love themselves, such as the women that took the stand. So and that's the thing. Instead of
Okay, but
and
it
again,
was a
and it's
choice
not
they
and
made,
my thing
right?
is
As
so
women.
my thing is there's so many women besides Cassie and Jane and everybody else. But the thing about it is the way that we tear them down beyond means. My thing is everybody keep talking about money, but
I
what
ain't
else was his?
tearing nobody
What
down.
I
I'll
didn't
never
say, and
victim
that's the
shame.
thing. I didn't
Everybody
say
is
you.
talking about money is because the whole time they were there with the relationship,
Right.
they could have done something about it and gone to the police and got this person stuck in jail and
Going to the
everything.
police,
They chose
okay.
not to. But then
So
when it
y'all are
came to
missing the
opportunity,
point
They
where
wanted the
they wanted
no,
the
no, no,
lifestyle.
money.
no. So you're
They
missing.
wanted the
So
lifestyle. Be
how are
real.
you going
Let's
to the
be
police when
real.
you hire the police? I don't get it.
When you
What?
what?
The police.
When
I
you
heard
hire, how do you think he got away with so many of the
You
things he's
you
Oh
not
my
doing?
stating
God.
facts. You
no,
not stating
the
facts
police.
right now. You just going off of some emotion or feeling.
It's not an emotion,
Yes,
sweetheart.
it is.
It's
Yeah.
not
Yes,
an
it is.
emotion.
Because you don't have a fact. Can you back that fact up? If you can back it up, then hey, we gonna roll with you. But if you can't
Well,
back it up, we can't roll with you.
yeah, but I'm not
They
going to
did not
jeopardize.
have
I'm
the
not going to
police in his life.
compromise their situation because it's not me, it's them. But like I said,
I would never victim
this ain't
shame at
happening
all.
just out of the blue. These we can say what we want to say about them, but they ain't the only ones that's been in a situation where they felt powerless in the situation. My thing is, we talk so much about Cassie and Jane and me and the rest of them, but where do y'all hold the black man accountable for the way he treated the
We do
women?
hold the black men
I
No, we
accountable.
hold
no,
It's
we
black
don't.
all
men accountable. That's why
We're sitting there
I don't
cheering
deal with
him
men
on.
like that. I'm gonna hold them accountable because I'm not gonna deal with them.
so here's the
Because
deal.
I made the choice that I
You know
love
what?
me
You're
more than
absolutely
any
right.
black man.
So y'all don't think when he was having people sign NDAs with his business letterhead on it that he didn't know what he was doing?
What
All
businessman
celebrities,
don't do that?
excuse
What
me,
With
all
business?
NDAs?
celebrities have NDA because they don't want their personal business out.
No,
That's
no, no.
right.
I don't care. I understand what an NDA is, but it's on a business letterhead.
Okay. And your
Okay.
point?
All right. So and then when you're hired,
Celebrities,
my boss can tell me to do whatever I want to do, right?
But
But
that's
if
not
I'm on, let's say I work for Walmart, but the CEO of the store manager of Walmart is telling me, hey, I'm gonna give you while you clocked in, go over here to the hotel and set up this shit for me and my side piece or whatever,
that's
whatever. And I'm
totally
doing that.
different. Listen, they were personal assistants.
assistance.
It's
That's
a
not.
personal thing for that celebrity. It's not the same thing as your boss working for
You knew
Walmart.
what job you were signing up for.
And
You knew it.
absolutely, and that's the whole point.
You
You're
knew the
proving my
job
point right.
description because
You're
he
proving the point right there.
No, you're
what
not because
point?
You
What
are
point?
the point
they're
is he
Yeah,
okay. So
personal.
once you pay them out of a legitimate business, but they are doing personal things, that becomes
That's
commingling
All
funds.
celebrities
oh
have
my
personal
God.
personal
assistants. What are you
assistants.
saying?
And y'all are missing it.
Celebrities
Who
will not
missing
do
it?
anything on that
Listen,
will not be going to the show and
first of
they're
all,
gonna not.
I own okay. I own a business. I understand it.
You don't
What
have
I'm
to pay
No,
saying,
you gotta be a billionaire
I
that
gotta
don't
be a
do
Right.
nothing
billionaire
for
to
yourself,
understand
that
this.
don't
I
do nothing
don't.
for yourself, that somebody else take care of all your personal stuff, shopping, going to the store, buying deodorant, buying pads. That's
Hmm.
what they do. Personal stuff.
a
Hmm.
personal assistance to a celebrity is totally different than a personal assistance to a
A
physician.
corporation.
To a
A
who?
personal assistance is totally different. The two different descriptions. You will never see millionaires at a grocery store, at a bar, or not a bar. I'm sorry, at somewhere buying personal things just so it could be in the on Instagram.
That's understood.
So
But
that so you'll never see
what they're getting them on is the drug use, and they're not even talking about marijuana.
that he's a drug
They
addict.
all was
It
drug
doesn't make it
addicts.
right.
All drug addicts.
They were
It doesn't
us.
make it
He did
right.
not put a gun to her head and said, take these drugs. Matter of fact, Cassie was taking drugs behind his back. And that
And
girl,
she was
Brianna,
drugs
he
before
told
she
her to
met
stay
him.
the hell
No,
away
no,
from
no. Well,
Cassie.
y'all
Because you
keep bringing up Cassie. I'm just talking. We're talking about Sean right now, correct?
Who we
But
talking
wait a minute. But if he just doing
We're
drugs on his
talking
own,
about.
that
So
okay? What are
my
we
thing
talking
is,
about?
And if we're
okay,
just
because
talking about
y'all are
stuff right now,
justifying the
then you just
wrongs that were
off the
done, and
case.
I'm trying to understand.
Ain't nobody justifying anything. We're just trying to explain to you what it is.
Okay,
And the thing about
so they were purchasing illegal drugs under
For
the
personal
business
use.
personal use.
under the business with
No, he
business
purchased.
funds.
We don't know that. How do
No,
you? Where did you
no,
get that from? Where your fact at for that? Because you
no.
keep bringing up
He
stuff and
purchased.
you don't have a fact.
Wait a
Go ahead.
minute. Well, hold on, y'all. When the accountant came up there, he explained that it was his personal money that was being used to purchase those things. That's what the remember. He's a billionaire. Everything's under him. So he took his personal money that is paid from his company to him. What he do with his personal money? Once the company pays it to him, he can do whatever he wants to with it. And that's why the accountant came up there to just to give exactly how it went, where the money came from, and stuff like that.
Somebody
That's
saying
not
Rihanna be out and about all the time. I don't. Have you seen her? Have you took a picture of her? Evidence. I mean, I can't go off of hearsay. I just can't. If you ain't got no evidence
About
on
like
something,
that.
don't just be putting
Rihanna
that out
don't
there.
go out for everything. She just go out for certain things. You ain't gonna go see her buying no tampons.
You
Right.
don't care about none of that.
Right. Let's be real here. Like, gee, I mean, these emotions and these feelings is it doesn't work in the court of law. That's all.
and
That's what we saying.
exactly. But the facts of the
No,
matter
but
and the
you're
facts of the
using your
case
emotions
do.
and your feelings in the court
It's
of law.
not. Distribution is what it is. It's been
When did
proven.
he distribute his?
Drugs, illegal drugs at that.
Wait a minute. He took illegal substances.
No.
He
He
did not
distributed them.
distribute them.
He
There's a
Well,
didn't.
difference.
they're trying to say since he gave it to the girls, that there was distribution.
Oh
So
God.
let's go back to the rug mule. How they tried to say the rug
Right.
mule, the big rug mule. And
Right.
it all come down to it that he was caught with how many ounces?
0.07 or something like that.
0.07. This the big rug mule. And then they tried to say he would go out and he said less than 10 times. And it was never a whole big quantity. It was and he said it was basically for personal use. He said it.
Right.
So
Then-
now putting together a case.
So we're gonna okay.
Face it, honey. That child Cassie is still in drug rehab. Let's be honest here.
Mm-hmm.
She still go to the methadone clinic.
Absolutely.
Okay, so what we saying
Absolutely.
here? What are we
That's
saying
that's
here?
that's the sad part of that. But go ahead.
And Diddy is locked up, so he ain't getting no
And
rugs right now.
you
So
don't think so? Oh, okay.
I mean, he could be, but we don't
Just
know
like they
that for a
should.
fact. But we do know
now
she
you're
is, because that's been
We're not speculating.
No,
We're
you
not
are
speculating.
speculating. You don't know for a fact that he's getting drugs.
right.
Okay.
I don't believe he is because I think
You don't have to believe it.
Because when they raided his cell, he had nothing in there. No, he had no
No drugs. He had the
contraband. No
paperwork.
contraband.
He had the paperwork that they took from him.
Paperwork that they stole from him.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Trust me, if he had drugs, they would have put it out.
And
They would
Heck yeah, he would have had a charge.
no
another
one said
charge
that he
added.
was caught with anything. Y'all made,
Oh, there she
I didn't
goes.
say any of that.
If you can't factually state it, it shouldn't be said. It's just like you're putting allegations on somebody.
No,
How
I didn't
would you
put an
like to be
allegation out
accused?
there. I did not
You
I did not put an
accusing
allegation
somebody.
out there. Y'all asked about distribution. I defined
I didn't
distribution
ask
for you.
about- I
Well,
didn't
no,
ask
they
about you
the
what
RICO
they said.
charge because
I
we're
never
debating
asked
whether or
about
not
distribution. I
They
said it couldn't be distribution because he wasn't selling the drugs. That's what I said.
but that's the misconception of the law.
No, they changed it. The lady
No,
changed
y'all think
it
they
now.
just changed a whole
She didn't
law
put out
just
the whole law. No, she didn't give the whole
no. That's the thing. We think
She
they
did
just went in
not.
there and changed the
Listen to
law.
me. Listen to me. She did not. Even the attorney A said that she didn't give the whole definition of what the law is. She cut out. She put it so it could fit her
narrative.
Yeah.
And you need to believe
that's why the judge came back and said neither attorney, whatever the attorney says, is not evidence. He's gonna give what the laws are.
I would hate to accuse you of something, and then you need to be defended. And
Oh, but we done been through all that. That's why I know. I'm very aware of the law. That's what
And
I'm
we,
saying. Is
no,
the
you
fact
aren't.
that we
are you
don't
aware of
understand.
the
Just like
charges that
everybody
this
thought a
man is
RICO
facing,
mean
though?
that he had to be a part of a mob. No, you don't have to be a part of a mob.
Well,
And it
The,
that's
may
what
not be.
RICO.
It's
None
That's
one
what
for
of us
RICO
him.
said
was
that.
initially.
None of us said that anything about
I
being
didn't
part
say
of
that's the
mob.
whole point. When I'm speaking, I'm not speaking. I just met y'all. I ain't even really meet y'all. Just get on this call not too long ago. I'm not speaking to y'all. I'm speaking to other things that I've been seeing in the misconception of our community. So what I've been saying is, okay, instead of everyone trying to tear everyone down, educate them so they can be informed. Because you got
Well,
a
you
lot of
came in here
you got
tearing
a
us
lot of
down,
men,
talking about us
you
Right.
got
being.
a lot of men out here admitting to things, saying that it's okay just because they didn't get caught. No, brother, that's not okay.
No, I'm not going.
I
let
didn't
me ask
say
you a
you
question.
guys.
Why
I didn't
does
say
it
any of
always
you.
have to be a
The
lot
brother.
of men?
Right.
Well,
Why
because
does
it
it
was the
always
men
have
that
to
was
be a lot of
the
men?
okay. First of all, it's because of what I was reading from men
Well,
admitting
what
to
I'm
certain
Well,
saying
then
is,
things.
that's not a
why does
conversation you
everything
should be
have to
having with
be?
us. You should be having that with them.
I
Why
didn't.
does everything have to be from a lot of men? Like,
Right.
why can't it be from we as a community need to do better,
I
male
said
and
that
female?
30 minutes ago when I started the call, ma'am. I didn't come on here. I said exactly that. I said y'all just, and again, those of you that's on here that went through abuse, that got healed, and such as myself, I understand it. So I can hear. So what I do and what I employ to you, just working in that field again, is yeah, we might not agree with how these women act. I don't even agree with Young Miami and how she's portrayed. It's not, but my thing is that's
What do you
the
mean?
end.
What's wrong with Young Miami? What is she doing that you don't like? Because that's her life. She can live it how she wants to.
Exactly. But okay, never
But you
mind.
don't have to like that. See,
I
that's
didn't
the thing.
you're being
You telling us
defensive
you
because
telling
I
us
think she's
not to be.
better than what she's putting herself out there to be.
But
Okay.
she
It ain't
might
no
be
different than
okay
her.
with that. She might be okay with that. That's her life.
I didn't
She's young. I mean, we probably all did some crazy stuff when we were young. I ain't gonna judge the sister. I think she do
you're
well
not
for
gonna
herself.
judge her, but you're judging all the other women that we just talked about.
No,
I,
That's
we're
the
what
just
what
problem.
telling you
woman did I
we're
judge?
telling you the facts that came out in court.
I'm telling you the facts that came out. I'm not judging no other woman. I'm just saying women
So if we're
have to
going off the
take
facts that
accountability
came
for the
out in
type of
court.
men they allowed in their life. That's all
Mhm.
I'm saying. And I'm speaking from experience. And I'm passionate about what I'm saying because I know
And
what I'm
so
saying
am
is a
I.
fact. And the
Hmm.
man that was just up here, he had to get off because he got too upset. And I understand why. He agreed with a lot of things that I said. And I'm talking to a man. But I'm not coming out sideways. I'm speaking facts to this man so he can agree with me.
We're
Because
not
he knows
judging any. As far as judgment is concerned, you make a decision on how you feel about what was presented in front of you. If your person is being charged, and then you have to listen to witnesses that are involved on the charge on the stand, and of course the prosecutor is
I
going to
see
say
you.
this part. They're going to say this, but then the defense is their job is to say, okay,
Absolutely.
they only presented this part, but let me go ahead and get you the rest of the text message.
Right.
It shows different.
That's right. You got to put context to it.
When it all comes out,
Because the
then you like,
prosecution
okay, now
gonna try
wait a
to
minute.
make you look like
Are
the
you
scum
a
of the
victim?
earth.
Okay,
Are you a victim?
how about this? Because I know y'all heard this one because y'all was in the courtroom, right? So how about
I
this right
was
here?
I
Okay,
was in
no,
trouble.
no. I'm saying okay.
I
So,
was
well, I
not y'all.
understand everything because I know. What's my boy? You can't see his name. Hold on.
He was on the stand.
Uh.
What are you?
Hold on. I'm about to get
Don't
it.
bring Gene Deal in this
I
conversation,
ain't nobody
please.
bringing Gene Dale, sweetheart. I'm not
Thank
talking about
you.
Gene Dale.
Thank you.
Damn, his name just slipped my mind.
Is he a CC?
Is he who?
Is he a content creator?
No. You know, I just got on this YouTube stuff the other
Oh, okay.
few
I was
weeks
just
ago, and I'm
asking
just like, it's
think of
just
the name.
I see why we are the way. And when I say we, I'm not speaking about you four or three because I'm the fourth one. It's just in general. It's just across the board. So I'm not. Um,
Now everybody gonna have a difference of opinion, just like
exactly, and that's why
humans.
I proposed
But
mine.
everybody's gonna see things differently, and that's
Absolutely.
perfectly fine. But like when you say like, are y'all not seeing this? Are y'all not seeing this? So we could actually say the same about somebody
Yeah,
else.
we
Are
could be
you
looking at the
not
same
seeing
things
this?
and see
Did
it two
you
different ways. Two things can be true at the same time. I understand, but truth and fact are two different things.
mm-hmm. That's all I'm
Mr.
saying.
Steele, Brian Steele.
What
That's it.
about
That's it.
him?
What
That's
about
it.
him?
Okay.
What about Brian?
Excellent, excellent defense attorney. What
I
about
guess you
him?
missed the part when I said because I know Brian. I understand. So that's what I'm saying. It's not when you ask me about. I get it, and I understand. We don't have to. Again, we can
So
agree
what
to
about
disagree on a
Brian?
lot of
What
different
about
things.
Brian?
So no,
Before,
when I because people were speaking about was it him? What he do? It was something that was no the other one that delivered the closing remarks. When he got up there and said things like, um, yeah, he showed up to the house. I mean, yeah, he said he was going to release those text message, but he didn't really mean that. Like, how are you
Sylvia, did he say
conceding to
that?
something and then trying to defend it?
Sylvia, did he say that?
He
yeah, he
did.
said that.
He
Yeah.
said that. He also said, well, yeah, that's not his style. We're more like, yeah, he showed up to Cuddy house, but he came to fight.
Listen,
Okay.
what is he? He's a defense attorney. He's
I'm
going to
not,
defend his
baby. I'm not.
client.
I'm.
So
I'm
why
not
do you,
mad at that because
okay, then what's the
if he
point?
would have did that, it would have
What
been
are
another
you bringing
problem.
that up for?
But I
Because
didn't understand. You talked about Brian Steele. Like, why are we at Mark what's his name?
Let's call it
Agnophilia.
Aggie.
That's his head attorney, Mark
That was the head attorney.
Agnophilia.
I said because when he said things like we're picking it, like you said, to get to put things into context. There
Hmm.
were messages that was read out, and yes, they're gonna read theirs and they're gonna read this. That's fine, right? But what I was stating to it was things like when he conceded to when the coercion, right? Threatening people, threatening someone, or threatening to do things. That's a part of the coercion, right? People don't really understand that. So when he got up there and said, "Oh yeah, he said that," but he didn't really mean that. The
What
So
did he
you
say? What did he say, Sylvia?
he he said that yes, Diddy told them he
I
was going to
want to know
release their
what was
sex
the
tapes,
thing
but
that
I
he
mean they're in
said.
love. That he didn't really mean that.
I want to know what did he say.
Oh, okay,
I
go ahead.
I need to know what he said that he didn't mean.
I said that he got up there and said that Diddy told these girls that he was going to release their sex tapes, but he didn't really mean it. He was just, you know,
Did he say
Oh, okay. Okay. I need to understand what did he say that he didn't mean? Because I didn't know that that was what that was.
and what was the point of that? Saying that I don't
Right.
understand. Because he defense attorney, just like a prosecution, the prosecutor says one thing or that fits their narrative, and defense is gonna say one thing that fits their narrative.
hmm
So, and
we're
it's
aware
not
of that.
a
So
full
what I'm saying is
picture.
when you're,
On, hold on. You're not gonna get a full picture until the judge give the instruction.
Right.
Okay, that's the way it's gonna go. Right now, if you're a prosecution side, you're gonna believe the prosecution. If you're a defense side, you're gonna believe this defense. And then the judge is gonna give what the facts are. He says he did say neither side of
Mhm.
what attorney said is evidence.
Let me ask you something,
they
HR.
say folks say things
Did
that they don't mean all the time.
did Diddy release any video? Did he ever release any video?
No, he never did release it.
So
It all
see,
came from Cassie.
that's where you gotta that's where you stop right there. You put that a stop, a period. He never released nothing. So obviously, what Agnofilio said, he didn't mean it because he didn't do it. Most men, when they say they gonna do something like that, they gonna do it. But he never did it. So he wasn't lying. He said he didn't mean it because he actually did not do that. He did not release a tape.
Hey, Essence, let Essence say something.
Hey, Miss Sylvia, I just wanted to ask HR if she didn't see the video. Let's pretend she never saw the video. How would you feel? Would you still feel like, would you have believed Cassie or Jane Doe and all of those if you've never seen that video? Because I feel like a lot of people are in their feelings about that video.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because when you speak of RICO, They say, well, did you see the video? I'm like, yeah, I saw the video. Cassie got paid. I think she was made whole from that. I think
Mhm.
she, at this point when her and her husband decided to sue Diddy, because we have to include him, they married.
That's right.
They went for money. They went for money. They said, hey, this is the last day you can go ahead and make this lawsuit. Let's get them. Let's get them.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
we have to. We're not. I'm, as the young lady was saying, I'm a victim of domestic violence, physical, verbal, emotionally. I almost had a nervous breakdown. And I understand when you, because I left physically, but mentally, I left mentally, but physically, I was still in the situation. But when I got fed up and I sat on the side of the porch or wherever the house where I was at, I made up my mind. I was done. And you know what I did? I took me and my son, he was 4 years old, and I was married to this guy. I told my ex-husband, I said, I'm gonna go over my mom's house and I'm gonna go wash it. And I packed all of our stuff, as much as I could fit, in two black garbage bags. And because prior to that, I had went to the hospital, and the lady was going around with her card. I had never heard of a domestic violence shelter in my life, and she gave me a card, and I kept that card. So because I was in the domestic violence, this man shot at me.
Mm.
He shot
Sorry
at
you
me.
had to go
Okay,
through that.
and so, but the thing about it is, I could choose to stay in it because I loved him now. That was my husband. I loved him. I grew up without a dad, so I wanted to keep my family together. But at this point, I had to think about my child, myself, and I didn't want to, get when he come in the house drunk or mad at somebody else, get slapped, punched, or nothing. And mind you, I fought back. Getting called bees and all these in front of people. I mean, that was the worst. I could take the physical, but when he would cuss me out in front of people and ridicule me and make me feel so small, that was the
Mhm.
worst to me,
Right.
because them bruises, they healed. He
Right.
blacked my eyes and I had to get on the bus. And mind you, I was 19 years, no, 20. I'm sorry. I was 20 years old. Okay. And so we're not tearing people down, but you can see that Cassie, and let me just say Cassie, when I was listening to her words and reading the transcripts on when she was on the stand, you can kind of tell the words that she was using, her body language, how Miss Sylvia was saying her body language and her movements in the court, that she had a little manipulating little skills in her. I
Mhm.
heard it. Because guess what? I was manipulative. Okay.
We
That
gotta be
I
real with
Now
ourselves.
hold up. I'm gonna be real. My ex-husband was a drug user. He's still struggling right now to this day. And that was 30 some years ago. He still struggle right now to this day, has never gotten his life together. He I never used drugs. He would not let me, first of all, but I could have. It was all around me. I was stressed out, depressed, and everything. And the first thing people do some people, they pick up drugs to, numb themselves. But my point is, going back to when I left, I packed my stuff and I had that card, and I went to my mom's house. And mind you, when he found that out, I didn't come back. It was taking me too long to wash. He was at my mom's house hollering outside of her house. I had already called them people. They had came and picked me up, and I was gone. So you can leave. The thing is, you want to leave before it's too late. Because I was in a shelter with people that had stories of their friends that didn't get out because the man killed her. Now, well, let's
Exactly.
talk about real victims now. You know what I'm
Uh,
saying?
no,
So
well,
I,
yes, and
I
that's
feel,
what I was
hold
telling
up.
people
She
earlier.
stayed 10 years. Cassie, they say she was using drugs. Now the lady on the stand, which one, Miss Sylvia, was her friend, was saying that they were using drugs when they were young or whatever before she kind of got involved with Diddy. This
Dana.
girl was in, yeah, she was into drugs before she got with Diddy.
Yep.
She was already a drug. drug addict. He's a drug addict. So if you're going to say the same thing about Cassie, then you got to say the same thing about Diddy. This is what people is missing. They both gone out they man. Now I do not condone, of course, because I'm a victim, a survivor. I'm sorry,
Mm-hmm.
but he was wrong for that. But do you feel that that man deserved to go to jail for 30 years for something that happened 8, 9, 10 years ago? That was they both left no at peace. She's married. He's doing him. And so now we bringing this up because the feds played dirty and released that tape that had nothing to do with a RICO. Because if I'm a business owner, I'm an
Mm-hmm.
accountant, okay?
Okay.
I have employees, and
Mm-hmm.
sometimes I have petty cash, or I have to, send my assistant or my work, my office manager to the store to get me go get me some whatever, blah, 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 blah,
Mm-hmm.
blah. Is that a RICO? But
That's no, no,
they're
no, no,
saying
no,
now,
no,
hold up,
and that's
they're saying, I'm gonna let you speak in 1 second.
go
They're
ahead.
saying now a lot of these things is a RICO. But if we really get into the law, we need to be going to Congress because a lot of these
I said that
laws are
earlier.
not right. You know what
I
I'm
said that
saying? A
earlier.
lot of these laws are not right. And instead of us saying, oh, Diddy wrong because they got him on the law, we should be going against this stuff. Because every
I
day,
totally
at least
agree.
everybody in the world, I mean, in the United States, at least commit a felony at least one day. Look it up.
Mm.
So no,
Well, I
he don't
don't agree
deserve to
with
go to
that, but
jail. And
yes,
you don't
I
have to
say
like him. You don't have to bash
exactly.
music. You don't have to
Mm-mm,
do none of that. But to
mm-mm.
get on here and say these ladies are beating down Cassie, no, they're holding her accountable.
That's not what I'm
They're
saying.
holding
Okay,
her
and I think
accountable. I had to be
it.
accountable for me
Mhm,
in that situation. I'm
mhm,
gonna tell you why. Because a lot of times, well, not a lot, but certain things that I did, I was being manipulative.
mhm.
But because he's a man, everybody looked at him like that's. I don't hate my ex-husband right now today. I got a son now. I love him. Actually, I'm not with him. I ain't seen him in 10 years, but I wish him the best.
Mhm,
He was sick, and I tried to put him in rehab. I tried to put
mhm,
him in. You know what I'm saying? But
mhm,
that's water under the bridge. I survived.
mhm,
Do I want to see him go to jail now because he beat me 20 years ago?
mm-mm,
No.
mm-mm.
And I ain't get 30 million. And I got my butt
I
whooped.
think, and with all due respect, and thank you for sharing your story. Well, I can't, I guess because I do, my mind be because I be so passionate about a lot of things, and the thing that I'm looking at most, and I said this at the beginning of the call, but it got muddy because I'm not so much in agreement. I mean, just because I mentioned Cassie, I said let's look at it from a different perspective. Okay, so I think what muds the waters. Let's just go back to our community and about these laws. I said that already. Just because you don't know you're breaking the law doesn't mean you're not breaking the law. Okay. And yes, when we in the court, and so when we're talking about them proving their case, yes, it's messed up. But at the end of the day, like she said, we have to let our people know that ignorance is not a defense.
But
Okay,
you started on that.
and just because I got
And
a little ounce of weed over here, and well,
hmm
we ain't even talking about weed because
yeah,
again,
but you on
let's
a
talk. You're
show,
not
you on
again
YouTube, you standing on that. Oh,
standing on
our
what?
community that they got him because
No, no, no,
ignorance
no, no,
of
no,
the
no,
law,
no, no, no,
ignorance of
no.
the law don't mean that he don't have to go to jail. No, no,
I did
he
not. I
shouldn't
said
go
so
to
when I say
jail.
that. When I say
Right?
listen
Don't
to
do
what I'm
that.
saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Okay? What I am saying is that the law, we may not like it, but if we want to change it, we have to stand up and come and understand what it is that we're changing. We can't just say, oh, just because I do it, don't mean it's not breaking the law. I bring girls. No, first of all, and let's go to people getting flown out. They're not saying that you can't go out to the next state and have sex with some. That's not what they're
Yes, they
saying.
are.
Yes,
Yes,
they
they are.
are.
That's not what
Yes,
they're
Yes,
they
they
are.
are,
saying. That is
baby.
not what they're saying.
That is
What they're
you know
saying
what?
That's
is
If the
exactly
you.
what
feds
they
want to
saying.
flip it like that, if they own you and they want
That's
to flip
right.
it like that, then that's what they gonna say.
That's
But right
right.
now they're not on you. So they're not saying that. But if they want to come
Mm-mm,
and get you, oh, you the flew a girl out and you sex traffic. Get out of
That's
mm-hmm,
here.
not.
The
No, no, no.
system is not for us. I don't like to see my black men up there like that. I want them to get the help that they need. I'm speaking about my community right now. I want them to get the help that they need. And I think that Sean Combs has been first of all, persecuted in the public. So not
Mm-hmm.
everybody has an opinion. I don't think that he had was able to get a fair trial, and we see that. And I'm glad that we have YouTubers and stuff like Miss Sylvia and stuff, so that now that we can actually see what's going on inside that courtroom. You know what I mean? And see the things that happen. I learned a lot. I've been following Miss Sylvia since the YSL trial, and I learned a lot about law, and it really inspired me to kind of get into it. But I'm like, nah, I mean, I can't change the system. But
You know what though?
we,
On the case law, on the case law, just so you know that maybe they're curving the law to fit this situation, but
Yeah.
yep,
the hope is that he is found not guilty, so that it will be a case law they can use
Right.
when somebody else try to do this again. You know,
yeah,
Right.
So okay, so that when y'all
if
keep
he's
saying,
found guilty,
ma'am,
it
they're
becomes
not
a case law
curving the
for
law. It's in
anybody and
black and
everybody.
white.
No, it's not. They are
It's
No,
curving
in
it's
the
not.
law.
You
okay.
believe
So
everything
my
the government say, huh?
huh?
Girl, the government will have you
Current-
hemmed up. You
Baby,
could be Diddy
I'm
right
not.
now.
First of all, until we can change the law, we have to abide by them. Or you do, or you don't have to. We have
Okay,
a
but you
choice.
know that
Okay,
No, we
you
in
have a choice.
Mississippi, hold on, do you know,
who said the law that they say is the
hold
law?
on,
Who?
hold on again. In
But
Mississippi,
that's
there's still some slavery laws in Mississippi.
Right.
absolutely,
You know that,
we're
right?
losing,
So then you want
losing
us
our.
to abide by that too, huh?
Say that again.
Do you want us to abide by that too? Because there's still slavery on the books
Right.
in Mississippi.
Let me say
You
this.
know
Let me say this. You're at home. All of us are in the comforts of our home, right?
that.
But
You're not
right
answering
now,
the question. I just asked you a question.
what was the question?
The question is, in Mississippi, there are laws that still has slavery in there. So those people are supposed to abide by that too. So it's okay for them to abide by that.
That's not what. No, I don't know what that law is. I will have to read up on it to understand what it is.
It don't
Okay.
matter what it is.
It does
If
matter
it
because
if
if I don't know what I'm doing, I mean, shit. Do you think I'm going to test something
no
right now?
Slavery.
slavery. Slavery
Slavery.
is the key word. Slavery. Oh, that's all you need. That's the only word you need. Slavery. Slavery should trigger something in your mind because your people been oppressed by slavery.
In Mississippi, there's still in a law book that has not been changed. There's
Hmm.
slavery in there.
Hmm. So basically, what I was saying is that if they vote guilty, then what they just bend the law to fit what they wanted to fit, it
Yeah.
becomes a case law, which means that the next case that come up, that they can use that case law to do a persuasion. So then if he's voted not guilty, then still becomes a case law. So then it'll be used if this situation comes up again. Does that
I
make
just don't.
sense?
We're like the RICO crime is there, and I don't. I mean, I
No,
don't have to
RICO.
understand why
Let
you
me
haven't seen it.
explain
It's fine.
something to you, HR. RICO, when it first started out, it was only for mobster and gangster.
Exactly.
Because of certain things have been happening, they've been redoing it, tweaking it, and changing it. And even with R. Kelly got RICO for the things he did. That was never part of the law. They added that on because his case
Right.
was precedent. Now they use that as case law.
Hmm. No different than the other laws that they correct when something go wrong they don't like. But what do we do about it?
Well, you got to be a lobbyist.
Exactly. That's that. You're answering what I'm saying.
And we
Exactly.
don't
So what?
have
But if we're the
we
only four or five or how many people on here, because my screen is covered, then I mean, I mean, that's the whole point. We have to educate ourselves to know
no,
what we're doing,
we take
and then go out there
situations like
and just
this where people are rich, especially rich black
that's the
men.
and you're proving the next
Listen,
point.
Young Thug was we gonna start with him.
Hmm.
You seen they try to throw a Rico at him, right? You
Mhm.
see how that got dismantled. You see the corruption in the prosecution. You saw that black women against black men. It's
Mm-mm.
crazy. It's just
Mm-mm.
crazy.
Are you in Atlanta?
No,
I am.
I'm not in Atlanta.
Okay. And have any one of your family members been a victim of one of not so much Young Thug, but anybody but part of that crew? Because I saved a couple of their lives. those victims. So I don't get
What
into
do
that
you
because to
mean?
me,
Some of
at
their
the end of
lives.
because
So
at the
you
end of
saying
the because at
everything
the
that
end of the
somebody posts
because
on
at the end of
Facebook
the day,
is
at the
real?
end it goes back. It
And
goes
see,
back. It
and
goes
that
back
goes
to our
back to it
community.
feelings over emotions.
It's not. I
Because
Right.
know.
although you're saying they lives, don't mean that because if we're gonna have a justice system that says that everybody is entitled to innocent to proven guilty, or everybody deserves a fair trial, we don't want to hear about who lives you say
No. So
you
my
say
question. So my
when
so
when these people
we
is in
say
the
that we
courtroom,
say
because that
no.
could be
We
you in the
say
courtroom,
that
that could be my son in the courtroom,
That's
that could
right.
be
absolutely, absolutely,
anybody.
and and that's the
So
point that
okay,
I'm
so when we go
proving.
over here to the hospital, and then now we have
I
sympathy
wasn't
over here.
saying what I
I'm
was
sorry,
trying to say.
that's the way the world is set up. That's the way the system. That's the way the system is set up.
And
You can't. You've
you
been
know,
you got on YouTube on this channel with your feelings, and I'm sorry, but with all due respect, you got on here with your feelings, and the two ladies that was speaking to you, kind of, that's what made me jump on. It's not about feelings. It's about what's right.
Hmm.
And this
and,
man is not getting. He's not getting a fair trial. Period.
and that's
That's
what
just
it's
the bottom line to it.
and that's what it's about. It's about a fair trial of what he's being charged with and versus what they have presented, and as well as the RICO with Young Thug. So the only reason why that came about is because they promised somebody's mama that they will get the killer
Exactly.
for
No matter what it took,
for
whoever
nut
they took
for nut.
down.
Say
That's
that
what
again.
they
They
were.
promised what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
They promised somebody mama that they will get
Adrian
justice.
Love used
Yeah,
a mama. That's what she did.
for
Right.
somebody murder. That's what that was really about.
Do you know the government is the biggest coercion scheme ever? Did
And
you
the reason
watch the
why
Young Thug? Did
right,
you watch the Young Thug trial? Did you
and the
see
reason
how
why
much coercion was on that stand?
the guys that they brought back to they gave immunity and brought back to, there was grown men, but these was crimes that they did when they was like 14, 15, 16 years
Right.
past the statute of limitations. Therefore, in order to bring certain things in to prove a RICO, you have to have something that is present within the statute.
Right.
And then
Like
if
him.
that's not enough, it gives you a right to bring in the past to show pattern.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Even
it's
if it was
dirty.
past the statute.
It's dirty. Honey, I hope you never I hope you never be on, well, I don't do crime, but I'm just saying, if I hope you would never be my juror. No, honey.
Me either. You can't. You actually, I wouldn't. Until you can get your emotions out. I don't even
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
suggest you to be on a juror.
Yeah.
I don't understand where
You would
emotions
send
coming in
somebody
when I'm
straight to jail, and
just
then
because
maybe
I don't
you
agree with the law doesn't make me emotional.
No,
you're
I don't
emotional.
understand that.
no, you're agreeing with the
You
law.
agreeing with the law.
A piece of a law, and that's the thing. You can contradict one thing with
Mm-hmm.
another piece of the law. So you can, the same thing you're reading, I can come back and tell you something. That's the thing about a RICO, and people need to understand. So they didn't prove that he blew up Kid Cudi car. They didn't. Capricorn Clark story was all crazy. She said she wanted to go with the mountain lions. She's scared of them, but
Sound
she
like a
won't. But
movie.
the gun is pointing in her head. So
Right.
okay. And then, oh girl, Mia got up there and lied. Dawn got up there and lied. Even Cassie lied. Why was they talking to each other the
Mm-hmm.
morning of testimony?
Exactly. All of them.
Somebody tell me this.
All of
Somebody
them was
explain this
collaborating
to
their
me.
story. You could
Girl, they was
tell.
collaborating. Yes, that's why
You
we
could.
know it's a setup.
And then
That's right.
also, why are you giving immunity to people who has not
Yes.
been charged for anything?
Say
Right.
that again.
Why are you giving
Well,
immunity
I get
to victims?
Oh, I'm
Who have
saying
not
okay.
been
So,
charged for anything?
again, and this would be the funny part because I would really have to sit down with the other people and try to find a way to um, get my point across because it's totally being missed. But to the point, which to the question you're asking, let's just use Cassie for the moment. Okay, so the
I
sex
make
workers,
anything about that.
we're gonna use Cassie for the moment because you asked why did they get immunity. The reason why they got, well, I think Cassie may have gotten immunity too. The
All of
reason,
them did.
okay,
you did.
okay, again. I'm gonna I'm gonna start with Cassie. Now, you remember the sex workers that they were bringing from wherever they came from? Well, excuse me, the dancers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the dancers were they. So let's use the Punisher because I think everybody's talking about him. He's the one that's being more vocal. He came to that. He came to wherever he came to meet them because he received a phone call, thinking, and he went there under the impression that he was coming to dance. He was later introduced into the sex. He didn't go there
When?
for he.
When? When? When?
Who put the
When was he?
Punisher?
When was he introduced to the sex part of it?
Okay, so again, he
When he
received the
got
phone.
there,
He
when he
received
got
the
I'm
phone
talking about.
call.
I'm asking you. You brought up the Punisher when
Hmm.
he came to that first freak off. What did he do? Did he have sex that day?
I don't remember what he said.
He
I'm.
did
he
I,
did
not.
not.
See,
I'm. Hold
see,
on. No.
ma'am.
Stop.
See,
No. No. No.
ma'am. That's
I'm gonna
what
go
I'm
pull up his
saying. You
video.
don't have your facts
What?
together
He
because
did
First
no,
of.
he
not.
did not.
Oh
No,
Jesus
he did not.
Christ! Y'all are so big. That this is the problem. What
No,
I'm
that's
getting at. You're
No,
asking why
you're the
Shorty got.
problem because
You're
you're
asking
spewing a
why because you.
narrative that
No. No. No.
you don't have the
Because
facts
that's the
for.
thing. Because I'm not. Because I don't have the. So what I'm saying to you.
we need
Basic.
the
The
facts.
premise of what I'm saying to
This
you is
man
at
is
some
life.
point in time.
He on trial for life, and you talking
Right.
about I
Okay.
don't have the fact. Come with the facts,
That's
ma'am,
not
Facts.
and that's my
Jesus
point.
Christ. We're talking
Right.
about Cassie and the why other people got immunity. Okay.
No,
And what
what I
I'm
We
said
know
to
why they
you is
got
this.
immunity. Cause the prosecution needed them on that stand. That's why.
absolutely.
I'm saying the manipulation is actually
Right.
coming from the prosecution because there were
Exactly.
because let's talk about the security guard about the so-called bribery, but the police was never called. Okay, let's talk about him. You gave him immunity for something that is for a what supposedly crime that that a bribery crime or what have you that happened out that's outside the statute of limitation, and the police simply said to the prosecution that ain't nothing they can do about that. It's past the statute of limitation anyway.
Mhm.
So why are you giving them immunity?
And to be quiet is kept. Cassie is a co-conspirator. If you want to know the
Absolutely.
truth.
Why
And
are
that's
you
what I was
giving them
getting
an
at. So what
immunity?
I was getting at, I was
And
using
listen to this.
those
And listen
guys
to
that they're
this,
calling
HR.
prostitute.
And
That was
listen to
that
this.
was the point that I was getting to is
You
that
giving them
he
immunity.
So
came
let me ask you
he
this.
came to
The
the
point
part he
is
Come
came
on,
to
y'all.
the
Let her
room.
finish. Let her finish. Go ahead, HR.
He came to the room because he received the call that he was going to be a dancer or whatever. He gets there. I don't know if it's the first time or the second time, but whatever time, he never came under the impression that he was having sex. He came thinking that he was meeting. I mean, that he was the entertainment. And what I'm getting at is yes, she lured him over there. Whether you have, but that's why because she is, even though she can say she didn't know, she was committing a crime because you coerced him to come over thinking, I'm coming to your house thinking we're finna watch a movie, but you got a whole freak off set up for me.
He knew where he was coming from. He knew he ain't coming
he
from no
said,
Well,
damn
okay, well then
movie.
he
then he's
said,
lying too.
Let's not be naive here. Come on
Well,
now.
you
that he
asked me a
You
never
question.
coming to
spoke.
So,
a hotel room, sir, and
baby,
it wasn't the
I
second
didn't take the
time.
stand
It
he
wasn't
did.
the
This is what
second
he said.
time. It was a
What
long
he said
time before
was
That's what he
sex was
said.
in
he said he never ever spoke to
Diddy
Puffy.
at
He
all.
never knew who Puffy was at
Yep.
all because he wore the little mask and everything. He
Mm-hmm.
said that he always spoke with Cassie.
Mm-hmm.
And the way it happened, Cassie said, "You don't have to do anything you're not comfortable with doing."
Mm-hmm.
And because Cassie was a beautiful woman and
Mm-hmm.
she had skippy stuff onto nothing, he's like, I was with it.
Right. Exactly. Two
Mm-hmm.
grown
He said,
consenting
and
adults.
he said that nobody offered him any money.
Right.
They did not offer him any money at all because he was already paid through the Cowboys and Angel people. He did not, and then after the act, then he got his tip.
Hold on.
That's what happened.
No, hold
Thank
on.
you. I was
That's
waiting
not
on
him.
somebody. That's what they
No,
said.
no, no. Hold on. No,
They
he
tipped
just did a whole
And
him.
little
he
video.
didn't
Hold
call
on.
it a tip. He said he got $5,000. So
Hold on. What's his name?
yeah, that's a tip.
No, not it's not. Then it's not him. It's the other one.
Who?
Hold on. I'm about to pull him up because he was on the other young man that do the YouTube things. He just did the interview.
With Armand, the other the fit guy.
Mm-hmm. Him.
Oh no, he said the same thing. Well, he said that he was told by the person who worked for Angels or whatever.
But he was never on the witness stand, so why are we even talking about him?
Right.
Now you
Right.
talking about Samson? What's his name? The one that was on the Mon
Flash.
show.
Something about Flash or something.
Oh,
Flash,
Right, Flash. Yeah.
But he was never on the witness stand, so we're not going to even deal with him. We're going to
right?
go with those that's on the witness
Yeah,
stand.
he irrelevant.
And they would have
No,
never
he's
put
not
him on
irrelevant.
the
I mean,
witness
he's
stand.
irrelevant,
He's
but not
irrelevant in
that is
this
He's
okay.
relevant,
trial,
but
man.
he's not. We're going by what's on the witness stand. That's what we're going
Hmm.
by.
Right, and they would have never put him on the witness stand.
Why
'Cause
did they put the guy? They said if it was a escort or a dancer in the hotel room when Diddy assaulted Cassie, why wasn't he on the stand to
Right.
collaborate her story?
Because it wasn't nobody
Hmm.
in there. It
there
wasn't
was
nobody
nobody
in
in the
there.
room.
They were saying she was leaving a freak off. She was made to go back to the freak off. So
Uh-uh.
why wasn't that escort made to get on the stand to testify that it
That
was
was
a freak off?
because that was a lie. That was the
Thank
narrative that
you.
the prosecutor put
I
out there.
mean,
Diddy
ways
ran
they could have. Go
Diddy
ahead. I'm
ran
sorry.
out that either
Hold
Diddy
on.
was
Did they mention his name?
who
Jules,
name?
No,
Jules,
no, the
Jules.
one that they said was in the room. Did they mention his name?
Jules,
Jules.
Jules.
Okay.
Yeah,
So did
Jules.
Jules come out and say that she was lying?
Well,
Jules said on the internet that he don't know why they brought up his name because he was never in there.
Right.
Mm.
That's what Jules said, but he never got on the stand to say anything.
and they
Right.
wouldn't don't bring him on the stand to say that.
Right. Because
Who they set that man up? It's a
right.
lie.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they knew that it was somebody in that room, they would have
Exactly.
subpoenaed him and made him get
Exactly.
on that stand
But
and
Jules said
testify to that story.
he said he don't know why his name is being brought up in there. He was not there. That's what Jules said.
And didn't Cassie say that they were arguing about something else and it wasn't even about freak off?
Right. Because the freak off had already transpired. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's what Cassie said. She said
And
it was nothing about no freak off.
Cassie ran out that room with his phone, and either he was waking up from a
I
drunk
need to give you a correction because I was
You
giving
just keep saying when you talk about Cassie. Cassie's the main part of the whole case.
That's
Cassie,
what I was gonna say. That's all they
right.
got is Cassie.
and Cassie did not run. Cassie walked very slowly to the
Yeah. She
elevator.
Hmm.
shoot, if I was trying to get away, I wouldn't be waiting on no elevator. I would have been getting down them steps because he wouldn't he I would have been
But do
gone.
y'all think that was
Period.
the first time?
What?
What?
Y'all think that was the first time?
First
It
time?
doesn't matter. It's not in the
first
trial. We
for
don't
what?
we can't go off of what could have, should have, would have.
For
No,
I'm
what?
but you're okay.
I'm
So
pretty sure Cassie and Diddy been fighting. They both
Right.
been fighting each other. It wasn't just him.
Exactly.
That she was hitting him too.
Because when I was
But
abused,
when I
I
was
fought.
getting my
When
butt
I was
whooped, I was
abused
getting
too.
up out of there.
When I was abused, I fought back too. But was I gonna win?
Hmm.
No, because you can never beat a man. But I'm gonna fight back. Because
Yeah.
I
But
grew up with a brother and I fought him. So hey, it was in me anyway. But what could I beat him? No. Shoot, my lip busted, my tooth chipped.
Mhm.
What? No, but I kept being around him because in my mind I thought he gonna love
he,
me. He
he
didn't
gonna
mean it.
change. Yeah.
He gonna
Hmm.
change and this and that. But
Mm.
I chose to stay there. I chose to do that
And that's a
until
part of
I
us.
started loving myself.
There you go. And that's what I was gonna say. Until we started loving ourselves because we held no value for ourselves, staying in a
Right.
situation like that.
Yeah.
hmm
So let me
And
ask you
I didn't include my family, my brothers, or
Right.
nobody because I knew
Let me
I
tell
was
you
going
something.
back.
Years later, I'm talking about I'm a whole grown woman in my 50s. My friends that I grew up, they was like, dang, Nicole, I didn't know that you even went through that. Like
right.
you
Right.
kept that in. I kept that from my
Yep.
mom because I was ashamed.
Mhm.
I would
Hmm.
be embarrassed. Like you know what I'm saying? Like it's many different reasons why women do what they do, girls do what they do. Low self-esteem, let's start with that.
Mhm.
Daddy issues. We're gonna
And I
start
had
with that.
all of that. Yep.
We're gonna start with that. So that's what I'm saying. Until we heal that hurt little girl inside of us,
Hmm.
baby, you could be caught up in some bull crap. But I'm gonna tell you, I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna be real with you. If I had a guy that had some money, I probably would have put up with a bunch of because in our young minds, I would have
hmm
rather put up with somebody with a bunch of money than the bum
hmm
that I was dealing with because he ain't
Yeah,
had
I actually had a
Hey
lady,
Kelly,
but
because it's the prosecution burden to prove. You
yeah,
talking about why they didn't have somebody on the stand? Why the defense? Because they didn't have to prove anything. That's why, Kelly.
because
and
the witnesses they had
because
already
again,
helped their
what I would say,
help
and what I
with
would
the
say to
case.
that,
They
it
were
is not, and
already
again, it's
able
not
to
taking sides.
propose in the case due
You
to
don't, the defense, the defendant don't have to take the stand. What people are asking, and it's a legitimate question, it's not nothing, oh, defense don't have to prove anything, but what people are trying to show or say is, if I'm not, he could have put up a character witness. He
no,
didn't
For
have to
what?
take the stand. He
No,
could,
No,
why,
wait,
why wouldn't you?
Rico, you do not
no,
put
you
up
don't.
you
character
never want to
witnesses. They
put
don't allow it in Rico.
you
No,
do
they
not
don't.
right.
R.
They
Kelly
what?
had the same issue. They refuse to put character witnesses
Now,
up.
HR, I thought you said you had some legal information. Now you know good and well you would never want to put a character witness on the stand for somebody who got some domestic violence issues. Come on.
Listen. She asked the people in the course, people in your chat asked the question, and I
And you
said it's a
just
legitimate.
answered the question for
I
them.
know why he didn't put nobody on the stand. It's a
No,
given.
you said HR. Come on, stand on what you just said. You
What did I just
said
say, ma'am?
he could have put on a character witness, and I said to you just a minute ago that why would he put a character witness on the stand when they've been flaunting that DV video?
Right. That don't even make
That
sense.
makes
Girl, listen,
absolutely no
Jesus Christ.
sense.
Okay, so maybe so. What I was saying was somebody asked, and that's a question that a lot of people have asked, and what people are saying, well, it's not the defense's job to prove the case. Understood, but what most people hear from that is that the defendant is not up to the defense. The defendant, the person on trial, does not have to take the stand, and that cannot be used against them. But it does not. It does not necessarily. Most even I think OJ put up a case.
Listen,
That was a different
hold on.
situation.
Listen to
That was
this.
an M charge.
But understand.
Listen
So
to
what I'm
this.
saying is
Hold on. Let
the.
me explain
Go
to
ahead.
you what the attorney said to me. Okay, I asked myself when we were walking through the door, and they said, "Why beat a dead horse?" Because we poked
Right.
so many holes in their witnesses they had already that we did not need to bring
Right.
our witness because they had originally had 5 that they were going to bring up.
Mhm.
And they realized that there was no need to do that because they
It
poked
opens
so
up,
much
yeah,
hole.
yeah.
So much hole.
And it opens up them for
Can I
more.
finish, please? There was so much. It was like beating a dead horse. There was no need for them to even do this extra stuff because it doesn't make it. It wouldn't have made a difference. That's why.
Let alone also the ones who perjured themselves on the stand,
Yep.
and that would be beating a dead horse. They already
Just
had
like
people who perjured themselves on the stand. But the fact is that everybody's innocent until proven guilty.
Oh,
absolutely.
and also Fahim was in court, and he was supposed to have been a co-conspirator. You see, he was right there, sitting right there in court.
Mhm.
Right.
So
That's because he wasn't called just yet. I mean, he wasn't. He
yeah,
wasn't called.
the case is over with. Nobody's gonna be called.
Hey,
I,
I hear you,
Alicia,
G.
Alicia, I see you. No, we're just telling the story because every time somebody say something about Diddy and the RICO, they say Cassie, and that happened to me, and I was a real victim. So don't get on here talking about
Right.
reliving our lives. It
Right. Now
happened.
that's victim shaming right there,
That is
folks.
very much victim shaming,
If you
who
want
said
to
that? I
know the
didn't say.
and
truth,
Are
you
you
that's
should
talking
what
about
be
she
somebody else
said.
and
said
you
that?
should
Because I
be
didn't say that.
ashamed of yourself. I hope
I'm
you
not
don't have
embarrassed.
daughters or
I'm a
sisters.
real one. I'm not embarrassing nothing that I went through in
Period.
my life. Nothing, because
Period.
I know who I am today, and I stand 10 toes down. I'm a very confident woman today.
Ladies, where is
I
that
wish a
coming from?
nigga
What are y'all?
would.
What are we talking about? What
Oh,
happened?
what happened?
Somebody said
No,
some
Alicia
victim
say
shaming
these
stuff,
women on here. Yeah,
and
she's
what's
saying
her
these
name
women on here
corrected her.
reliving their lives.
Oh, because I was gonna say, sweet. I did not say
Reliving they
that.
were what?
No,
Jesus.
I'm
Not
not
you,
talking to you. I'm
HR.
Okay, I
talking to.
got you. I got you.
I'm gonna
Not
stop
you.
reading the comments, but
Oh, you
that's
reading
victim
comments?
shaming
Okay,
right
I'm
there.
about to say, gee.
If you want to say something, we're
They were
telling the story of what happened. A lot of people has been involved with DV.
Mm-hmm.
That's a
We
serious
just using
issue.
that. We were using that simply as an example to, we are not against domestic violence. We are not upholding Diddy in any way, shape, or form. That's really why me and the young lady, I don't know your name, the one that
Regina,
was Regina.
yeah,
Wasn't that how you were trying to
yes,
explain that? Yeah. It wasn't that
yes.
we want somebody, we not coming up here for sympathy, empathy, none of that. But we just want people to know that we are not condoning DV at all. But
I
Diddy
have
is not
sons.
on
I'm
trial for
53
that.
years old, and I'm a very accomplished, successful woman. So she said that she said we're not on Cassie's level. Cassie stars, Cassie's this. And I'm like, that's crazy.
Who said
We're not
that?
on Cassie's level. What do you mean?
This lady, Alicia Little.
Oh wow.
I don't want to be
Well,
on
I think
Cassie's
I
level.
think what we are above that. Well, I'm
I'm
not going
above
again.
Cassie's
I'm not going
level.
to drag her because of her trauma, but
Y'all
yeah,
want
I
me?
don't think
Y'all
she's
want me to
absolutely
block
right. We're not
Alicia
on her
What
level.
on the
what do
nerve too
I'm
much?
on here
Yeah, you
because
should have
you
gone and
all
take
talking
Lisa out of
Cassie and
there.
Capricorn
Okay,
was
I'll
giving it
block her
up.
for y'all. I'll
What
block
I
her.
mean, what's your
On the
point?
nerve.
What's
She's
your
Yeah,
getting
point?
on the nerve. I block her. Got her. Go ahead.
that's crazy. But
Cause
no,
she talking silly.
yeah, but it's like I said, ignorance is bliss. People
Oh, I
just
guess she
crazy.
was saying it was funny. I don't understand.
Don't worry about it. She won't be talking no more.
Mm. Yeah, Cassie was broke going to live in her mother's house with her husband. What the F before the Diddy lawsuit? Exactly. With the kids.
With the
And
Cassie
kids.
had
and let's be clear. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. When Diddy went to these hotels, he used a alias. His name was Frank Black. Cassie named her first daughter Frankie. Case closed. My point.
whoa.
She still
Oh,
love that man.
Thank you. And you could tell on the stand.
Well, for her, she had sex with him after she was married. That tell
Yeah.
you a lot.
Yeah. And her husband was FaceTiming her while she was doing it.
that was before
Did
they.
you know that, HR?
Mm-hmm.
You knew that?
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
How
mm.
how recent was that? Because it ain't old, baby.
2021.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
That was that COVID sex, huh?
That freak off fight in
I
the,
know. I'm still trying to.
She
I mean,
she like that freaky Scorpio.
first of all,
That man
I'm gonna say
Puffy is
this. I'm gonna say this.
Scorpio and
I'll
they
say this. I'm gonna
freaks.
say
She
this.
like that freaky
And I
man.
didn't say this in the beginning. I'm gonna say this. Okay.
Mhm.
I don't think. Well, let me speak for myself and try to stop speaking for the general public because I can't. Okay. Let me say
What you
this.
laughing at, Miss? What you
I'm
laughing at,
laughing
Silly?
at HR.
So what I'm gonna say, and I didn't say this in the beginning because it kind of slipped my mind. I'm not conceding or saying that. Um, I just lost my train of thought. My thing is I think where I didn't actually what I'm saying. Those women never said that they didn't want to be with Puffy. None of them. Not one of them.
Thank
Well, I'm
you.
gonna say two of them because I can't speak because I didn't listen to the other girls'
They
testimony.
all
None of that.
wanted it. They all
Can't.
wanted him.
It was.
They
Oh
all
Jesus.
wanted the
Even
diddler.
Capricorn Clark.
Maybe we understand that, and that's the thing, and I think that's where the lines are blurred. They never said that they didn't want to sleep with him. They still loved that man. They were in love with him. The problem with that is that he took advantage of them loving him and willing to do whatever he wanted to do to get his satisfaction in. None of them signed up to do sex. Want
Yes, they
27.
did.
They
Oh
Even
did.
Jesus
one of
Christ.
them did it.
Honey,
Their love
honey,
Okay,
contract.
there we go.
honey.
I digress. Because
Honey,
again,
honey, honey.
because
They
yes, they
grown
did it.
a woman. They grown. All of them grown. All of them got.
Baby,
All
HR,
of them
you're
but
not.
got
what?
Are
choices.
you so again? Y'all want to say that
Hold
y'all
on, HR. They did
go
say
through
one of them
different
have
things.
a signed
No
contract. A
one is
love contract.
saying. I don't. Well, let me say this. I never said anything about them not wanting to be with Puffy. Each one of them, from my understanding and what I've seen them say, is that yes, I'm in love with him. I wanted to please him, and I wanted to do these things. But me saying yes to this I did not know that it was going to turn my life into this. Now, I don't. You don't have to agree with them. You can say what you want, absolutely. But a lot
Child,
of
what you
go
think?
ahead.
Diddy giving
But
out ten
HR, who
thousand
fault is
dollars
that? Is that
for you to
Diddy? Is
look at
that
him?
Diddy fault? Or
You
is that
think
the
Diddy
women's
giving out
fault?
$10,000 to look at him? Be for real
Right.
now.
But
Diddy
wait, let me ask HR. HR, so I understand what you're saying. You said they didn't sign up to keep doing this. But so who fault is that? Is there
Right.
are who's accountable? Who should be accountable for
At the end, let
themselves?
me. I think you're the one. Both
Right.
a couple of
Road
you.
Dog
No
said
one. No
regret
one
is
said
not
any.
a crime.
Jesus Christ. Doing what?
Regret is not a crime. They
No one.
regret, but it's not a crime.
It's
He's
not.
he's
No one
morally
said that it's
he's
a
Hold on,
he's
crime.
y'all. I
morally
gotta tell
wrong.
Zingo. Zingo, you wrong. She was married. She got married August 28th, 2019. She was married when they had sex in
sure was.
2021. So
And
Zingo
Hmm.
got married August 28th, 2019. I do
Right.
my homework,
It's
y'all.
like it's
Sorry.
They
But
did
HR, you're saying that
for that.
it's fine because
they didn't
sometimes
sign up.
I know when to concede a conversation because it's like nothing we're gonna say about them. Y'all have y'all mind because y'all
Everybody has their opinion,
exactly.
and you
But
have
what I'm
yours.
saying and what
You
I'm
came
saying is
on
that
strong
no
though
no no
at first. You came
because
on strong. You
as
came on
women
throwing bricks,
first
baby. That's why
as
I hopped
women
on.
because as
Mhm.
women
I'm gonna be
Mhm.
honest.
the issue
I have
No,
is
an
we
opinion.
slept
we
with
all
him
every
2021.
there's people
Sorry.
still to this day in their 40s and 50s that don't understand that they've been abused all their life. And a lot of things is that we've been going through things and we didn't know what those things was until we were able to put a name to the definition. Okay.
Mhm.
And we'll start
Mhm.
with the emotional abuse. A lot of us
Mhm.
was, I ain't gonna say us, a lot of people was abused by their parents. Just being
Mhm.
emotional
Mhm.
abuse.
Mhm.
Okay,
Mhm.
there is an epidemic in our community that we gotta that women and y'all don't have to claim them to be a black woman or whatever. It's you can take sexy
Well,
red for
have
all
you
that
started
matter.
your non for profit yet to help the community? Have you? I'm asking. Have
Right.
you started your non
Because
for
we
Absolutely.
was
There's a
profit?
lot
talking
of
about
Your
things. There's a
we
lot
were
foundation?
of things.
talking
Yeah,
about
absolutely.
therapy.
I'm very heavy in my
Yeah.
community.
Okay.
Very
You
heavy in my
okay?
community.
So, but the thing about it is, there's a man on trial right
Right.
now
Mm-hmm.
that's facing up to life in prison.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're saying that he deserves to go to jail for 30 years because of what? HR.
I don't give the time, but did he need to do time? Absolutely.
For
For
what?
what?
For what?
Absolutely. For the crimes that
I'm
he's
at
done.
for what
For
though?
What
his for the
crimes did he commit? Cause see, you trying to implement therapy and all that, and which that's fine, but that should be for a different topic. We're talking. We were
you said
when
I'm
you
trying to
came in
implement
here,
who?
we were on the trial. That's all we were been talking about since we got on
Right.
this live
Absolutely.
hours ago. We were talking
Absolutely.
about a court case. You came in here with feelings, emotions, and therapeutic. And I'm not saying you don't have no valid points. You do, but that wasn't the topic we were on.
Yeah, and well, okay. So
You came
you,
in here with feelings and emotions, and we weren't there. We were talking about facts and evidence of a
the
trial.
fact the fact of the matter, women need to take accountability for our part in a lot of
Absolutely.
stuff that happens. And
Absolutely.
we so quick to say men, 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 men,
mhm.
this, that, and we don't take oh, woe is me, a damsel in distress. Stop it.
Right.
We are some of the most manipulative,
Thank
we can
Woe
be
is
savages.
me,
Miss Sylvia.
victim.
Yes.
Miss
Women
Sylvia.
are savages. You
Miss
know what I'm
Sylvia.
saying? And then we want to get with this Me Too and all. I ain't with all of that because no,
Yeah,
I
and
have
that's
sons.
and
Miss
again,
And if
Sylvia.
my son was facing something like this,
Mhm.
I'm gonna tell you, my son, no,
Wait,
I
wait.
don't.
Can I say? And
And he's black.
Miss Sylvia.
Yes.
Yes.
Miss Sylvia. What did I say last week on your live? I said women are the most manipulative people on this earth.
And
Yes,
Mhm.
we are.
We think 10 steps ahead of a man. He
Right.
is only thinking of the right now.
Right.
And
Exactly.
people think because you're young, when you're like 19, 20, that's when you really savage. And you don't think Cassie
Right.
looked at Diddy and looked at that man, Ryan, and said, okay, bye-bye. I'm going over here because
She
this is
came
where I
from
can get my
Connecticut that
shot.
night with a purpose
no,
in mind.
no, no,
She
no,
came
no,
with a purpose in mind from Connecticut to New York and danced her ass on that table and
Did
got the
she?
attention of a man, and that was Leslie. I
And
mean
why
Ryan
and
Leslie.
where do women typically when you that young, what do when as you growing up as a little girl, what do you who do you look at as a young girl growing into your womanhood? You're looking at another woman
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
and how the way she moves.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a mother savage, you're looking at her how she moves.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you have
Absolutely.
a single mother, and every time you see something, she's bringing this type of dude around you in the house and everything, and this
is her mother
uncle.
not married?
Everybody got an uncle, right?
Then
Who
she
mama not married?
is Cassie mother not married? Then she
No,
come
I'm
from
saying
this,
if the
huh?
woman's not married.
Huh?
I'm saying if the girl's mother is not married,
Yeah,
and
I agree. And again, I said that 20 minutes ago. A lot of this comes from childhood trauma. A lot of
yes.
people were abused and don't even understand that they're abused because it's their norm. What I'm saying is that we don't need to make our abnormal normal just because, no, it's not.
But
It's
you
not.
on a
yeah, but
topic that we were
And so
not
when
even
we're
on.
talking about,
We
okay, so
came
y'all
into a
talking about the
chat.
case
Well,
But
And
you
my
still haven't said anything about why did he need to go to jail
Right.
he needs
for
to go to jail for
for
the crimes that he
What
committed.
did
and
he
what crimes
commit?
did he commit?
Oh, Jesus. Okay. So
You said he distribute drugs. He didn't make no money from them. He took them. So
he was a
he wasn't a drug dealer. They can't prove he set nobody car on fire. Old
okay.
girl said that he kidnapped. Her story changed 1,000 times. What else?
Okay.
What
That's
I mean, what else?
and they found drugs in his house and found that little amount of drugs in his house. He would be going to state court.
Right. What else?
And then if they found out he was a user and not a distributor, he'd be out.
Y'all hate men. You
Who
know, it's
hate, baby?
that's what it
Yeah.
sounds
Baby,
like.
Yeah.
don't
It
do that.
sound if you
Ain't
can't
nothing about
tell
me
me
hate no
if you
man.
can't tell me why this man deserve to go to jail for real
Now
with facts,
you're okay. So
then
you're
that
asking to
then
you're
you're
asking. I okay. First of all,
then you're really just
me
saying
stating that
something
a
out. You
man
know,
should.
I don't
Okay,
know.
me
Let her
stating that
answer
someone
the
should go to
question.
jail for
Let
the
her
crimes that
answer.
they committed. You asked me should he do 30 years? No, I didn't say he should do 30 years. Do I say he should do time? Absolutely, for the crimes that he did commit. Absolutely. Just because you don't agree with that, and that's fine. We can concede to disagree. But the
Yes.
what's okay? You want to defend something that I mean, you whether it's personal or not. The law is the law. We don't like the law. I get that. We need to change it. How do we get together and change the laws? We know they're not created equal for us, but then you dealing with somebody who think they above the law.
Girl, we beating
I
a
just
dead
asked you
we
what
beating a dead
crimes did
horse
he
right now.
commit.
I
Right.
I just gave them to
But
you.
what I will
I gave
say
you the
You didn't give me, and
distribution.
you know
I
what?
gave you
We'll
the
agree to
extortion.
disagree.
I gave
Everybody
you
is entitled to their
bribery.
opinion. But
here's
did
what
they
I will
prove it?
say this
That's
also.
hearsay. Anybody can say anything.
Right.
Did
What's
they prove
hearsay?
it?
They
What
didn't
I
prove
would
the
say about
bribery.
this whole situation
No,
They
is
didn't prove bribery. Okay.
you
not
would
in
They
my
didn't prove
eyes.
they didn't prove extortion.
No, hell
No.
no.
No,
Okay.
the
Do y'all know what
extortion came.
extortion is?
Extortion came from the
the man
security
the
people.
man
Security people.
The who?
the
The
security
one that asked him for the 50,000, and then he ended up
Yeah.
giving.
No,
That's
no,
why.
no. That's the bribery. I said the
No.
extortion.
That it was extortion on his side because that's why he had to get immunity.
Mm-mm, mm-mm.
Yes.
Allie,
Mm-mm.
I would think that I would still have the same opinion even if Brian still was not his attorney. I would still have the same opinion. And no, I
Absolutely.
don't think that Diddy is an angel, and I don't care if he is famous. But the fact is, he is famous, and the reason why this is in the court is because he is
He's
famous.
famous.
No, no,
Right.
no,
Speak.
no, no, no,
Speak the
no,
truth. Speak
no,
the truth.
no, no. It's not. No, it's not. He's beat everything up.
He,
Nothing.
extortion,
None of the other crimes he's done. None of the other crimes he's done
listen,
has made it.
What other
what
crimes?
crime?
Don't come in here with what other crimes. If you don't have no proof, please don't speak on that.
Okay.
You
What other
Okay.
crime?
interrupted a perfectly level-minded chat, and you came
Hey,
in
you
here.
asked me what my take was, and everything that I gave y'all disputed it.
Wait
Okay,
a minute, we
cool.
didn't ask you nothing.
No,
You
Right.
you just
came
asked me
in
a
here and
question
asked
when I
us to come up. And we thought you were coming in because we thought you were talking about the trial. You
I
started
was talking
talking
about the
about
trial.
emotions and feelings.
No, I said the video. We started with the video. Y'all said that the video is not domestic violence. I said no. We
We
No,
started.
didn't.
we
Oh
never
no,
said
you
that.
don't lie on us.
We
Please
never
No,
said
no,
don't do
no.
that.
that.
We did. We started off with the video,
We never
and
said it was not no
no,
vex.
We said he was not being charged for domestic
exact,
violence.
and that's what I said. I said you
No,
guys
you
said he's
did
not
not.
No,
being
you
charged with
said
domestic violence, and so I
we
chimed
said it
in
wasn't
to,
domestic violence.
huh?
You said we said it was not domestic
I
violence.
didn't say that. I said you
No,
Yes,
guys
you
said it.
did.
come on
You make
now.
it up, right?
Please
Okay,
stand on what you
let
say.
me. Okay, okay. Can if y'all let me talk, I can say what I'm saying.
We are letting you talk,
Okay, and so,
but we can't let you lie.
Jesus. Okay. So what I said, you guys were talking about the
I
video.
know that's right, Nicole.
Okay, and I'm not lying,
I
Cut
sweetheart.
know
And
the
if I
that's right.
misspoke, I
shenanigans.
said I
No,
misspoke, but
we
it ain't.
weren't
It's no.
talking
It's no
about the
need for
video.
that.
You came in with the video talking about the. We didn't. We
Exactly.
got
So that's what
finished
I'm
yet.
saying. You guys said that he's not that the video is not he's not being charged with domestic violence. That's where I
Thank
had
you.
chimed in at. Okay.
Okay.
And I said, no, they're not saying that the video is they're not showing the video for domestic violence. They're
You
showing
think they
that
not?
as excuse me.
You think they not? You think they really not showing that for
Let
the
her
purpose of domestic
finish.
violence?
Let her
Okay.
finish.
That's what I'm saying. And then when I say something, y'all say I'm lying. No,
Nikki,
let
let
me my
her
train
finish,
of thought.
please.
Okay.
Okay, I'm
So
sorry, Sylvia. I'm
all I was
sorry.
saying is what I got from what they were showing and what they're putting out in court is that no, because I did too. It's like it's domestic violence. They already said they can't charge him. Why do y'all keep bringing up the video? But when I went back and reanalyzed everything, oh, they're showing that this is the time that when she left the whatever it was that was going on in that room, she left that room. He came out that room and did whatever, whether y'all want to say he hit her, dragged her, whatever, he did what he did to her, and then it went off from there. And from her testimony, because y'all we pick and choose what we want to believe, but from her testimony, she is saying that at that time she wanted to leave, but he wanted her to come back because it wasn't over. So they're showing that right there is what they're saying is an example of sex trafficking. Yeah, you can show up. You could be in the middle of the act, but the moment that you say, yo, I don't want no more, I'm done, and you want to leave, for them to bring you back, threaten you, that's all a part of what they're saying. And while we may not like it and think it's messed up because I'm not saying that it is, because again, for if that was your child, you would want someone to be held accountable for what they did. I mean, we can go back and forth 10,000 times.
Not if my child keep going back to the same
Right.
old thing. At some point, you
Okay,
gotta
you
let
say that,
them.
and I
You
get
gotta
again,
let
but
them
my
be.
thing is,
Lord,
You
your
know,
child is
can
and
always,
I
that's
ask you
just
a
the
you
bottom
know
personal
what,
line of that.
question?
you
Can
know,
I
and
ask
I
you a
say that
personal
too, and
question?
I tell people you can't speak about something. Yeah, you may have went through it, but you're not going through what they're going through. I
I
always said
understand, but
I
my
never
mother tried to
understood
send
how a
me out of
person.
town and do all of this, and I kept going back. So at some point, Cassie, she said she was on the phone with him trying to get the video, talking about she didn't need that to come out. She didn't want to call the police because she was going. She wasn't
So my
done. She was
and
going
again,
back.
and so all I came on here to do, and I'm not gonna say that I regret it, but all I was simply coming on here to do is that I get, because I've been on both sides, right? I've seen a lot, know a lot, been around a lot. I get, I even understand why they're putting up the defense that they're putting up. I get it. But what I'm simply merely saying is that everybody's not gonna be a Diddy. When I say that, and I'm not gonna speak nothing on your sons or no one, but the next young black man that's sitting here watching this, thinking, well, this ain't it. Just because you don't know you breaking the law doesn't mean you didn't break the law. And even if you don't like it, you don't have to abide by it. But when they come at you, they're gonna hold you to it. So we can talk about the law all day long, but until we get together and figure out how to change it, we're simply doing nothing but talk. Now you
That
heard
ain't
it.
what you said. That ain't
You
what you
talking
said
in
when you first
circles,
came.
ma'am.
Right. That
So
ain't what you said when you said it eventually. But that ain't what you came on here to say. You came on here with your chest out. You came on here talking about Cassie, and you had that Me Too energy behind you. But I
well,
understand, and we can
that's
agree
what
to
you took from me.
disagree.
Okay.
We can agree to disagree because you heard you. It all comes down to the jurors and what they believe at this
Mm-hmm.
point because we can't control what happened to Diddy. I don't want to see him go to jail over something crazy that happened 10, 12 years ago that he didn't pay this girl $20 million for. Jane Doe, we already know what that was. She shouldn't even been on the stand. It just don't make any sense. It don't make sense. And my thing, I'm looking at it maybe from a point of view because I have a black son and I will
Absolutely.
never want him to be on the and you know facing trial because
But
he
the
didn't
thing,
got with a,
and the
a
message for
girl
you,
and they
the
all this, that, and the third. So that's
no,
my
no,
point. So we can agree to
and I get
disagree.
that because
Everybody
I
got their
talk to
opinion.
and what I tell women over the
Mhm.
conversations that I had with women, I have
Mhm.
brothers, I have a father, I have black men in my life, so I get it. But the thing that I see that where we can make changes, first of all, the lack of communication and understanding is a problem. And what I'm saying is that we come from a generation of people. And when I say a generation of people, my grandmother, my grandfather used to beat the shit out of her. Okay. And back in the day, like I stated, the issue that I have, it probably is a childhood trauma. Watching a man overpower a woman thinking because he wear the pants and he make the money, that is all right. That there is a such thing as a marital a marital rape. But just because you come home and you want it doesn't mean you can get it. And so when women understand that about their rights and their bodies, and men understand that about a woman as well, we wouldn't be
Why
in these
not? Okay, why
positions.
not people?
So
Let's talk in the terms
my
of
thing
people.
about
Let's not
Diddy
say
is,
oh
go
women.
ahead,
Let's say people. Stop
people.
doing it. People, and this is how we divide. This is how we'll never ever
Well,
get
it's
anything
the same.
accomplished. Because
Okay,
it's like, oh, for women, 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 women,
it
men.
goes both
Let
ways.
let's
It
do it
goes
as a
both
people,
ways.
as a
It,
culture.
as
It
a
has
culture,
to. It
yeah,
has to. It
we
has to
do,
go both. It has
right?
to,
And
or
because
it's
when I
not
s-
going to work. It's always
absolutely.
going to be a division. So stop with the women, women, women. Because again,
You did.
it's
Y'all just you led with that. Like women got to be held accountable, but we never
Women
talked.
do have to be held accountable.
And
exactly
I'm not disagreeing
because
with
we get
It's
a
you.
not a
pass too
man's
much.
job
Again,
Women have to be held accountable.
I'm
We
simply
cannot be out
general.
here. We have to be held accountable. Let's be real about the
I
situation.
did not say that we
As a
did. And
woman,
she said
we have to
stop
be held
generalizing and
accountable
say
and make
people.
sure we put ourselves in safe environments. And if we mean no, then don't be over there. Stay from over there. Stop going back.
Absolutely. And that's what I'm saying. So I only brought.
That's where the accountability comes from.
I
And
get that.
also,
And what I'm saying is y'all are jumping on me when I'm merely repeating some of the things that y'all are saying. You guys led with women has to be held accountable.
We sure about what we saying.
QI media. There's a lot of people that's bringing out cases against Diddy and everybody and they're gonna continuously to do that, and that's okay. That's what they gonna do because that's what they've been doing. And then as far as anything else, he was not a pimp. He was a trick.
Right.
Hold on, y'all. Somebody asked HR, what do you think about the balcony situation?
What do I think about it? I don't put it past them.
Why are you?
Oh my God!
Put it past them.
Oh my
Sweetheart, you okay? And again, before you listen,
I have a serious question for you, honey. Are you?
Let me say this. I'm gonna say this again because I get it. I'm speaking from two different perspectives. I'm speaking for people that has personal attachment.
You don't need to be speaking from that. You need to be speaking about what the court case is actually
about. So when you say that, I said, okay, yeah, let's talk about that. And then when I brought up where they met all their charges, y'all like no. Okay, cool. But when I go with the rack, I think they met their burden on the racketeering. Because they got the bribery, you don't have to use the arson. You can go with the arson, but you don't have to use that. They got it on bribery. They got it on extortion. They have it on.
There was no extortion, ma'am.
There was no extortion.
There's nothing in the indictment on extortion.
Sylvia,
it's not a charge. It's just a predicate act.
There's no extortion in predicate act.
Okay. Her opinions are public opinion from the social media. I mean, because she does not she hasn't even answered that question. What about the balcony situation? And she said I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah, she said she wouldn't put it
but
past.
that's not a legitimate answer.
She's believing that he did it. That's what she basically saying.
But what are you basing it off of?
Even though he wasn't even there?
You off of a belief.
I'm not. And we sending people to jail.
I wouldn't want you to be on my jury, honey.
Me either.
I wouldn't want you on nowhere near it. Nowhere near it.
I don't want you nowhere near
I hope somebody that's close to you or yourself never has to go in front of a court of law that's trying to accuse you of some bullshit.
Okay.
I hope you never have to, honey.
I don't want you on anybody's jury, not at all.
I know, especially not our people. Especially not our people.
You're asking me my opinion about. First of all, I wasn't in there to listen to her testimony.
So why you speaking on it then?
It wasn't.
All you had to do is say, "I don't know about the balcony situation." That would have been a better answer.
Me not putting it. That is saying the same thing. I didn't say whether he did it or not. I didn't put it
No.
In court that it was allowed.
Nikki, is that you yelling?
So my question was she?
Yeah,
so this is the one y'all saying lied. Was she impeached for her testimony?
Yeah,
she was.
Committed perjury.
Yeah, they were impeaching her. Was it?
No. I'm asking.
What's the attorney name?
Or were they talking about it? Did they actually impeach her? Her testimony.
They're gonna go back and put as
impeach. Yeah.
I
heard them say that.
Yeah, she committed perjury. She was not, and Cassie did too.
Exactly. But you basing it off whether they impeached her.
That's not what I'm basing. I just asked you a simple question. What I spoke on were the things that I saw or heard from the transcripts. The predicate, all the predicates for the RICO and the sex trafficking. If that's what I don't.
All I'm saying is this: you can have, if you're going to serve on a jury, and basically this is a court of an opinion.
It is. This is that.
And we're just talking about the case based off of the facts that are presented. And yes, of course, there are going to be some people saying he's guilty, he's guilty. But what you will find that people who are saying that is going to use the same technique that you just used, but they actually are emotional attached to that video.
Yep.
And
It's not,
continuously
ma'am. I'm just trying to figure out. Y'all are saying, okay. Let me give it back to y'all the way y'all giving it to me. Okay,
Let me
the
finish.
video. When you go back
They're
to the
going
video,
to use
y'all
the
are trying to say
same
that Jules.
technique. No, I'm not finished. They're gonna they're gonna use the same technique because they're just gonna keep on relate. Well, what they presented as far as the what the law is, and you're gonna keep on saying that. But what you missed is the prosecutors bend the law to fit this particular crime that they said that they're accusing him of doing it.
Where did they bend the law? That's what I'm trying to understand. Because people are saying, and I'm gonna say this is what I've heard, right? When they remove the words attempted out of the jury instructions and TMZ, and I'm gonna tell you because that was the other thing, that's the funny part, and I know that firsthand because of the people that I know, that they fed that to TMZ for clickbait. Okay, they fed that to TMZ for clickbait. And so it said that they were quote unquote dropping the charges when they was simply removing the word that I think they took out the attempted arson and attempted something, I think kidnapping. From my understanding and what I read is that those are just predicate crimes, but because they was going attempted is just what it sounds like. But if they're saying that it actually happened or whatnot, there's no need to use both. There's no
Letter,
need to
not
give
at
them an extra
all.
2 pages of jury instructions about an attempted. It either happened or it didn't.
They just made it easier. That's all to convict them. That's what they were doing.
Exactly.
They have moved
Exactly.
attempt
Speak facts.
from the jury
So
instructions
let
just
me.
to say.
What do you? Okay. So
Mhm.
attempted and actually doing it. What are you gathering from that?
Well, first of all, they can't even prove that he did it
Proving.
because
Exactly.
there's nothing that says that he did. Even Kid Cudi doesn't even
But
know
he
that he
wasn't.
did it. He
Hold
did.
on.
Kid
Let me.
Cudi said he thinks. He doesn't know. It's speculative.
Right.
So he didn't say that the dude was in his house.
We're talking about the house situation and the car situation is
Right.
two different dates.
I understand that, but
They're two different.
so is
They're
is
two
the
different
email fake
things.
too?
They are two different things.
No, the email where it was stated that he was going to blow up the car.
I
He
could
didn't.
say anything, but you got to
No,
prove
no.
I
Right.
did it.
Right.
He didn't say. Cassie said that.
Right.
Y'all
He never
yell. I'm
said that.
asking a question to make sure before I speak on
Cassie
it.
is the one who
So
said
the question,
that.
from my
Who told
understanding,
her that?
did he not send a message saying that he's gonna blow up this dude's
No, he
car?
never sent the
No,
message.
He
Cassie
never
said
sent the
that.
message. Okay.
Cassie said that.
Cassie sent it to somebody else, and
No,
then it
Cassie
happened.
said it. Cassie said it.
Okay. And then it happened, right?
And your point.
Okay, wait, we already asked that, and she said what she's
But here's the
for.
thing. Here's the thing that the fingerprints that was found was a fingerprint, a DNA.
Oh, my bad. You know what? My bad. Hold on. They didn't say that he did it personally. He didn't do it. He sent somebody to do it. That's the point that they're trying to prove. That's
No, they
yeah.
didn't. They said that.
And I think again, when people are misinterpreting things, and I'm not saying y'all, okay, because like I said, I just found this channel and I'm cool with the conversation because again, everyone has different perspectives. But when certain things are being translated, it's saying that he was never charged with it. And that's the crazy thing about the RICO is because it can be it's disproving a pattern of things that
But
happen.
none of the things, none of those acts have he been charged with any of it.
I just
And you
said
know
that.
what? Also, Miss
None
Jam
of it.
says on here, Miss Jam says, Diddy said, how much did he have to pay to get the video? The guy's supervisor said 50K. When the guy came, Diddy gave him 100K. So Diddy said, I'll do anything to get that video. I can't have that video be out. It will ruin my reputation, is what Diddy
Exactly.
said. Then
That's
the guy
what
went to talk to his supervisor, and then the supervisor said, tell him I'll give it to him for 50K.
That's extortion right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he had to get immunity.
Exactly. They're
So
all
where's the
committing
bribery?
they're all
He
committing
never
crimes
asked
whether
for a
they
value
all
or
were committing
anything. He
crimes
said,
whether
I
they
just
knew it
need
or
that
not.
video.
Yeah.
He could have been saying, hey, listen,
I give it to you. You didn't have to charge him.
yeah.
Diddy could have said, "I'll give you time in the studio. I'll bring you on stage with me. I'll do this." I mean, he has so many things that he could do to change that man's life, other than say, "Hey, I'll pay you some money to give
He
me the
never said
video."
he never said pay. The guy's the one who
Right?
offered.
Right. He
Yeah.
never never mentioned money.
He
That's
says,
my
"I'll
point.
do anything." Well, what can I? How can I get it back?
Didn't he say 50 at first and then he upped it to 100,000?
No, they
No,
said
the
they
guy asked for 50, and then Diddy gave him 100.
100, just
Oh,
to give
okay,
him
okay.
100. But he
He
didn't
gave
ever,
him a play.
but he didn't tell his boss that he got the extra 50.
People dirty as hell though. You see that? You threw him
Hmm.
an extra 50,000 and you gonna be bogus like that. People are, man, listen, let me tell you something.
It's almost like something happened and you be like, oh, please, well, I'll do whatever. Hey, if you lost something, I'll do whatever just to get it back. Just please. That's all that's really saying.
But let's be, I mean, again, and I
So
understand what y'all
that's not
saying. I get it, but at the
bribery.
same time, he knew what that
They,
video would do. It
according
wasn't
to
going to
the
just
law,
ruin his image. It wasn't going to ruin his image.
listen, according to the law, that is not bribery. That's why the defense saying that the prosecutor
Yeah,
basically
the law
lied.
in California says that's not bribery unless it was
Official.
an official involved, and it was not. The police were never called.
Right. The police were never called.
That's not right. So that's why I said that they are bending the law to fit a
So why
situation.
would, okay.
That's why I said that.
You know why this is dangerous? Because it's a lot of people, relationships out here like this. You
Right.
know, if you tell your girlfriend, "Oh, baby, come on, you could do it," then you coercing her. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? This is
No.
dangerous.
And
This
that's
is
that's
dangerous
what's
for people.
misleading. That's not what they're saying. That's
Yes,
not
they
what I'm
are
interpreting
saying
from
that.
that.
That's
That's
what they're
exactly what
saying.
we're
That's
saying.
Yeah.
What are you saying? Come on,
Child,
Aisha. We're
you
not
gonna
trying
have
to jump on you,
the
but you
government gonna
gotta.
be
Have you
all up
been
in your
watching?
that
bedroom.
ma'am, I'm saying it for 1,000 times. Y'all are looking at it from everyone's looking at it from a different perspective. That's not what they're saying.
It's
What
only
We
one
they're
all looking
perspective to
from the
look
okay,
at.
same.
so
You
from
just
what I'm
different.
understanding, my interpretation, this is just from me and what I'm seeing and reading and understanding. Okay, is that if you're talking about what are y'all talking about the sex, right? Everyone talking about the situation with the sex. Okay, cool. We can agree that I can set this up. I'm talking with and me and you in love. We're gonna find all kind of messages in one's phone when you're in love with somebody. Okay, you tell me to talk to you dirty. I mean, there's women that fake orgasm just to get the shit over with. Okay, but there comes a time when I say, I don't want to do this anymore, or I don't want to do this tonight. It don't give you the right to overpower me, threaten me, coerce me, all the things we talk. None of y'all dealt with a Diddy. And when I say I ain't dealt with it,
You
when
don't
I
know
say you
who
haven't
dealt with
dealt
a
with a
Diddy.
Diddy,
Right. And who
a man
Listen,
with so much
Baby,
power.
I had some worse than Diddy.
Okay.
Please.
Well,
you
that
Diddy
ain't
ain't never
two
shot at
things
Cassie.
two things can be true at once. Okay.
Well,
So
I've
what
been
I'm
shot
stating
at.
is, what I'm stating is, he know, just like with let's stick to the sex. Okay. Yes, I can agree to it, but damn, every time I turn around, why can't it just be me and you? Why every time I turn around, it's gotta be me, you, and
That's
John?
when you leave,
that's when you
HR.
leave.
That's when you leave, baby.
That's
That's when
when
you
you
leave.
that's
He
when you
said,
gotta be real with yourself,
But
HR.
Yes.
y'all are
You
talking about, y'all are
no,
speaking
no,
from y'all perspective, but y'all are not
no,
in their
no,
position.
no, 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 no,
Listen,
no.
But
listen.
just
You
What
don't
because
know.
you
Wait,
say
You
the
let's
don't
get
know
same
what
thing,
position
accountability.
they were in.
let's talk
You're
about
putting
that.
something on them that may not even be true.
But
You
listen,
putting
Okay,
something on Cassie and Jane Doe that may not even be true
baby,
too.
these are their words. How do we know about anything other than them speaking about
listen.
it?
One of the things that Cassie did say that she wanted to please him, because if she didn't do it, then basically somebody else was going to do it, and she didn't want nobody else to do it. That's why
See
she
there?
felt like it was her duty to do it.
right.
Case closed. Yep, case over.
That's what she
Jay
She didn't want
Johnson,
nobody getting
she
her
already
spot.
said she wouldn't put it past him. So you ain't gonna get no answer with that.
About what? I'm sorry.
Jay
Don't
Johnson.
please. I didn't
He
hear. I didn't
wanted
hear what the question was.
it was already asked about the balcony incident. You said what you said, and you gonna stand on that. I just
let
told
me say this. Let me say this. Here's the deal. Diddy could get, obviously, he had Gina doing it, he had Miami doing it, he had Cassie doing his little freak offs, he had Jane doing the freak off, he had whomever else doing the freak off. So Cassie said the very thing that all of them was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
They did it, they kept going because well, at least two of them, they kept doing it because they didn't want anybody else to do it.
Yeah, and she didn't want to. She wanted to please him.
And they wanted to please him because and
So
a
let me ask
lot
you a
of
question.
times
Let me ask you a
women
question.
will
Let me ask
stay
you a question.
with a man.
Let's just
No,
again.
a lot of times a woman will change everything about herself when she finds out her man
Exactly.
is cheating.
Mm-hmm.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
saying. You
absolutely.
got to
So
be
and
real
and
with
and, and it's
yourself.
not it is okay.
Instead of
So
leaving,
my question to y'all is okay.
instead of leaving a woman, when she finds out her man is cheating, she automatically goes to herself and say, "What am I doing wrong?" And she
Exactly.
starts changing herself so that he's
Mm-hmm.
thinking he's going to stop cheating instead of just packing her stuff up and leaving.
Mm-hmm.
It took
And
So
we don't listen to
so
men when they tell us, you know, hey, I got multiple women. You still
Right.
gonna try to do your best
because
because you think you can change this man and
Right.
he
mm-hmm.
can become you could become number one and he
and
can
none
stop
and none
seeing
and none
all
and
these
none
women
and none
and
of
they
that
all tried to do that.
and none of that's being disputed. The question I ask is
then the case is
why.
over with.
Okay, you said what?
What's
Right.
your question?
It's
Okay, so how do you how are y'all separating the sex and the violence? Because you only saw one video, right?
My
You're
God,
not.
we
Never mind the other.
Why about that video?
what you
Huh?
talk. Why you keep bringing
domestic
up the
violence.
I
video?
didn't.
That
God,
video. That
Jesus
video means
Christ.
nothing to me.
That's not the. I said outside the video. How do you explain the other violence that was mixed with? How do you separate the two?
Ma'am, how do you not see the point that we have all made? We've all said, where's your where can you answer that at the end and let that be a period? Because that's called taking accountability for what the part you play. And
Mm-hmm.
because a man cannot control you unless you allow him to control you.
As far as the
And
video is concerned, I
okay.
mean the other
I
violence,
think that's
taking
kind of the
away the
point of the
video,
what
like
they're
you
making in the
said, and
trial.
then
But go ahead.
taking away the video, like you said,
Take
and
away.
then considering all the other violence. Okay, I simply said domestic violence is wrong on both ends, regardless of who it happens from. If the
Absolutely. So
police come,
and I think what
wait a
they're
minute, let
saying.
me finish.
Go
If
ahead.
the
Go ahead.
police come and you could be the female creating the domestic violence, you going to jail. It works both ways in the eyes of the law.
Now
So
it does.
domestic violence is it should not be happening. But as
Absolutely.
far as a freak off, if that's what you want to do, then that's what you want to do. If you
Mm-hmm.
don't want to do the freak off no more, then leave.
Okay, so is it true that the okay? So we'll move past the hotel video. Let's go to the other one that they're saying was an act of the sex trafficking, quote unquote, on her birthday or the time that she OD'd in the hotel, and they kept going. So we just
What?
dismissing that because we don't believe they said it was a time that she OD'd in the hotel and
Who
during the
did?
freak
Which
off.
one? Who?
Who?
Cassie,
I mean,
that was in the closing arguments.
Yeah, but go
because
ahead.
you at it.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish what you
So
were
my
saying.
question is that not a true or account of what happened? That she said that she OD'd off the drugs in the hotel and she still had to continue to freak off, or they continue to fuck her?
No, they did not. They did not
Oh, they
continue.
did. Okay.
He told
They
her no.
put her in the shower, right? They put her in the shower, and that's when
Jane, she's talking about Cassie. Go ahead, Miss
yes.
Sylvia.
But then he told the guy, he says, no, not tonight because she wasn't feeling well. She wasn't, remember?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, that's right.
yeah.
Said not tonight. She wasn't feeling well. That's right.
He didn't do it. They didn't do anything that night.
But she probably took too many drugs. And as far as Jane is concerned,
The drugs right there's the problem too. So I'm just
yeah, it's a huge problem with all of them.
hmm
It's a huge problem. All I'm saying is, if you don't want to do something, and as long as you're not being held with something of force or whatever, or being kept locked in or something, you can leave. These people
there's
cannot
several of
live
her
with
body
that.
there's
Cassie
several of
did
his
not do a
bodyguard.
freak
It's
off the day she
several.
overdosed.
It's several
There's
of
no
his. It's
freak
several.
off.
It's two of his bodyguards done came out. Not bodyguards, security guards, whatever you want to call them. Two of them done came out and spoke out and said that yeah, that
If
was their job to
if
keep her in line. To
if if if
if she
if
left,
that
they
wasn't
go
in the
get her.
trial, if that wasn't in the trial, that's hearsay.
It's
Yeah,
not hearsay because she simply said it, and they're corroborating, even though they're not on the stand. But she said it too.
but she said some other things too.
But we're going to stick to the part where
We not
we're not
talking
talking about
about
the
them
consensual part.
bodyguards because
She's
they
not on
got
trial for the consensual part. He's on trial for the unconsensual things that she's saying that she didn't want to happen. We're not talking about the
So
again.
again, she said a lot of things on the stand, but when they pulled out them text messages, Cassie
right,
wanted it. She
right.
Yeah.
go.
And that's the thing. You're only going by one side, the prosecution side, because the defense came out and debunked all of that with other text messages. They didn't give the whole story. So that's why the defense didn't feel like they had to put on a defense because they poked holes in all of the witnesses that got
Exactly.
on the stand. They did that. And people don't want to realize, they don't want to say that part. This It's just like mainstream media. They're only saying one side. And
Yep.
that's how people get confused. And people go to jail for life for nothing because they're not giving you the whole story. They're running with
That's
the
why they
narrative.
say
Let's bring down Diddy. That's the narrative.
right.
Tisa tells, I really hope, let me not say her name. But that lady over there is really spewing lies, and she's going with a narrative. And I hate that she's a
And it
black woman that's
sound
doing that.
and it
I
sound
hate
like
that.
you
She got
sound like when you do that, you hate black men. That's what it
Yeah, I
sounds like to
hate
me.
that. Yes, I
tell
don't
you
like that
she back
because it's not like I like Diddy or no Diddy,
Look at
but
Exactly.
this. Look, media says so. Diddy did no wrong.
That media person been tripping. I've been
Oh my
reading.
I
God!
don't see
That
that
must be
stuff.
a
Where is that stuff at? I
Look
don't
at
want to see it because I don't
look
like
on the
what you're
front. Look
reading.
on the I put it on the screen.
Yeah,
you probably have to open up your chat, the chat part of it.
he been tripping all night.
maybe because I come from the hood, I see a lot of guys out here that ain't no good. But that don't
Right,
mean they deserve to go to jail for life.
right.
But I also,
Let me tell you this: the
I hear what you're
prosecution.
saying. But the other
I'm
thing
just
that
saying, I
the
just can't get
problem
with that.
the
So
issue,
far, you only
the
presented what you believe as
concern,
far as the witnesses are
that I
concerned, and then
have.
Mm-hmm.
you
What's
just
your concern, baby?
everything that the defense had to come and debunk. That's what you you
Well,
said.
we're also talking about people that are trained to gaslight. I mean, it goes both ways. I get that. I understand that.
No, you don't
But
get that because you
how are
would
you
have
going to tell me what
known
I get?
that you would have known if you have thought that way. You would have never said what you just really said because you would have realized that what Cassie said that what she wasn't gonna do or she didn't want to do, that her text messages says totally something different. Even so much that this girl was married and had to come back to the freak off as what her text message said. Freak offs for life. So if Diddy do not get locked up, she going for another freak off.
Uh
Cause
I
oh.
believe she would. I really believe she would.
she said
Mhm.
freak off for life. And she
Mhm.
did freak off twice after she was married.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And so is the text not true that she says she enjoys them when she wants them or something like that? That we just dismiss, we just take all the ones that when she was in love. We know the girl
So
was in
he
love.
put a gun to
No
her
one's
head and told her she had to do a freak off.
disputing that she was in love. No one's disputing that at all.
And no one's disputing that she
No
didn't
one's
say that she
disputing
wanted.
that.
We ain't
And see,
talking
this
about
the
No,
love
thing.
so
here.
we're saying that
Wait a minute,
she's
let me
just
say this,
making things
HR.
up so when she's having UTIs and all these other, and it's not even a
Let me
UTI, I
say this.
believe it's
Let me say
when
this,
she's having an
HR.
outbreak because I think y'all got
I
what you
understand
call it.
what you're saying. And there were text messages when I guess she didn't want to do it. She just wanted to have him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the point.
I think every
She,
time is that, but go
hold
ahead.
up. She wanted to be his woman.
Mm-hmm. No dispute there.
And that was not the case. That man told all of them, I have multiple women. So if a woman gonna keep coming back and keep coming back, who fault is that? Who is that on? We want to
That's
put it
not
on the
what,
men, and we want
wait a
to
minute.
take
HR,
all the
please
So
burden off
answer
the
of
that.
us.
okay,
HR, please answer her, please.
it was answer her to what?
She just asked you a question.
Who
Please
is
answer it.
if
Don't
she
don't
who
go around it,
whose fault is it
please.
if she keeps coming up is absolutely her fault at the
Thank
end of the day.
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
my hero, HR.
That's what accountability is, and that's all we've been saying
There you go.
No,
all along.
but taking advantage of
Who in the world
someone.
gonna
No,
have
no. But it's two different things here,
yeah.
sweetheart. Going back, you hold yourself accountable for that. But someone again, y'all are. I think all y'all have skipped around the parts where they clearly pointed out the girl didn't want this shit. I know one of them said, I don't want to be a porn star. I've been doing this shit just, I mean, come on.
Well, then she didn't
So
have
why
to
did
be.
okay, then
And
don't be his porn
never
star.
mind. Never mind.
She
It's okay.
that
But
was
you're making it seem
Jane.
like he was really forced to her to stay,
Right.
and
Like he
that's
had
not
a
the
gun
case.
to her
What
head.
part of that y'all don't get? What
I
is it
don't get
every
Okay,
time?
you haven't explained to him, to me, or anybody how he was making her stay. He was like, "Okay, you want to go? Go."
Right. He
She
told her
didn't
that
want to
multiple
go.
times.
okay, when you want to break up, what you need 3 more months in the house. He was giving her a chance to even find somewhere else to stay.
Right? What part is that
And what did she say,
you're
y'all?
not
What did
getting?
she say? No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, you want to go psychological. Oh, she had what they call it, Stockholm syndrome or something like that. She couldn't because he was gonna send the tapes to my mama. You know what? My mama would have just had to see them tapes
That's you.
Right.
because
And that's
if
you speak from you and what you would do. Just like if somebody do something to your kid or something like that, your reaction going people try. I stopped judging people. I guess because I've seen a lot in life. I don't. My thing is you don't have to believe nothing that the girl is saying.
if I'm
That's the
getting my ass
you don't
whooped
have to believe anything that the
and I'm
girl is saying.
I'm doing all these being involved with these freak offs and stuff like that, then it's a choice. I'm gonna choose him or I'm going to choose me.
And that's you. And
And
that's
if you
you.
HR.
want
That's
What
absolutely
do
HR.
you
that's you.
mean? That's the
HR.
thing to do. So you
And
think
HR.
that because she didn't choose her. Now this is what HR is saying, y'all. Because Cassie didn't choose her or Jane Doe didn't choose her, that Diddy should go to jail.
that is not what I'm
Stop.
saying. That
That's
is not
exactly
what I'm
what you're
saying.
Saying
saying.
That is not
basically
That's
what I'm saying.
exactly what you're
That is
saying,
that's
Susie.
not
exact
what I'm
Jane
saying.
HR.
That is
If
not what I'm saying.
nothing changes, nothing changes. Period.
Right.
If you
Mm-hmm.
as a woman are not going to change nothing about yourself and you're going to keep allowing a nigga to drag you, then hey, a
We agree
nigga gonna
there.
be a nigga and a nigga gonna do what a nigga do. Period. And
Period.
Oh,
that's
okay.
straight from the
my
streets.
And that's
question
why
is
they
this.
doing this shit
So
too.
if
What you
you're
So
mean?
you're saying so they should go
he
to
is
jail because you're not choosing you.
that's not what I'm saying either. That's not what I'm saying. So I
What are you
think
saying?
What are you
okay.
saying, babe? Because now you confusing me. Because I don't know what you're saying. Because you're saying one thing and
Right.
then you're saying because
Contradicting.
you know, and I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm asking you a question because
Mhm.
Cassie or Jane Doe didn't choose themselves or go get help or didn't realize Diddy should go to jail. Even if they didn't realize they was being abused, Diddy should go to jail. Because so wait, let's do this. Did Diddy? You're saying that Diddy didn't know he was committing a crime.
I didn't say he didn't know. I think he absolutely knew.
No, you said there's no reason for he can't say he didn't know, so he should still go to jail because he didn't know. So
Right.
and
You
then you're
did
gonna
say
say,
that.
oh, these
I
ladies they did, but hold up, they didn't know they were being abused, so that's not their fault. So it's
I
not his.
didn't.
So then it's not his fault because he
Huh?
didn't know he was committing a crime. If they didn't know they was being abused, come on,
Okay.
stop.
What's like you said? Stick to the facts of the case. He didn't know he was
Oh,
paying
now
for.
you want
He
to stick to the
no.
facts
Like
of
you
the
said,
case.
I didn't. First of all, I
Oh,
didn't say that. I
no.
said I didn't
Now
know.
you
First of
want to
all,
stick to the facts of the case. Stop. Y'all can't
no,
win this
no.
debate because it's wrong.
No,
It's
first of
it's
all,
no way to
he
it's
did
no
not.
way to
You
spend it
don't
when you
think
got
he
people
knew
that's
what he
been
was
watching
doing?
Miss Sylvia
So
read
what you're saying is that you
transcript
don't think
that's
he knew
in
what
the
he was doing?
courtroom. No, that
He
ain't what
knew
we was talking
and
about. Go back to the you
you
ain't
think
answer
they
my
didn't know
question
what they
about
were doing?
Cassie. Right.
Go
You
back.
think
Answer
these
that
women
question
didn't know what
first.
they were
What
doing?
was? Repeat your question about Cassie.
I said because they didn't choose themselves, Diddy
Hmm.
should go to jail.
He go to jail for the crimes he committed.
No,
what
no,
did
no.
Y'all are making it
he
about.
commit?
Y'all are making it. No, no. It's not going to
You
change.
said
You're making an overall generalization as why they kept going back. Yeah, because they didn't choose themselves. Just
They
because they
went
you
didn't
back
said they
choose
didn't
themselves.
even know they was being abused at first.
No, well, I said I didn't know like that about sex trafficking. I thought it was
Like you
specific
best
to little
friends with
girls.
Cassie and
Okay.
Jane Doe, you know exactly what they was thinking. And we know Jane Doe out there doing when I look at her and I'm judging
Mm-hmm.
because when I look at her, I'm like, okay. You know what I'm saying? Well, her little feisty self. She out here, that's what she do. So let's just take her
Yeah.
out. Cause don't
He was
nobody did
doing
nobody
he
believe
was
her.
doing that before Diddy, right?
Yeah.
That's the word on the
I don't even
street.
think the prosecutors believed her. They
That's
shook
the
their
reason
head
why
probably.
that's the reason why they brought back. That's the reason why they introduced they brought her in so they can get twist her words to say that there's sometimes she didn't want to do it. All they did was like when they looked and see her emotional attachment to Diddy, and then they saw a word there, and she said, "See that? She didn't want to do it. She didn't want to do it, but she did want to do it." And then
her message was clear as day, from my understanding.
And they needed her.
Well, she was freaking off when Diddy wasn't freaking off.
The Cassie's message wasn't.
Jane Doe was freaking off when Jane Doe and Cassie was freaking off when Diddy wasn't even freaking off, honey. They was calling up their escorts on their own, honey.
But wait a minute, Miss Sylvia, which one was sleeping with the escort behind Diddy back? Was it Jane Doe?
Both of them. Cassie
was both.
Yes, both of them.
Yeah.
Cassie was too?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Free Diddy.
Sleeping with everybody behind Diddy back.
Right. And that's why Diddy told her, you think you gonna play me? You can't play me.
Mm-hmm.
Remember he left that text like you trying to treat me like I'm a fool.
Wow. And and then and let's talk about Cassie freaking out, or actually running off with the trainer that her man, my man paid for a trainer to train me, and then I'm sleeping with him.
Did he pay that man $50,000 to train her?
He paid him $50,000. Nobody's want to talk about that. They don't want to put it out there like that. But the real ones know.
Right.
The real ones know. And it's not even about saying, oh, y'all just Diddy lovers or whatnot. It's about right and wrong. And this is wrong. This man is not getting a free trial. They up there lying.
Look at that
on
comment,
this man.
y'all. Namdi said, even according to an escort on a Ron Wiggins show who didn't testify, Cassie was texting him behind Diddy's back.
Oh yeah, he sure did. I saw that. And he said he asked Cassie, do you think did
he know about this?
He know about this? And then she didn't answer. And then when he texted again, he said he didn't respond.
Mm-hmm.
Cassie was a hot one, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they say she was a hot one.
I thought they said she slept with him though.
God.
No, he said not that one. He didn't say that on the Armand show, but he also said that it looked like she liked him.
Cassie was a snake, and that's what.
I believe that. Just if you go back and read the transcripts, HR, and read her wording and how she talking. When they were reading the transcripts on Cassie, I was like, in my spirit, I'm like, she's manipulative. You can hear it. Her words. And if you know anything about psychology, you could, or just you ain't even got to know nothing about it. She was just manipulative. You know what I mean?
She just got to be emotionally intelligent to know what she was doing.
She learned it very well.
Cassie
she was trying very well. I give her that. She was trying very well.
I think she had that before she met with Diddy, and that's how she got with Diddy.
Speculation is what y'all say, but again, I'm not here to speak on her.
You're speculating as well. You saying she learned it very well.
She did,
and you're referring that she learned it from Diddy. But I feel like she had it before.
When I say, I'm not saying it to be smart. I'm saying it like, damn, he taught her.
I'm not saying it as a bad thing either, but I'm saying that.
So you blaming her manipulation on Diddy?
Yeah, I'm sure she learned the
game. She's probably started manipulating when she was a little kid. Let's be honest here.
Yep. Come on, talk about it.
Started in childhood. Let's be. Matter of fact, it started in infancy. Let's be 100 here.
Okay,
so now you're trying to put that on that man too. Y'all, you don't like him. Christ. Be honest with yourself. You don't like that man. Hello.
She don't.
You don't like that man, right?
Don't like.
So you're biased. You're biased.
That's not being biased. We're saying the same thing.
Biased. You're very biased because you don't like him. So you're gonna be biased.
That's not being biased.
Miss James, he didn't have to be loyal to Cassie because he told her he had multiple women. They didn't believe it.
Front.
He told them up front. He wasn't loyal, and that's what they wanted him to be loyal. He never did. His soulmate was Kim Porter, and I feel like he wasn't with her because he know he couldn't give her what she needed or wanted.
Cassie was so bothered she didn't because he wouldn't even spend holidays with Cassie.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
He was upset because he wouldn't spend no Thanksgiving.
And he would not even bring Cassie around his children.
Right.
And Cassie used to,
No, he
make
wouldn't
fun
bring
of
Cassie
Kim.
around those twins, but the other boys been around her. They photographed with her, so there's a difference. But go ahead.
At
I'm
what
talking about
age was that?
Right.
Huh?
But
the
She
house
was
where
never
his
around the
kids
twins
were
because
in.
Kim
No,
had the.
you
What
did not.
age were the
She was
boys?
never around the twins because Kim had the twins. Diddy always had them boys. There's pictures of hell. The boys still. I think one of them, a couple of them still follow her, unless they just unfollowed her. She had a relationship with them boys.
no, she
All the
didn't.
boys.
She didn't have a relationship
She
with
didn't
those.
have no relationship with him. She was and I think she said
And
something like
she
that
was
in court.
around them boys when Kim Porter died. Let's be 100.
Yeah,
Because
let's
there's
No,
be
videos
she.
100
out
with it.
there.
And
Okay.
they were adults already.
Exactly.
Exactly. So
And then
I'm
also
not
there
saying
was
that
kids that,
someone
that,
made the
that,
comment
that
that
Diddy
she
was
was not she just wasn't around those
when she was
kids. She
doing
wasn't around
like
those
They
little
were not,
ones.
if they were adult, they were either teenagers or early adults when Kim died. So they wouldn't be children at that point.
The girls were never around Cassie. The boys were.
At
They
what
lived in two totally
age?
different homes.
At what age? Because if you're
Kim just
talking
died in
teenage,
18.
adult, young adult, then I don't consider them children.
His kids are his kids, no matter how I say it.
When
She
they
was
were
around his
young,
sons.
she
When
She was
said
I'm
when
around
they
his
were young,
sons.
they
all
were
I
not
know is
around.
that
When
That's
they
Cassie
got
what
a little
that's
older,
my point
they
right there.
were.
know is that
Hmm.
Cassie said, and it should be in the transcript somewhere, that Cassie said that Diddy would not bring her around, would not have her around his family
Yep.
for
Mhm.
holidays and things like that.
So you ain't the main chick if a guy don't bring you around on special holiday. You should know that as a woman. You should know where you at with that man.
She might get
Let me tell you
February
something.
13th, but she don't get
A
February
man
14th.
that's a man that's really real about you, there is no confusion. So it's up to
Right.
a woman to be like, oh yeah, he don't want me. I can't even psych my mind up to say he want me.
Okay, so when she went to the other guy, Kid Cudi or whatever,
Mhm.
why
Let
did she
I,
leave? Why
can
did she
you
leave
stay
him?
on what I was just saying? Do you understand what I mean when I say it should be no confusion there? If there's confusion, then that means that is not the man for you.
You're not that's not advice for me. That's advice for her. And from my understanding,
No, because you keep making
until
excuses.
this case, everybody thought they were together. That she
No,
was the main one.
no,
My
they
What?
understanding.
didn't.
What?
Never
No,
mind.
everybody
Don't
knew that
use
they
the
Cassie
were
word
probably
together.
somewhere.
everybody.
Cassie and
Oh
her
my.
husband probably somewhere spending that 20 million house shopping while everybody out they
Exactly.
defended her and got her
Yeah.
as this poor little victim. And that lady
Hmm.
then got
Baby, ain't
no.
nobody
Hold
said
up.
call.
Oh
I
no,
ain't call
she
her a
got
poor
30 million,
Her a poor
and she
victim.
got
Right.
she just had a new baby. She married to she probably out somewhere smiling while everybody saying, "Oh, poor Cassie," and she just and the other girl is what probably somewhere doing the freak off with another rapper.
Hmm.
She can get that money. She know her eviction
And
money.
Hmm.
the other women, the assistants probably hoping he get out of jail so they can beg for their job back.
In HR, I'm gonna tell you this: with
Hmm.
your wording, you would get dragged on a stand. Your wording will mess you up in the court of law. Your wording, you be like everybody did you. They would tear you up on the stand
Tear me up for what?
because your wording is not. It's not where it needs to be because you keep saying stuff and we all confused by what you saying. So I'm just saying in the court of law they would tear you up.
I think the situation with you, HR, is that you are actually listening to maybe this TMZ or Miss Tech
Yes.
or somebody because you're not coming with facts.
Right.
You're not sticking to the case or
Right.
anything. You're really coming from and I'm not even wanting to attack you or trying to attack you, and I hope
Right.
feel that way or whatsoever. But the things that you are saying is like, oh my gosh, what is going on with you? Like,
Hmm.
really? You're not actually listening to the case, reading the case, or something. You're actually just popping in and out of these different channels.
Yeah.
It
That's
is
what
deep
I'm getting to.
That's what it sound like. Yeah.
That's where, and I have to be honest with you. That's what it sounds like.
Yep. From jump.
I have to be honest with you. That's what it sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
And all she saw
Seem
was a
like you
woman
jotted
getting,
down a couple of little
yeah,
notes here and there,
yeah.
and you trying to go back to them notes, and you don't really, they not in no type of order. So
No, no, I don't have notes at all.
you
I
keep
don't.
saying,
It
wait a
ain't
minute,
that.
hold up,
It's not
wait a
Yeah,
that
minute,
deep
no
to
hold up.
me.
time. She's
I
just
would
trying
just
to remember off the top of
okay.
her
So because
dome.
people were asking about how this and that didn't match up, and I'm like, if you understand the law, you see where it matches up. It may not be something we like, but I mean, I don't see where they went wrong, other than
That's
how
what the
people.
prosecutor said.
Right.
Defense said something else. So it's
Of
like
course,
lining up with the law.
when do they
But but
agree?
but but my thing is lining are
Why would they agree?
I said, that's what I said. That's what exactly that was my
my thing
question.
is it's
She
not
said
lining
I
up.
said, why would they
It's not,
agree?
but my thing is it's not lining up. And that's why
But
we're
you see
trying to
how
say you
right.
don't you're not seeing that. It's not
The
lining
government
up.
just throwing a lot of shit at a wall. Boom, boom, boom. See what stick. That
Mm.
ain't how you. That's not real justice. That's
And you
that's
don't
not
have
how
to
you
be an
treat
attorney to see
Americans.
that. Yeah, you don't
That's
have
not
to
how
be an
you treat
attorney to see
Americans.
that.
You
This is
say
not a
that
third world
because okay, just like the
country.
word distribution, everyone's like, well, that's not. They just changed that. When did they change that? That's always been what it was.
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
Point seven.
Right. Point
You're
seven.
talking about weed. We're talking about
No, we
ketamine
ain't talking about.
and
We
other
ain't talking about
hardcore
no.
drugs.
We ain't talking about no weed. Point seven was cocaine.
No,
And you
okay.
know what?
All of all the other
When you have
hardcore
that small
drugs.
amount of drugs, you go to
That's
Huh?
rehab.
personal
You
use.
don't go to jail.
You
Right.
said what?
That's personal
When you
use.
have that small amount of drugs, I'm sorry, you don't go to jail. You go to rehab. And you're saying no because the law and he needs to go to jail. I don't know. You need to probably think about that. That could be
I think.
anybody.
I
That
think
could be that could be that could be anybody.
she sounds like she hates black men.
I mean, that's an assumption that you have. That's totally false. I
I'm
actually
saying what
advocate
it
more
sounds
for
like.
black men than I do women. So,
I'm sorry. What did you say? You said you weren't.
I said it sounds like you hate black men. That's what I
and
said.
I,
I
and it,
didn't assume anything. I just said it sounds like that. That's what it sounds like. That's what you give. That's the
holding
vibe you
no hold
bring.
just like my thing is with just like y'all want to hold black women accountable. I say the same thing for our black men, and those are the men that I deal with more men than I deal with women
They are
for a certain
always
reason.
being
Okay,
held
and
to the
my thing is,
fire.
and again,
Well, I deal with more men.
I
I
educate
deal with two sons, so I'm gonna hold them accountable because I don't want them to be bad to women. But the truth of the matter is, they are adult sons, and I can be preaching all day long, but whatever they do is what they gonna do.
Right. But
And
we
Hmm.
women, so
they
we
come
talking
with
about women.
stipulations, I
Mhm.
want to hear the whole thing because I'm not about to be going out here breaking my neck, almost going to jail behind a child that knows better.
And when we as women stop trying to, change ourselves to be all we can be just to get a man because he got money and he can change our lives and hold
I said
ourselves.
that at the
You know
beginning
what
of the
I'm saying?
conversation.
Then maybe we
I
can,
said that
we can get somewhere. But at
right.
some point, women, it's always about the man, the man, the man, the man, the man. And that's why we're saying women have to be held accountable because we get a lot of times we can go and play victim because we can do that very well. Women can do that very well. In Cassie case, she ain't really got to say much because the whole internet is taking on Cassie and making her this victim. And Cassie like, hi, I got my M's. And I told y'all on my Instagram post that this was domestic, not sex
Right.
trafficking.
She
This
said it herself.
domestic. Yeah.
Hmm.
But y'all go ahead because now I'm good. Whatever
Right.
happened to him is him.
Hmm.
I
Exactly.
didn't got,
And
what I'm saying?
that's messed up
Wait
though,
a
y'all.
minute, y'all. God
They
almighty.
said her 10 albums, they said, oh, she didn't get, and it comes out that she was the highest, she had more, she was the highest paid artist on Bad Boys at the time.
Right.
He put more money into her than all of the other artists.
And he
She
did.
just didn't have the talent. She
Perform.
did she didn't have it. She didn't have it.
Yep.
She
Auto tunes. It's called auto tunes. When you make an album with auto tunes, you better be able to have that voice when you get ready to perform it.
Mhm.
and she did not have that,
She
which is
sure
the reason
didn't.
why she couldn't do it. And she was like, "Well, he didn't get upset. He supported me. He still supported me," is what she said on that stand. He still supported me, even though I did fail.
And you see how much love he showed to her,
And I
like
think Puff
for
knew that
real.
he still
You know
was
what I'm
trying to push
saying?
her. Yeah.
Huh?
I think he knew she didn't have no talent.
Yeah,
Exactly. But he still tried to pour into her, and that's what I mean when I say love. I hear you laughing, HR. It's not funny, but
yeah. And then he put her into movies.
yeah, that's what I mean. That's somebody being real with you. Somebody want to see you progress, want to see you successful. That's what I mean when I say you see the love. That's just a figure of speech. Because
Hmm.
I'm
He
guessing
didn't
you
have
gonna
no
say he
talent.
didn't.
I mean, if
I'm guessing you
Capricorn
gonna say the
Carter,
man didn't love her, but
I think
we
he loved her. They had their
exactly, they
toxic
loved each
love.
other.
Yeah,
They
I
loved
think
each
they.
other. They just had a toxic love. That's all.
Hmm.
and
Yep.
and I believe Capricorn Carter, because I'm in agreement with her on that when she said Cassie ain't had no talent. She did not.
Exactly. That's the only thing she told the truth about on that stand.
I don't care if that song was a hit.
So she didn't.
Cause
So
she,
she.
cause
That's the
she
only
had
thing
that
she told
whole
the truth
movie
about.
made up in her head. She done got kidnapped for 5 days, and they took her home. And girl, that sound like a New Jack City movie.
Took her
That
home.
sounds exactly like a New Jack movie.
Mm-hmm.
The
They
minute
Why
pick
did it
Mm-hmm.
you
sound like
up.
a New Jack
Wait,
City
they pick you
movie?
up and kidnapped you from 9 to 5, and then they bring you home. You
Right.
not kidnapped after 5, but you
And you
kidnapped during 9 to 5.
and
Stop.
why you need a polygraph test for 5 days? What
Cause
That's
did
what
she
I
was
want to know.
stealing. Cause she
she
kept.
said she
I
wanted
know
to
she was
prove that
stealing,
she
but
wasn't stealing nothing.
why did it take 5 days? That's why I'm saying the story sounds so crazy to me. And
And
then
then
Hmm.
and then he said he was gonna throw a body over wherever he was gonna throw it. Come on now. And then he wasn't even there. Come to find out, he wasn't never there.
and come to find out, she the one suggested the polygraphs.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They didn't. Don't nobody talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
They said she said lock the building down.
Yeah.
Right. She was in a building and it had no windows. Girl, if man, somebody
And
50
then
Cent.
Puff picked her up and took her over Kid Cudi house, but instead of calling the police to tell the police she'd been kidnapped, she calls Laura London. Laura London said, "Well, get out and run. I will get out and run, but there's not one."
Why she gonna throw Laura London under the bus like that?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? They
But I
some
thought they came back and said she didn't
these
say
some
Lauren
fake ass
London.
people. I just can't the fake
They
people. I just
story changed though.
yes.
So you
Oh,
didn't know. You don't know
East
what to
River.
believe, and you want to send a somebody to jail when
Right.
all
They
these
not
different
none of them
stories.
credible because all of them got on the phone with each other. And then did you know this, HR? If you a victim, a real victim, I would not need to meet with no prosecutor no 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Mia
24,
met
27 times, 31
24
times. Did you
times.
know that? Did you know that, HR? That some of them witnesses met with the government that many times?
And then Mia made him a scrapbook for his birthday. I mean, she had to
Right.
work hard on that. She contacted his family members, his friends, to get
Mm-hmm.
other things to put in the scrapbook
Yep.
So
after she
you
was
so
fired.
you knew that they met with the prosecutor that many times?
No. Not
So
well.
what
To the specific numbers, no. Have they met multiple times? Yes, because I've heard that from other sources
so
as well.
so what's
Yeah.
your thoughts on that?
It just depends on what they're meeting for, because, like they said, I
No,
don't
Oh
know.
no,
I've
no,
never,
no,
I've
no.
never been indicted by the federal government, so I don't know what it
no
entails.
20 times,
I
no
can't tell you
11
that they're gonna
times.
talk to me and I do my test. No, I don't know, so I can't
The
speak to
truth
that.
don't change, honey.
Exactly.
It don't even take 31 times to
Listen,
tell the same
listen,
story. It's just
Okay,
the truth.
and to your
sweetie,
point,
the one with the braids on the.
and to your
What's
point,
your name again? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Regina.
Regina. Look,
Mm-hmm.
we both are domestic violence survivors.
Mm-hmm.
Your story ain't never changed, have it?
Nope.
My story ain't gonna never change. I'm gonna remember it. I just told you, lip
mm,
split, tooth broke. I ain't gonna
Yep.
never forget that. You
Yep.
understand what I'm saying? I don't need
Mm-hmm.
to meet with nobody to tell them that.
Yep.
you don't need to meet with them. What
I
do you
was
I
a
mean?
could see
teenager.
myself riding, getting on the bus, girl, with two black eyes. Man, hit me in the eye, hit in the nose, and I had to leave and get on the bus with black eyes, just crying.
So,
Mm-hmm.
what I'm hearing y'all say, and which is again, y'all speak from your perspective. Okay.
And that was
What my
That's
30
thing
not a
years
is,
ago.
like,
perspective.
no,
That's a
no,
fact.
okay,
I'm speaking from a fact.
no, I didn't say that you wasn't, sweetheart. I didn't say that you wasn't. I'm just gonna go from a couple different things. First is I've never been interrogated by a federal prosecutor or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I also understand too, and again, it's not speaking for them or taking up for them. It's just the reality of things too. However, I had to testify in a case, and like you and me, I'm just the lamest person here to tell my truth. But when you have a trained professional, i.e., a defense attorney, that it's got the definition of gaslighting, trying to distort my reality to fit their narrative. So when you have people like that, and it took a grown man who just spoke out about the situation, about testifying for the federal government and how that shit changes your life. It's like it's a whole different thing, you know.
I
But
hope you
my
never
thing is,
need a
you
defense
have
attorney.
people, and I'm not speaking for these people here because the jury's out with y'all about how y'all feel about them. Cool, that's cool.
It's not a prep for
It's
a
not. It's
cross. It's a prep for the prosecutor
exactly.
that bring
But
in.
when you have a person that's already trying to twist your words and distort your reality to fit their net. And you're saying, like somebody just said, your words, your words, your words. And that's something that I've learned just recently over the past couple of years is that I say little things that I don't mean nothing by, but other people take like, nigga, you crazy. People really take that stuff crazy. Or man, you stupid. No, I'm just saying you stupid. I don't mean you stupid, but people let the figurative meaning of words. So now, as of lately, I pay attention to my words, just like people like because again, in a court of law, it's a technicality. Whether it's a security guard, hell, people think a nurse is a doctor or whatever because sometimes they don't think like that. That is not my world and in my place. I don't know your world. So when you're prepping a witness, I don't know. One may be slower than the next. I'm not saying nothing to these people, and I don't know how many times they met. Yes, someone threw out the word 31, but okay, you don't know what it took to prep them to know that yo, you got to speak your truth, and they prepping you for what you up against, and even still in that, you have somebody that is paid to
How do they
defend.
know what the defense is gonna ask? How does the
What do you
prosecutor
mean? How you know?
know
How,
what the
no, no.
defense? How the defense gonna come at you? They don't know that. They only
They
supposed to be
share the
talking about your
testimony.
truth,
They
not
do
about what the
that.
defense is gonna say.
They do share their testimony. They do share their
What?
testimony. They share their testimony. So when you know those things that they say, well, on this date you said this, but on this day, it's what they call that shit. It's the things that they do. Um,
They don't share when they meet with the Fed
They
you're
shut.
before
not.
trial.
Okay. Let me get my words right before
That
because
that
before you.
wasn't presented
You're not listening.
admissible in
You're not.
court.
Okay. Hold
No,
on.
what she's
That's
saying
like the
is,
It's
deposition.
a
That's called
deposition.
tampering with a witness, honey.
It's not
well,
tampering with the
what she's
witness. It's
saying,
called a
hey, you guys, listen,
deposition.
what she's saying is this: when they give their side of the story to the prosecutors, they share that they have to share that information with the defense.
Defense, right, right.
So if I said that, yo, well, this happened around September, but it really happened in August. Well, because I misspoke, yeah, you can say you can say it. You in the court of law, you're gonna try to make it as if I lied. You understand?
Right,
And
Ray
again,
J. It's
I'm
the
not. Oh
difference
Jesus
between
Christ!
prep and
Never
coach.
mind. It's
Right.
not.
I'm
But
sorry.
again, like they
Yes.
said, my
So
thing is
here's
you
the
don't
way
have.
this here's the way this actually really works.
Go
So
ahead.
they get your testimony.
With a
You
court report, it's called a
record
deposition.
your deposition. They get your deposition. It's recorded. It's written down, and everything is in stuff. So after they do that, then also they have investigators to make sure that what you said to them is supposed to be the truth. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then because they're using you as a witness, they are going to meet with you again to number one to see if anything's changed, if you remembered anything in addition, or you left out something, or they have some further questions after they've done an investigation. Okay. And then once they tie up those little loose ends or whatever and question you about the things that you have said and based off of what they have already investigated, then they're going to tell you, we're going to put you on a witness stand. And then they may spend a day or two with you to talk about what's going to happen and how it's going to happen and what may come from the defense. They don't typically know what questions are going to happen, and they don't know what details or proof that the defense have, because the defense never have to show their hand.
Right, Road Dog.
That
Not
does not
27
take
times
30,
though.
20 times. That takes about 5 times. The
Right.
whole process
But I
takes
mean,
about
y'all
Right.
are.
K-Way, the truth is the truth. It don't If you got the truth, you do not need to meet with somebody over and over and over and over and over and over again. It just it sends some
Okay, and so and from my understanding,
coercion
and
by
from
the
my understand,
prosecution.
okay, and from
There
what I
you go.
understand from the guy that took the stand, who did his little interview, it's anytime they had any type of contact with you, it's counted. So they could have just called you to act. It's all counted. So when he did, or when they brought that up, I don't know. Again, so certain things I
Let me tell
don't. When you're dealing with stuff like that, and because again, I know Brian still. I know how they operate. I do. Okay, so I know that they're trained to tell motherfucking story down. They defend. I
That's,
witnessed it. I
that's
understand it.
what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to
right.
Ma'am, I said
come
that. I
back
get that.
and
But
refute,
just
refute
but
what you said.
my thing is,
That's their job.
if I'm going on trial, or if I'm testifying to a murder, right? Right?
Uh-huh.
And I know I saw what I saw. You, until you're under the pressure of someone else, you can speak and say what you can do all day long. I understand that. I learned not to do that, because when I'm facing those positions, I don't know how I'm going to react.
So
Okay?
are you saying is
So
that's what happened? Are
I
you saying
don't,
that's
but
what
again,
happened?
you don't know what happened. You know that
I'm
they said that
asking
they
you,
went.
are you saying that's what happened because you're defending it? Are you saying that hey,
I
they were
can't
under
speak.
pressure and
Absolutely. I don't know how many. I don't know why it took them
and they
31
couldn't
times.
get
I don't
their
even.
story right and we should give them a pass because they were under
It's not
pressure?
about them getting their story right. It's about this right here. You're strong enough to stand on your own and do certain things
And they
with
were
certain
strong
people,
enough,
okay?
and they were
So
also
what I'm
strong
saying,
enough
I'm
to
giving
collide
grace. That's
together.
the word. That's the word. That's the word. That's
They
the
were
word.
strong
It's
enough
giving
to get up
grace.
there and lie.
They were
Right.
strong enough to be over there talking to each other while doing
Yes.
at testimony, the day they were testimony, the day before they was testimony, and when they got off of testimony, so they can get their lives
Yes.
straight.
Yes.
Okay.
And they got a man on trial for
For
Cassie
life.
life.
Okay.
Because you
Nash
do
was
know
talking to
30
Cassie.
years for
He
him
said
would
he
be
was just
considered
telling her
life.
congratulations about the baby, but he know he was talking to his little situation. He was talking about everything else. Bono was talking to Cassie and Nash.
They
Bill
should Bono testimony should be have been thrown out. I looked at that
Right.
judge like, what?
Right. Right.
Mill was talking to Nash and all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Her
They were
and
Yeah.
Mia, they definitely that
all
testimony should have been thrown out.
Yeah.
Straight lies. And I'm gonna stick with that one. I'm gonna ride with that one.
Yeah. They credibility was garbage.
Yeah, garbage. Just straight trash.
Garbage.
so
Cause cause
well,
cause the truth gonna
I just
always
think,
stay the truth.
and I'm gonna say this. I know Miss Silver probably asleep, so we probably should get off her phone. Her line.
Yep. She
You
knocked
know
out.
she sleep.
Oh shit! It is 5:40. Damn.
I
But you know what? And then they're going after all this man money, talking about whatever they had freak offs at or whatever, they going after they trying to seize property and all this money. I mean, really? Really? Really?
See, look, Colo, he spitting the truth, and there's some people in the chat talking about he lying. That man, he not lying. What he's saying is the truth.
it is absolutely true.
And
Yeah,
where y'all
he
see
know
this
what he
in? Why
talking
can't I
about.
see your chats?
You can't see the
I don't know.
you have
Yeah,
to go
yeah,
down.
I agree with him. You're right. Cassie
Mm-hmm.
wanted that spot.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody
Absolutely,
would
she
play
did.
their position. You know what I'm saying? Except
Mm-hmm.
Cassie. She fought for that.
Colo is not making that stuff up. That is
Exactly.
absolutely the truth.
Yeah, Cassie used to laugh when he used to have DV with Kim
Kim
Porter.
Porter. I've been following
Hmm.
this from his bodyguard years ago before this trial. Yeah,
Hmm.
that was
What
the outcome.
happened? Damn, why can't I see? Let me go on the other screen because I can't see what y'all see. Hold on. I think I can flip my
They
screen.
said when he broke Kim Porter's nose, Cassie was laughing and mocking her.
Hmm.
Uh-huh. But and it goes back to why I don't speak on certain things in places, because you end up in those positions. It's funny until it's you, right? And unfortunately, what they don't speak about is the DV that he had with her. But she fought her way out of. I mean, she ain't gonna say
But
she
this
fought her
ain't
way
got
out of it,
nothing to
but
do with
yeah,
this court trial.
it doesn't have anything to do with this case, but it has everything to do with the pattern.
But if it's not a part of this case, it's irrelevant.
Unfortunately, she can't testify.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So that's why that's why it's not in the case.
It's
We
not in the
only
So
stick
case.
to the
again,
facts and the evidence of the case.
you cannot be on the jury talking about stuff that you heard.
I
Right.
You
understand. I
gotta
wouldn't be
only
on the
talk about
jury
what was
doing that though.
presented.
I wouldn't do that. So that's an attack
But
on
But
my
we
you
character.
keep bringing
I
it
don't
up,
know.
and
You
that's all
showing
we're
us who you
talking about is the facts. So we don't care about all the other stuff.
are. Right. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, some
I'm
people
like this.
there's
If
a
I have an opinion of something and you come and present like, Regina, that's wrong. I'm
my
smart
thing
and intelligent enough to look to hear you out and admit that I was wrong. You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying? And a lot of people can't do that.
I've
And I see
conceded
that's
in the
happening with, I'm
conversation
not
where
saying
I
you,
felt
HR.
if
I'm not
I
saying
if
I'm not pinpointing you out. I'm just speaking in general because everybody running with the narrative of what they heard, what they heard about Diddy or the video. It's nothing about what's going on in this case. It's the
Right.
rumors that was already out there about Diddy. He was a bad, he took
Mhm.
people money or whatever, and then that tape came out. So
Mhm.
now everybody like, oh no, he needs to go to jail. They want him to go to jail for the Lokes. They want him to go to jail for Mace. They want him to go to jail for just,
Regina.
all of those. Yes.
Regina. They want him
she
to go to jail.
disappeared though. That
They
was the
want
funny part, but I'm not gonna speak on that because
They
again,
want him to go
I'm
to
smart
jail for
enough to know,
Tupac. They want him to go
huh?
to
yeah.
jail for Biggie. They want him to go. That's what people really want him to go to
Regina, but
jail
what it
for.
really is
I'm
they
glad you
mad
spoke there because
because
that's what's
all the
next.
money they made from him, they spent the money and they
They spent
mad.
it. Yep.
That's what
Who
they
spent the
really
money in
mad
man?
about.
I'm sorry. Who spent the money in man?
Everybody she talking about that had a problem with him. They're mad because the money that he made them, some of them millionaires, they don't have the money because they didn't choose to invest their money properly. So they're
Who he made
mad because
millionaires
he's a
though?
billionaire.
everybody is upset with their contract that they signed, which is a standard contract, which is not all a good contract in the first place. But
Hmm.
they
Right,
signed the contract.
right. And you
And, then,
know when you sign any
and to
contract, you should have a
to
lawyer.
become a billionaire,
Right.
unfortunately, that's how you play the game.
You
Mm-hmm.
And
signed
he
That's
played it. And I'm not condoning it or condemning it. But in order to become a billionaire, people don't realize, and they quick to say, hey, I want to make all this money. But you don't even know how you got to treat people or be, because it's about you and making your money. It ain't about nobody else.
the thing
And the
about
mm-hmm.
lady
it is
that said,
making that
lady, what is it?
business is
Lovely lady,
true.
H97. First, I don't. Okay, and I'm not. I don't. What I will say to this is that I joined and I'm not speaking to the ladies on the panel, just the ones that's commenting saying she's being biased. No, I'm bringing my perspective. So if you consider my perspective to be biased, then that's fine. I don't agree with certain things. I don't agree with. I just don't agree with, and I don't agree with the abuse of a law. And at the same time, when I stated earlier, what you probably wasn't on here to hear, is that there's a deeper issue to me within our community above this. This is stemming from the issue. Some people don't want to talk about it with the women.
Lovely lady, we can't let you up because Miss Sylvia is sleeping and she would be the only one to let you up. Sorry. We don't have
Yeah,
her
and
stream
I'm
link.
here. I'm here to listen and have a conversation. I'm not here to be yelled at or argued about. And again, not you ladies, because we've been having, to me, a decent conversation. But so I'm not. So if you're taking, I can't change your perspective of how you're receiving the message, but that is not here to be biased. They was asking questions, and I was just giving a different side of what I see and what I've heard. And to the other one who was asking me about Brian, I'm not going. I don't trust anything on the internet as far as people and safety. So I'm not going to give up. So that's why I stop when I'm talking, because I just don't want to get into. I don't want to go down those lanes. Okay. D Rock did an interview with the Blade and said Cassie used to be going upside. Yeah, towards the end, the same thing they said with Miss Kim. At the end, they started to fight back.
Well, I've heard other things that like I think I made mention in a thing that I'm pretty sure that they both was doing that to each other.
Yeah, and both of them, all
Just
of them, yeah.
a lot of times women do
Prison
things
because of the
to
crimes he's
men,
doing.
and they will hurt them. The reason you don't hear nothing about it is because men weren't saying anything. They weren't putting it out.
There's a lot of people that, and like I said, to me, when I'm speaking from my personal experience, I speak on my story. And like you said, when it's not pertaining to the case, I'm not saying that this should be brought into the case. But with certain people, I understand why certain people don't come forward. I understand why people. I mean, shit. Like I said, I don't want to give my story because the way people troll it's not worth to me. It's not worth my life or no one's safety. Um, And you said you called
Deborah,
Brian Still.
why would we be
I never
mad?
said that.
Like,
Whoever
why are
that
you
is,
Right.
I
mad?
never called
Right.
Brian. I didn't.
She
I
like,
never called
y'all
Brian
mad. Why
Still
you
What we
mad?
EMF.
what we
I'm
mad
not
about?
mad.
Oh yeah, I'm not talking to you. I'm reading our
No, I'm not
comments.
No,
talking to you.
we
I'm talking to the
reading.
lady in the chat, Deborah Kim. Why you
Did
mad? I'm not mad.
he shouldn't go to prison because of the crime he tried to. You're looking one side. You said Brian Still. With all these conspiracy theories, according to Diddy on defense, everyone loves Diddy. Nobody was mad at all. Huh? And you called Brian Still an MF. I didn't call him that. He's actually a great attorney. I said he's great at what he do.
No, Deborah was talking to us. She was saying that
No,
we
the
all
lady in the
mad.
chat,
She
this lovely
reading. She
lady
lay.
talking about I called Brian Still an MF. No, I didn't.
Enforcing the law is not abusing the law.
Exactly.
Well, if they were enforcing the law, sometimes
Right.
enforcing the law is abusing the law when you're not
The
applying the law
sentencing,
where it should be
what I
That's
would
applied.
what
say to
Deborah.
Miss
That's what
Deborah,
Deborah said.
what
She
I would
said
say,
enforcing the law is it's not abusing the law. Well, I mean, who abusing the law? Y'all. Ooh.
to Miss Lovely Lady said,
Brian still came to this case clearly because he doesn't like when people are
And
overcharged.
yes, yep,
That's why he inserted he despises that.
he
So
does.
that's why he added himself to the because he was not on this case initially. But when he saw the charges against Diddy and he know he was being overcharged,
And they trying
he
to
couldn't
railroad
stand
him.
by. He railroaded. He couldn't stand by.
Hmm. I hate the Ben Act. I really wish they would abolish that law. That's terrible.
Mm.
Which is reason why that Brian Still is an excellent appeals attorney.
Hmm.
Exactly. He done over what 300 appeals alone. That says a lot.
Right.
So I think Miss Deborah Kim is just not. She's also emotionally attached to all of this
Right.
because she's sitting up here talking about somebody love Diddy. Don't nobody care about none of that.
Right.
Don't
Care about
nobody cares if he's Diddy or Donald Duck. It don't even
no,
matter.
and I think
right.
yeah, and
Exactly.
we say
Exactly.
people say that, but it does take effect to other again, like I said, it's 4 or 5 of us up here. I'm not speaking to you ladies, but outside of y'all, that his name does make a difference in how this goes because a lot of people see it from different perspectives and understandably why. I can be biased, sweetheart. That's cool. I'll take that. I'm not going to argue with somebody I don't know. I didn't say anything about Brian Still. Actually, again, I'm not going to divulge anything else about Brian Still. Respect him. What else, Normandy? And he'll tell you we can agree to disagree. Okay, that's his job to defend certain things, and I understand that. And to the one that said enforcement, yeah, what I would say is that even though I do disagree with the times that's listed with the sentencing. I don't agree with the sentencing on these things, and it's not just on the
What are
RICO,
you
and it's not
talking
just on this.
about?
It's just
He,
somebody
we
said something about abusing the law is not the same as enforcing it or something like that. But I don't. I mean, you
When
do
they
the
said
crime.
enforcing
I
the
don't
law
agree
is
with the
not abusing the
sentencing
law,
on a lot of these laws.
and I said that enforcing the law is abusing the law if you are applying the law wrong.
Okay, you responded to that. I didn't see that. Okay.
Yeah,
You said that
that's what
people
I
still
said.
ready
CT
act like
Benny.
it's
He
not a
said the
women. Okay.
prosecution said why would these women lie on him? I could think of 1 million reasons, but the top of the list is money,
And
and I think he meant to say greed,
greed, and that's
and,
Hmm.
absolutely correct.
and that's 100.
Period.
Because I'm telling you, if this was Gregory
Yeah.
Williams working for, I'm gonna give Gregory Williams a good job. working for as an IT engineer, and Gregory Williams make, let's say he just started, about $150,000 a year. Gregory Williams would not be in court for this. Gregory
Exactly.
Williams would be in court for DV in jail.
Yep.
Right.
And lost his job and
Gregory
everything
Williams
Deborah
else.
would be in
Kim
court
said,
for a threesome.
railroad a millionaire and a billionaire? At the end of the day, Diddy is a man just like any other man. What
He
are you
don't
talking?
he don't have to manipulate no woman to do that, because they can do
Exactly.
it anyway.
Wait, so you're saying he don't deserve a fair trial?
Right. That
Deborah,
sounds ludicrous.
it does. You're delusional.
Deborah, what evidence are you going by? Because you clearly have not. You going by public opinion, and I want to say that's what HR is going by. I'm gonna stand on that. All these YouTubers and content creators that ain't kicking the
Mm-hmm.
truth. I'm
But
gonna
you know
tell you.
what? They're
I'm gonna
getting
tell
paid.
you.
A lot of them, they getting paid to run a narrative. They
Yeah,
getting paid.
And
And
the
it's
but I'm
so
gonna tell you.
demonic.
And the
Hey,
thing also
HR, I
is,
want to
if
give you
this
an.
wasn't about money, these men
Mhm.
they would have went to the police. Because you know why?
Exactly.
They would have went to the police. They would have. If they thought about it, they would have been able to go to the police.
That's
At
so
that very
true.
moment, a police report will be done, and then
Hmm.
they will have to go to court or whatever, depending on DV. That's and if they got the video and stuff, it would have been a done deal. And guess what? You still can file a civil suit.
Listen, Okola said, money and greed simply. Some women these days love money more than the character of a man. 100.
Say
Yes.
that again. I didn't see that one. I was trying to catch the one right here. It says my ex-wife will make me cut the grass and take out the garbage and do what she says to have a freak off. I should bring her up on. And again, y'all are listen. That never mind. I
But
don't
no,
even keep
he's
debating that.
correct though, HRB. That's why this is dangerous.
It's not RICO.
Because this will set precedent to how
That's
they convict
this is what
and
it is.
charge people. If they get away with this,
Read
you
what he
don't
said to
see.
make that make sense. I didn't because maybe I read it wrong.
I can't say it anymore.
Okay, I'm
But
gonna tell
this
you
is
this.
important. This is an important trial.
This one, let me read this one. This guy Diddy had a bad character hitting women, but they loved the money more than the character, so they also absorbed it.
Exactly.
Hmm.
These are all facts.
Yeah.
Because nobody called the police. That's why when they kept asking you what crimes did he do, and you never said it.
This is what Deborah say. This her evidence. Cassie already got her money and Jane didn't even sue him. So 36 people was all lying on him. Girl, Jane finna get her bag too. Deborah.
Jane is reserving. Jane
Exactly.
is going to.
He got a fair trial. Y'all have no clue. Y'all are, oh my
Deborah.
God. I don't,
Deborah,
I
dear.
hope y'all don't sign up for jury duty.
Child, Deborah. You are
Mm.
so laughable.
It's
Yes.
the tape.
Hold
They
on,
didn't
because
see
I
the
thought
tape.
HR. Did you
Did-
You
know
are
more
so
about the
laughable.
case?
A lot
Hold
of
on.
people are going off of that tape.
First of
If
all,
it
let
was
me
no
say,
tape,
how many
it wouldn't be no trial.
ladies on the panel, how many of y'all said y'all was actually in the courtroom? One of you guys said.
Sylvia
I'm
is.
in the courtroom, but I read the transcripts. I download the
Right. So
transcripts
she
and
reads the
read them.
transcripts and the
I
other
read the transcripts. I
transcript.
listen
Okay.
to
Okay.
Miss Sylvia
So
and I
okay. So
listen
no,
to
because why they
Sanji.
keep? Okay. I'm sorry. Say that last part because I was trying to listen and read.
Sanji. I
Yep.
read the
Sean G,
transcripts. That's
podcast for
why I can
soul.
stand firm on what I'm saying. Because I
I'm not.
listen to
I'm not.
people,
And
but
I'm not.
I
I
want to
asked.
see it in black and white as well.
Correct.
Hmm.
So now I was going back and forth between the screen trying to read the chat and then pull up the things again because I say again.
K
um,
HR Way want to say Brian Still is highly regarded by his peers throughout the country. So why you keep acting like you got some dirt on him?
but first, and that's the thing. This is what I'm talking about. I never said anything bad about Brian Still. People want to know. I won't tell you how I know him, and I don't have to. But I never said anything.
Well,
Y'all are
she was just saying how you made it sound. That's all.
again.
You
So
taking it
but again, the
personal.
Kind of made it
interpretation of
sound
things
when
like
you
you're
were bringing
accusing
up
me of saying I
something on
have
the
dirt on
negative,
him.
on the
I never
defense
said
time. You
that.
kind of made it sound like Brian still wasn't
Yeah.
true to who he is.
No. I said it was when someone
I didn't
asked
say you
me.
did. I'm just saying you made it sound like that.
Because you
Yes.
did say, I'm not going to say, I'm not going to say, I'm not
I'm
going
not
to
gonna
say
say
no.
how I know him and what we discuss, but again, it's certain things about. I understand why a defense attorney do the things that they do. Okay, me not
Thank
being in.
God for a defense attorney, because if I ever need one, I want a good one, baby. I want him fighting for my liberty, my life,
Absolutely. So
everything,
but the thing
everything.
again, so I understand
Miss
that,
Deborah
and
Kim,
no one.
you're
I
still talking about these are all opinions. You're absolutely correct. But unfortunately, what you're not correct about is that these opinions are based off of what is actually in the transcript.
Right.
Yeah, we're not right. This is what was said in court, honey.
So said it
You're based off your opinion and your
She don't.
emotions and your
not
feelings.
based off of
Right.
a
She.
video that was played back in 20 that happened in
sh-
2016. This is based off of the charges and what is what's being testified to.
She does not like Diddy. She's not
Yeah,
fond of him.
this probably is probably Tisa Tayl's sister.
Right.
Probably.
Cause
That lady is
cause
a joke.
cause
As a
who?
I'm look
matter of fact,
cause I'm looking at that profile picture. What is saying to y'all? Mm.
I don't believe none of that. I don't believe any of that. I don't believe.
It's a lot of delusional people. We
Delulu for real.
we
Anybody
just
that watches Tisa Tales, I side at them. I
yeah.
really side.
They in a fairy tale like her. She the
That yeah,
Lulu too.
yep, yep.
But I
So
tell
she's
you
so
what,
animated. She
Miss
in a
Taylor
fairy
does not
tale.
talk about no more. Say
What you
crazy
but
stuff about Jay-Z.
oh yeah, because Jay-Z shuts
When she
everybody down. Jay-Z don't play
when
with
he
his
finished
name.
that lawsuit thing, she went zipped. And as a matter of fact, she started trying to be positive.
Hmm.
She tried to change that tune.
You let
I
me tell
love
you
it.
something. Let me tell you something.
Hmm?
I'm gonna tell you two people that I hope Diddy sue when he come home.
Jaguar Wright, Tisa Tells,
T
um
Gene
Miss
Deal.
Lady
Gene
Lovely,
Jane,
Deal,
I want him
let
to
me.
get Jane
I'm
Alvin
sorry,
Deal.
ladies, because again, I'm not
Gene
gonna let this go
Deal.
trigger.
Gene Deal. He make up so many lies as he go on.
Man,
It don't make no sense how that man
none.
lies so much. He is so fake. He fake it. Oh my.
Yep.
Y'all, can y'all tell I really have a
I do not
distaste
like
And
him.
they said the
for
reason why he got fired is because he bought a chain with Diddy Blackheart.
yeah, you
Mm-hmm.
believe that?
Feeling.
Right, exactly. For
That's what
stealing.
they said.
A lot of
He
them got fired for
yeah,
stealing.
for stealing. Mm-hmm.
She
And then
don't want
because I'm like, if
y'all.
he knew all of that and was so close to Big Cassie and all of this and had got all
They
these
would have brought
stories
him
and
on the stand.
how
They
he
didn't put him on the
why
stand
they
for
didn't
the police.
subpoena these people. I just don't understand.
They
I
didn't put
really
him
Hmm.
don't
on the stand because
understand.
they didn't believe him.
Exactly. And people really run with it. I have to tell my mama, Mom, stay off of YouTube. Cause she like, he
Yeah, I
Hmm.
got
hate that shit.
minors.
Yeah.
I'm like, don't see.
I think this is
That's
gonna be the last
Right.
one, but again, I
Stop.
appreciate the
Stop.
conversation, but yeah, I probably won't go
Stop.
back on.
I'm glad I was brought up to not believe everything I
yep.
read, and my mama used to always say and question what you see, because
Question
everything you see.
everything. Yeah.
Yeah, cause all of it, don't believe all. I'm glad I never was a person. I don't all that fake news. I can't. I don't like.
Hmm.
I don't do
The
fake.
problem, and the thing that gets me with that is the fact that it is like you can, just like us, those that's
She
listening
don't
to
know
you.
Diddy to like him or not like him. Will you show acting like you don't like him?
Who said that? I didn't say that. Oh, Deborah.
No,
Y'all still going
Deborah
back on that?
Kim.
Okay.
Y'all ignore her.
I wish we could
Don't
delete
even
her. I wish we.
don't even acknowledge her.
Okay. So
Don't
no. And so where I think again where we can grow from situations is understanding that everyone's going to have we could be all looking at the same thing and still interpret it differently, and two things can be true at once. I think where our community goes wrong, it is lack of knowledge, or the other word is ignorance, but when you use that word, it's offensive to people, but the literal meaning of it is to not know something. And when it comes to my thing with these laws, like we said before, we know they're not designed for us. But at the end of the day, you don't want to be faced. Why do my thing is they can't pick up what you don't put down. And I'm not saying that I think we all break the law at some point in time in life, if not once or twice a day. Okay. But the thing about it is it's just like when we're when we're speeding down a damn highway, just because I get caught, I can't bring up in the court of law, well, everybody else was doing it too. And I'm saying this is bigger than him. And a lot, and what this is showing me is that it is a huge divide within our community, and a lot of it is like, why is everybody able to, all these quote unquote YouTubers able to report this false shit? Like everybody was mad at first. Oh, well, this is all about baby oil. Well, we ain't see those celebrities. First of all, the indictment never mentioned a celebrity other than Sean Combs. So again,
Oh,
people were taking different things. Oh, TD Jakes was at the freak off and did and running with it, and people was picking
but
it
see,
up.
they had to shut that down because TD Jakes is about to do some lawsuits, and so until people start suing them, they're gonna keep
Right.
situations
Until they
like
start holding
this.
people accountable, because I do believe that too. You cannot be able to go here and destroy someone's character and not be held accountable for that. I do believe that should be a law.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not necessarily agreeing with everything, even with the charges. I don't agree with, I mean, not the charges, the
Nosy
sentencing, the
Rosie is
sentence the
asking us to get up.
sentencing of what's going
Nosy
on.
Rosie is asking us to get off the panel.
Who is Nosy Rosie?
She seems like she's a mod for Sylvia. Wait till, oh shoot, can you scroll down and see it? She said good morning, good afternoon, or afternoon. She said
Let me
Sylvia is asleep. Can you?
Oh, Nosy Rosie. Okay, I'm trying to see. Okay, you know what? I said the same thing. Didn't I say that?
I did too. We've been talking for a while. I do appreciate
Thank you,
you,
Miss
you
Nosy
Yeah, we
ladies.
do,
Rosie.
we do, we do hope we're
HR,
more responsible about our reporting. I
I
agree.
think you took away, you took something away. You'll walk away with something. I hear it in your voice. So I appreciate you listening.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Because we all have to learn. We learn every day. You never stop learning. So, if I'm not saying that we were trying to change your mind, but I can hear that,
The conversations is what's needed because
yep,
again, yeah,
you're
there's people
thinking
that's literally
about it.
still in these positions right now and they don't know how to leave. And people say just leave, but it's not. And that's what I say give people grace. And the thing is, and you ladies have been through things. You came out on top, so you are going to look at life differently because you healed through it. So you want people to. You mean no harm when you're coming across, but it can be offend. Just like like I said, I came on strong. It wasn't so much defending her, but understanding that there's women literally in these positions and people do use their power to get what they want. And it's not fair because if your son was on trial, he would not be. It wouldn't even have gotten this far. He would have had to take a plea because he couldn't defend himself. You know what I'm saying? If money do things and people do, and then I'm not negating that the accountability on both parts need to be there. I hope this do humble him in a way that he's more humbled about it because you can't walk around thinking you God either. And it's not just with this trial, it's just in life. So everything happens for a reason. Like I said, I don't necessarily agree with the what you call the sentencing piece of it and the time. I don't know, but some of the things that they shown, we can agree to disagree and digress on that. But I think to our community, the bigger picture is educating and teaching people, and giving them resources. And if you made it out of a situation for a woman that don't know, teach them how. And again, some people it's not that easy just to walk away. And it ain't everybody want to make it a money grab, but at the end of the day, what else do y'all do? Somebody tap the back of your car, you're gonna sue them even though your neck ain't broke. This is the unfortunate the world that we live in. So it's not everything is not always a money grab. Even though in this case we can digress and say, hey, it is. But at the
No,
end of the
we
day,
ain't got to digress. It
what
was a
else
money grab.
what else
Because
can
if
be
it wasn't
given?
a money grab, she wouldn't have sued. And you know what? Hey, I'm not mad at the that she got
Kid, if
money,
you
but
realize how
let's just
easy it
say,
is to approve RICO.
you know what I'm saying? Let's just not say that it wasn't about money. It was definitely about money. So, ladies, I enjoyed y'all. Nicole, you my ride or die. You my girl.
Yes,
Uh,
Regina. We
we'll
gonna
get
we
back
gonna.
on here.
I enjoyed you. And what's the real intelligent lady that's been on the panel?
Crystal, me.
Crystal,
Crystal,
okay, because I'm like,
Crystal and Regina. I knew it was a Crystal, but I said I don't want to call Regina Crystal. So okay,
mhm.
all right. Hopefully we could talk again, y'all. I got a channel too.
Oh, what is it so I can subscribe?
Okay. Let me tell you. Let me see if it.
Can you put it in the chat? You muted. I can't hear you. Okay.
Am I muted?
You was muted. Yep. I couldn't hear you.
Let's talk about it, Nikki P. All together.
Okay, well, I'm sure we'll talk again tomorrow or sometime this week, you guys. And good morning.
Good morning. Good
Right.
Thank
morning.
you, ladies.
Good
Y'all have a good
morning.
one.
All right.
Okay.
You say
Bye.
let's talk about it, Nikki P.
Yeah. All
Okay. I got it.
together.
Thank
Or
you.
Okay.
just Nikki P by herself.
Okay. I'm about to go subscribe to your channel. Y'all go subscribe to my girl channel.
Thank
We gotta
you.
put it in the chat. I don't see it.
You guys are still
I
here.
can't.
Good
We're
morning.
Oh,
getting off. Good morning, Miss
we
Sylvia. Thank you.
we getting off. We've been told to get off.
Yeah.
Okay. Good
Okay.
night.
All right.
Bye.
Good
Bye
night.
bye.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you for watching the infamous Sylvia channel, where laughter and fun make up our panel. Together we build this digital spree. We appreciate you and our growing family. With mods by our side and chat flowing free in this online space. It's just you and me. We laugh until tears roll down like the rain. In this virtual world, you ease all my pains. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We cherish the moments, the highs and lows, from the latest gossip to stories untold. You're more than a viewer, you're part of the crew in this space of ours. It's all because of you. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign and joys we'll both gain. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign and joy's what we'll gain. We're a family, not just a show. Every click